Chapter 1 of The Wide, Wide World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 1 Breaking the News. Here at the portal thou dost stand, and with thy little hand thou openest the mysterious gate into the future's undiscovered land. I see its valves expand, as at the touch of fate, into those realms of love and hate. Longfellow. "Mamma, what was that I heard Papa saying to you this morning about his lawsuit?" "I cannot tell you just now. Ellen, pick up that shawl and spread it over me." "Mamma, are you cold in this warm room?" "A little. There, that will do. Now, my daughter, let me be quiet a while. Don't disturb me." There was no one else in the room. Driven thus to her own resources, Ellen betook herself to the window and sought amusement there. The prospect without gave little promise of it. Rain was falling, and made the street and everything in it look dull and gloomy. The foot passengers plashed through the water, and the horses and carriages plashed through the mud. Gaiety had forsaken the sidewalks, and equipages were few, and the people that were out were plainly there only because they could not help it. But yet Ellen, having seriously set herself to studying everything that passed, presently became engaged in her occupation, and her thoughts travelling dreamily from one thing to another, she sat for a long time, with her little face pressed against the window frame, perfectly regardless of all but the moving world without. Daylight gradually faded away, and the street wore a more and more gloomy aspect. The rain poured, and now only an occasional carriage or footstep disturbed the sound of its steady pattering. Yet still Ellen sat, with her face glued to the window as if spellbound, gazing out at every dusky form that passed, as though it had some strange interest for her. At length, in the distance, light after light began to appear. Presently Ellen could see the dim figure of the lamplighter crossing the street, from side to side, with his ladder. Then he drew near enough for her to watch him as he hooked his ladder on the lamp irons, ran up and lit the lamp, then shouldered the ladder and marched off quick, the light glancing on his wet oilskin hat, rough greatcoat, and lantern, and on the pavement and iron railings. The veriest moth could not have followed the light with more perseverance than did Ellen's eyes, till the lamplighter gradually disappeared from view, and the last lamp she could see was lit. And not till then did it occur to her that there was such a place as indoors. She took her face from the window. The room was dark and cheerless, and Ellen felt stiff and chilly. However, she made her way to the fire, and having found the poker, she applied it gently to the Liverpool coal with such good effect that a bright ruddy blaze sprang up and lighted the whole room. Ellen smiled at the result of her experiment. "That is something like," said she to herself. "Who says I can't poke the fire? Now, let us see if I can't do something else. Do but see how these chairs are standing! One would think we had had a sewing circle here. There, go back to your places. That looks a little better. Now, these curtains must come down, and I may as well shut the shutters too. And now this tablecloth must be content to hang straight, and Mamma's box and the books must lie in their places, and not all helter-skelter. Now I wish Mamma would wake up. I should think she might. I don't believe she is asleep either. She don't look as if she was." Ellen was right in this. Her mother's face did not wear the look of sleep, nor indeed of repose at all. The lips were compressed, and the brow not calm. To try, however, whether she was asleep or no, and with the half acknowledged intent to rouse her at all events, Ellen knelt down by her side, and laid her face close to her mother's on the pillow. But this failed to draw either word or sign. After a minute or two, Ellen tried stroking her mother's cheek very gently, and this succeeded, for Mrs. Montgomery arrested the little hand as it passed her lips, and kissed it fondly 2 or 3 times. "I haven't disturbed you, Mamma, have I?" said Ellen. Without replying, Mrs. Montgomery raised herself to a sitting posture, and lifting both hands to her face, pushed back the hair from her forehead and temple, with a gesture which Ellen knew meant that she was making up her mind to some disagreeable or painful effort. Then taking both Ellen's hands, as she still knelt before her, she gazed in her face with a look even more fond than usual, Ellen thought, but much sadder too, though Mrs. Montgomery's cheerfulness had always been of a serious kind. "What question was that you were asking me a while ago, my daughter?" "I thought, Mamma, I heard Papa telling you this morning, or yesterday, that he had lost that lawsuit." "You heard right, Ellen; he has lost it," said Mrs. Montgomery sadly. "Are you sorry, Mamma? Does it trouble you?" "You know, my dear, that I am not apt to concern myself overmuch about the gain or the loss of money. I believe my Heavenly Father will give me what is good for me." "Then, Mamma, why are you troubled?" "Because, my child, I cannot carry out this principle in other matters, and leave quietly my all in His hands." "What is the matter, dear mother? What makes you look so?" "This lawsuit, Ellen, has brought upon us more trouble than I ever thought a lawsuit could the loss of it, I mean." "How, Mamma?" "It has caused an entire change of all our plans. Your father says he is too poor now to stay here any longer, and he has agreed to go soon on some government or military business to Europe." "Well, Mamma, that is bad; but he has been away a great deal before, and I am sure we were always very happy." "But, Ellen, he thinks now, and the doctor thinks too, that it is very important for my health that I should go with him." "Does he, Mamma? And do you mean to go?" "I am afraid I must, my dear child." "Not and leave me, mother?" The imploring look of mingled astonishment, terror, and sorrow with which Ellen uttered these words, took from her mother all power of replying. It was not necessary; her little daughter understood only too well the silent answer of her eye. With a wild cry she flung her arms round her mother, and hiding her face in her lap, gave way to a violent burst of grief, that seemed for a few moments as if it would rend soul and body in twain. For her passions were by nature very strong, and by education very imperfectly controlled; and time, that rider that breaks youth, had not as yet tried his hand upon her. And Mrs. Montgomery, in spite of the fortitude and calmness to which she had steeled herself, bent down over her, and folding her arms about her, yielded to sorrow deeper still, and for a little while scarcely less violent in its expression than Ellen's own. Alas! she had too good reason. She knew that the chance of her ever returning to shield the little creature who was nearest her heart from the future evils and snares of life was very, very small. She had at first absolutely refused to leave Ellen, when her husband proposed it, declaring that she would rather stay with her and die than take the chance of recovery at such a cost. But her physician assured her she could not live long without a change of climate. Captain Montgomery urged that it was better to submit to a temporary separation than to cling obstinately to her child for a few months and then leave her for ever; said he must himself go speedily to France, and that now was her best opportunity; assuring her, however, that his circumstance would not permit him to take Ellen with them, but that she would be secure of a happy home with his sister during her mother's absence; and to the pressure of argument Captain Montgomery added the weight of authority, insisting on her compliance. Conscience also asked Mrs. Montgomery whether she had a right to neglect any chance of life that was offered her; and at last she yielded to the combined influence of motives, no one of which would have power sufficient to move her; and though with a secret consciousness it would be in vain, she consented to do as her friends wished; and it was for Ellen's sake she did it, after all. Nothing but necessity had given her the courage to open the matter to her little daughter. She had foreseen and endeavoured to prepare herself for Ellen's anguish, but nature was too strong for her, and they clasped each other in a convulsive embrace, while tears fell like rain. It was some minutes before Mrs. Montgomery recollected herself, and then, though she struggled hard, she could not immediately regain her composure. But Ellen's deep sobs at length fairly alarmed her; she saw the necessity, for both their sakes, of putting a stop to this state of violent excitement; self command was restored at once. "Ellen, Ellen, listen to me," she said. "My child, this is not right. Remember, my darling, who it is that brings this sorrow upon us. Though we must sorrow, we must not rebel." Ellen sobbed more gently, but that and the mute pressure of her arms was her only answer. "You will hurt both yourself and me, my daughter, if you cannot command yourself. Remember, dear Ellen, God sends no trouble upon his children but in love; and though we cannot see how, he will no doubt make all this work for our good." "I know it, dear mother," sobbed Ellen, "but it's just as hard." Mrs. Montgomery's own heart answered so readily to the truth of Ellen's words, that for the moment she could not speak. "Try, my daughter," she said after a pause "try to compose yourself. I am afraid you will make me worse, Ellen, if you cannot. I am, indeed." Ellen had plenty of faults, but amidst them all, love to her mother was the strongest feeling her heart knew. It had power enough now to move her as nothing else could have done; and exerting all her self command, of which she had sometimes a great deal, she did calm herself, ceased sobbing, wiped her eyes, arose from her crouching posture, and seating herself on the sofa by her mother, and laying her head on her bosom, She listened quietly to all the soothing words and cheering considerations with which Mrs. Montgomery endeavoured to lead her to take a more hopeful view of the subject. All she could urge, however, had but very partial success, though the conversation was prolonged far into the evening. Ellen said little, and did not weep any more, but in secret her heart refused consolation. Long before this the servant had brought in the tea things. Nobody regarded it at the time, but the little kettle hissing away on the fire now by chance attracted Ellen's attention, and she suddenly recollected her mother had had no tea. To make her mother's tea was Ellen's regular business. She treated it as a very grave affair, and loved it as one of the pleasantest in the course of the day. She used in the first place to make sure that the kettle really boiled; then she carefully poured some water into the teapot and rinsed it, both to make it clean and to make it hot. Then she knew exactly how much tea to put into the tiny little teapot, which was just big enough to hold 2 cups of tea; and having poured a very little boiling water to it, she used to set it by the side of the fire while she made half a slice of toast. How careful Ellen was about that toast! The bread must not be cut too thick nor too thin; the fire must, if possible, burn clear and bright; and she herself held the bread on a fork, just at the right distance from the coals, to get nicely browned without burning. When this was done to her satisfaction, and if the first piece failed she would take another, she filled up the little teapot from the boiling kettle, and proceeded to make a cup of tea. She knew, and was very careful to put in, just the quantity of milk and sugar that her mother liked; and then she used to carry the tea and toast on a little tray to her mother's side, and very often held it there for her while she ate. All this Ellen did with the zeal that love gives; and though the same thing was to be gone over every night of the year, she was never wearied. It was a real pleasure. She had the greatest satisfaction in seeing that the little her mother could eat was prepared for her in the nicest possible manner. She knew her hands made it taste better; her mother often said so. But this evening other thoughts had driven this important business quite out of poor Ellen's mind. Now, however, when her eyes fell upon the little kettle, she recollected her mother had not had her tea, and must want it very much; and silently slipping off the sofa, she set about getting it as usual. There was no doubt this time whether the kettle boiled or no; it had been hissing for an hour and more, calling as loud as it could to somebody to come and make the tea. So Ellen made it, and then began the toast. But she began to think too as she watched it, how few more times she would be able to do so; how soon her pleasant tea makings would be over; and the desolate feeling of separation began to come upon her before the time. These thoughts were too much for poor Ellen; the tears gathered so fast she could not see what she was doing; and she had no more than just turned the slice of bread on the fork when the sickness of heart quite overcame her; she could not go on. Toast and fork and all dropped from her hand into the ashes, and rushing to her mother's side, who was now lying down again, and throwing herself upon her, she burst into another fit of sorrow, not so violent as the former, but with a touch of hopelessness in it which went yet more to her mother's heart. Passion in the first said, "I cannot;" despair now seemed to say, "I must." But Mrs. Montgomery was too exhausted to either share or soothe Ellen's agitation. She lay in suffering silence, till after some time she said faintly, "Ellen, my love, I cannot bear this much longer." Ellen was immediately brought to herself by these words. She arose, sorry and ashamed that she should have given occasion for them, and tenderly kissing her mother, assured her most sincerely and resolutely that she would not do so again. In a few minutes she was calm enough to finish making the tea, and having toasted another piece of bread, she brought it to her mother. Mrs. Montgomery swallowed a cup of tea, but no toast could be eaten that night. Both remained silent and quiet a while after this, till the clock struck 10. "You had better go to bed, my daughter," said Mrs. Montgomery. "I will, Mamma." "Do you think you can read me a little before you go?" "Yes, indeed, Mamma." And Ellen brought the book. "Where shall I read?" "The 23rd Psalm." Ellen began it, and went through it steadily and slowly, though her voice quivered a little. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord for ever." Long before she had finished, Ellen's eyes were full, and her heart too. "If only I could feel these words as Mamma does!" she said to herself. She did not dare look up till the traces of tears had passed away. Then she saw that her mother was asleep. Those first sweet words had fallen like balm upon the sore heart, and mind and body had instantly found rest together. Ellen breathed the lightest possible kiss upon her forehead, and stole quietly out of the room to her own little bed. CHAPTER 2. of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 2. Gives Sorrow to the Winds. Sorrow and excitement made Ellen's eyelids heavy, and she slept late on the following morning. The great dressing bell waked her. She started up with the confused notion that something was the matter. There was a weight on her heart that was very strange to it. A moment was enough to bring it all back, and she threw herself again on her pillow, yielding helplessly to the grief she had twice been obliged to control the evening before. Yet love was stronger than grief still, and she was careful to allow no sound to escape her that could reach the ears of her mother, who slept in the next room. Her resolve was firm to grieve her no more with useless expressions of sorrow, to keep it to herself as much as possible. But this very thought, that she must keep it to herself, gave an edge to poor Ellen's grief, and the convulsive clasp of her little arms round the pillow plainly showed that it needed none. The breakfast bell again startled her, and she remembered she must not be too late downstairs, or her mother might inquire and find out the reason. "I will not trouble mother I will not," she resolved to herself as she got out of bed, though the tears fell faster as she said so. Dressing was sad work to Ellen to day; it went on very heavily. Tears dropped into the water as she stooped her head to the basin, and she hid her face in the towel to cry, instead of making the ordinary use of it. But the usual duties were dragged through at last, and she went to the window. "I'll not go down till Papa is gone," she thought. "He'll ask me what is the matter with my eyes." Ellen opened the window. The rain was over; the lovely light of a fair September morning was beautifying everything it shone upon. Ellen had been accustomed to amuse herself a good deal at this window, though nothing was to be seen from it but an ugly city prospect of back walls of houses, with the yards belonging to them, and a bit of narrow street. But she had watched the people that showed themselves at the windows, and the children that played in the yards, and the women that went to the pumps, till she had become pretty well acquainted with the neighbourhood; and though they were for the most part dingy, dirty, and disagreeable, women, children, houses, and all, she certainly had taken a good deal of interest in their proceedings. It was all gone now. She could not bear to look at them. She felt as if it made her sick, and turning away her eyes, she lifted them to the bright sky above her head, and gazed into its clear depth of blue till she almost forgot there was such a thing as a city in the world. Little white clouds were chasing across it, driven by the fresh wind that was blowing away Ellen's hair from her face and cooling her hot cheeks. That wind could not have been long in coming from the place of woods and flowers, and it was so sweet still. Ellen looked till, she didn't know why, she felt calmed and soothed, as if somebody was saying to her softly, "Cheer up, my child, cheer up; things are not so bad as they might be; things will be better." Her attention was attracted at length by voices below. She looked down and saw there, in one of the yards, a poor deformed child, whom she had often noticed before, and always with sorrowful interest. Besides his bodily infirmity, he had a further claim upon her sympathy, and having lost his mother within a few months. Ellen's heart was easily touched this morning; she felt for him very much. "Poor, poor little fellow!" she thought; "he's a great deal worse off than I am. His mother is dead; mine is only going away for a few months not for ever. Oh, what a difference! And then the joys of coming back again." Poor Ellen was weeping already at the thought. "And I will do oh, how much, while she is gone! I'll do more than she could possibly expect from me. I'll astonish her, I'll delight her, I'll work harder than ever I did in my life before. I'll mend all my faults, and give her so much pleasure. But oh, if she only needn't go away! Oh, Mamma!" Tears of mingled sweet and bitter were poured out fast, but the bitter had the largest share. The breakfast table was still standing, and her father gone, when Ellen went downstairs. Mrs. Montgomery welcomed her with her usual quiet smile, and held out her hand. Ellen tried to smile in answer, but she was glad to hide her face in her mother's bosom, and the long, close embrace was too close and too long; it told of sorrow as well as love, and tears fell from the eyes of each that the other did not see. "Need I go to school to day, Mamma?" whispered Ellen. "No, I spoke to your father about that; you shall not go any more. We will be together now while we can." Ellen wanted to ask how long that would be, but could not make up her mind to it. "Sit down, daughter, and take some breakfast." "Have you done, Mamma?" "No, I waited for you." "Thank you, dear Mamma," with another embrace. "How good you are! but I don't think I want any." They drew their chairs to the table, but it was plain neither had much heart to eat, although Mrs. Montgomery with her own hands laid on Ellen's plate half of the little bird that had been boiled for her own breakfast. The half was too much for each of them. "What made you so late this morning, daughter?" "I got up late in the first place, Mamma, and then I was a long time at the window." "At the window! Were you examining into your neighbours' affairs, as usual?" said Mrs. Montgomery, surprised that it should have been so. "Oh, no, Mamma, I didn't look at them at all, except poor little Billy; I was looking at the sky." "And what did you see there that pleased you so much?" "I don't know, Mamma; it looked so lovely and peaceful that pure blue spread over my head, and the little white clouds flying across it. I loved to look at it; it seemed to do me good." "Could you look at it, Ellen, without thinking of Him who made it?" "No, Mamma," said Ellen, ceasing her breakfast, and now speaking with difficulty. "I did think of Him; perhaps that was the reason." "And what did you think of Him, daughter?" "I hoped, Mamma I felt I thought He would take care of me," said Ellen, bursting into tears, and throwing her arms around her mother. "He will, my dear daughter, He will, if you will only put your trust in Him, Ellen." Ellen struggled hard to get back her composure, and after a few minutes succeeded. "Mamma, will you tell me what you mean exactly by my putting my trust in Him?" "Don't you trust me, Ellen?" "Certainly, Mamma." "How do you trust me? In what?" "Why, Mamma, in the first place, I trust every word you say, entirely. I know nothing could be truer. If you were to tell me black is white, Mamma, I should think my eyes had been mistaken. Then everything you tell or advise me to do, I know it is right, perfectly; and I always feel safe when you are near me, because I know you'll take care of me. And I am glad to think I belong to you, and you have the management of me entirely, and I needn't manage myself, because I know I can't. And if I could, I'd rather you would, Mamma." "My daughter, it is just so that I wish you to trust in God. He is truer, wiser, stronger, kinder by far than I am. Even if I could always be with you and what will you do when I am away from you? And what would you do, my child, if I were to be parted from you for ever?" "Oh, Mamma!" said Ellen, bursting into tears, and clasping her arms round her mother again "oh, dear Mamma, don't talk about it!" Her mother fondly returned her caress, and one or two tears fell on Ellen's head as she did so; but that was all, and she said no more. Feeling severely the effects of the excitement and anxiety of the preceding day and night, she now stretched herself on the sofa, and lay quite still. Ellen placed herself on a little bench at her side, with her back to the head of the sofa, that her mother might not see her face, and possessing herself of one of her hands, sat with her little head resting upon her mother, as quiet as she. They remained thus for 2 or 3 hours without speaking, and Mrs. Montgomery was part of the time slumbering, but now and then a tear ran down the side of the sofa, and dropped on the carpet where Ellen sat, and now and then her lips were softly pressed to the hand she held, as if they would grow there. The doctor's entrance at last disturbed them. Dr. Green found his patient decidedly worse than he had reason to expect, and his sagacious eye had not passed back and forth many times between the mother and daughter before he saw how it was. He made no remark upon it, however, but continued for some moments a pleasant chatty conversation which he had begun with Mrs. Montgomery. He then called Ellen to him; he had rather taken a fancy to her. "Well, Miss Ellen," he said, rubbing one of her hands in his, "what do you think of this fine scheme of mine?" "What scheme, Sir?" "Why, the scheme of sending this sickly lady over the water to get well. What do you think of it, eh?" "Will it make her quite well, do you think, Sir?" asked Ellen, earnestly. "Will it make her well? To be sure it will. Do you think I don't know better than to send people all the way across the ocean for nothing? Who do you think would want Dr. Green if he sent people on wild goose chases in that fashion?" "Will she have to stay long there before she is cured, Sir?" asked Ellen. "Oh, that I can't tell; that depends entirely on circumstances; perhaps longer, perhaps shorter. But now, Miss Ellen, I've got a word of business to say to you. You know you agreed to be my little nurse." Mrs. Nurse, this lady whom I put under your care the other day, isn't quite as well as she ought to be this morning. I am afraid you haven't taken proper care of her; she looks to me as if she had been too much excited. I've a notion she has been secretly taking half a bottle of wine, or reading some furious kind of a novel, or something of that sort you understand? Now, Mrs. Nurse," said the doctor, changing his tone, "she must not be excited. You must take care that she is not. It isn't good for her. You mustn't let her talk too much, or laugh much, or cry at all, on any account. She mustn't be worried in the least. Will you remember? Now, you know what I shall expect of you. You must be very careful. That piece of toast of yours should chance to get burned, one of these fine evenings, I won't answer for the consequences. Good bye," said he, shaking Ellen's hand. "You needn't look sober about it. All you have to do is to let your Mamma be as much like an oyster as possible. You understand? Good bye." And Dr. Green took his leave. "Poor woman!" said the doctor to himself, as he went down stairs. He was a humane man. "I wonder if she'll live till she gets to the other side. That's a nice little girl, too. Poor child! poor child!" Both mother and daughter silently acknowledged the justice of the doctor's advice, and determined to follow it. By common consent, as it seemed, each for several days avoided bringing the subject of sorrow to the other's mind, though no doubt it was constantly present to both. It was not spoken of; indeed, little of any kind was spoken of, but that never. Mrs. Montgomery was doubtless employed, during this interval, in preparing for what she believed was before her; endeavouring to resign herself and her child to Him in whose hands they were, and struggling to withdraw her affections from a world which she had a secret misgiving she was fast leaving. As for Ellen, the doctor's warning had served to strengthen the resolve she had already made, that she would not distress her mother with the sight of her sorrow, and she kept it, as far as she could. She did not let her mother see but very few tears, and those were quiet ones; though she drooped her head like a withered flower, and went about the house with an air of submissive sadness that tried her mother sorely. But when she was alone, and knew no one could see, sorrow had its way; and then there were sometimes agonies of grief that would almost have broken Mrs. Montgomery's resolution, had she known them. This, however, could not last. Ellen was a child, and of most buoyant and elastic spirit naturally; it was not for one sorrow, however great, to utterly crush her. It would have taken years to do that. Moreover, she entertained not the slightest hope of being able by any means to alter her father's will; she regarded the dreaded evil as an inevitable thing. But though she was at first overwhelmed with sorrow, and for some days evidently pined under it sadly, hope at length would come back to her little heart; and no sooner in again, hope began to smooth the roughest and soften the hardest, and touch the dark spots with light in Ellen's future. The thoughts which had just passed through her head that first morning, as she stood at her window, now came back again; thoughts of wonderful improvement to be made during her mother's absence; unheard of efforts to learn and amend, which should be all crowned with success; and above all, thoughts of that coming home, when all these attainments and accomplishments should be displayed to her mother's delighted eyes, and her exertions receive their long desired reward. They made Ellen's heart beat, and her eyes swim, and even brought a smile once more upon her lips. Mrs. Montgomery was rejoiced to see the change. She felt that as much time had already been given to sorrow as they could afford to lose, and she had not known exactly how to proceed. Ellen's amended looks and spirits greatly relieved her. "What are you thinking about, Ellen?" said she, one morning. Ellen was sewing, and while busy at her work her mother had two or three times observed a light smile pass over her face. Ellen looked up, still smiling, and answered, "Oh, Mamma, I was thinking of different things things that I mean to do while you are gone." "And what are these things?" inquired her mother. "Oh, Mamma, it wouldn't do to tell you beforehand; I want to surprise you with them when you come back." A slight shudder passed over Mrs. Montgomery's frame, but Ellen did not see it. Mrs. Montgomery was silent. Ellen presently introduced another subject. "Mamma, what kind of person is my aunt?" "I do not know; I have never seen her." "How has that happened, Mamma?" "Your aunt has always lived in a remote country town, and I have been very much confined to 2 or 3 cities, and your father's long and repeated absences made travelling impossible to me." Ellen thought, but she didn't say it, that it was very odd her father should not sometimes, when he was in the country, have gone to see his relations and taken her mother with him. "What is my aunt's name, Mamma?" "I think you must have heard that already, Ellen. Fortune Emerson." "Emerson! I thought she was Papa's sister." "So she is." "Then how comes her name not to be Montgomery?" "She is only his half sister, the daughter of his mother, not the daughter of his father." "I am very sorry for that," said Ellen, gravely. "Why, my daughter?" "I am afraid she will not be so likely to love me." "You mustn't think so, my child. Her loving or not loving you will depend solely and entirely upon yourself, Ellen; don't forget that. If you are a good child, and make it your daily care to do your duty, she cannot help liking you, be she what she may; and on the other hand, if she have all the will in the world to love you, she cannot do it unless you will let her. It all depends on your behaviour." "Oh, Mamma, I can't help wishing dear Aunt Bessy was alive, and I was going to her." Many a time the same wish had passed through Mrs. Montgomery's mind, but she kept down her rising heart, and went on calmly "You must not expect, my child, to find anybody as indulgent as I am, or as ready to overlook and excuse your faults. It would be unreasonable to look for it. And you must not think hardly of your aunt when you find she is not your mother; but then it will be your own fault if she does not love you, in time, truly and tenderly. See that you render her all the respect and obedience you could render me; that is your bounden duty. She will stand in my place while she has the care of you; remember that, Ellen; and remember, too, that she will deserve more gratitude at your hands for showing you kindness than I do, because she cannot have the same feeling of love to make trouble easy." "Oh, no, Mamma," said Ellen, "I don't think so. It's that very feeling of love that I am grateful for. I don't care a fig for anything people do for me without that." "But you can make her love you, Ellen, if you try." "Well, I'll try, Mamma." "And don't be discouraged. Perhaps you may be disappointed in first appearances, but never mind that. Have patience, and let your motto be, if there's any occasion, 'Overcome evil with good.' Will you put that among the things you mean to do while I am gone?" said Mrs. Montgomery, with a smile. "I'll try, dear Mamma." "You will succeed if you try, dear, never fear; if you apply yourself in your trying to the only unfailing source of wisdom and strength, to Him without whom you can do nothing." There was silence for a little. "What sort of a place is it where my aunt lives?" asked Ellen. "Your father says it is a very pleasant place. He says the country is beautiful and very healthy, and full of charming walks and rides. You have never lived in the country. I think you will enjoy it very much." "Then it is not a town?" said Ellen. "No, it is not far from the town of Thirlwall; but your aunt lives in the open country. Your father says she is a capital housekeeper, and that you will learn more, and be in all respects a great deal happier and better off than you would be in a boarding school here or anywhere." Ellen's heart secretly questioned the truth of this last assertion very much. "Is there any school near?" she asked. "Your father says there was an excellent one in Thirlwall when he was there." "Mamma," said Ellen, "I think the greatest pleasure I shall have while you are gone will be writing to you. I have been thinking of it a good deal. I mean to tell you everything absolutely everything, Mamma. You know there will be nobody for me to talk to as I do to you." Ellen's words came out with difficulty. "And when I feel badly, I shall just shut myself up and write to you." She hid her face in her mother's lap. "I count upon it, my dear daughter. It will make quite as much the pleasure of my life, Ellen, as of yours." "But then, mother," said Ellen, brushing away the tears from her eyes, "it will be so long before my letters can get to you. The things I want you to know right away, you won't know, perhaps, in a month." "That's no matter, daughter. They will be just as good when they do get to me. Never think of that. Write every day, and all manner of things that concern you, just as particularly as if you were speaking to me." "And you'll write to me, too, Mamma?" "Indeed I will, when I can. But, Ellen, you say that when I am away, and cannot hear you, there will be nobody to supply my place. Perhaps it will be so, indeed; but then, my daughter, let it make you seek that friend who is never far away nor out of hearing. Draw nigh to God, and he will draw nigh to you. You know he has said of his children, 'Before they call, I will answer; and while they are yet speaking, I will hear.'" "But, Mamma," said Ellen, her eyes filling instantly, "you know he is not my friend in the same way that he is yours." And hiding her face again, she added, "Oh, how I wish he was!" "You know the way to make him so, Ellen. He is willing; it only rests with you. Oh, my child, my child! if losing your mother might be the means of finding you that better friend, I should be quite willing and glad to go for ever." There was silence, only broken by Ellen's sobs. Mrs. Montgomery's voice had trembled, and her face was now covered with her hands, but she was not weeping. She was seeking a better relief where it had long been her habit to seek and find it. Both resumed their usual composure, and the employments which had been broken off, but neither chose to renew the conversation. Dinner, sleeping, and company prevented their having another opportunity during the rest of the day. But when evening came, they were again left to themselves. Captain Montgomery was away, which indeed was the case most of the time. Friends had taken their departure, the curtains were down, the lamp lit, the little room looked cozy and comfortable. The servant had brought the tea things and withdrawn, and the mother and daughter were happily alone. Mrs. Montgomery knew that such occasions were numbered, and fast drawing to an end, and she felt each one to be very precious. She now lay on her couch, with her face partially shaded, and her eyes fixed upon her little daughter, who was now preparing the tea. She watched her, with thoughts and feelings not to be spoken, as the little figure went back and forward between the table and the fire, and the light shining full upon her face showed that Ellen's whole soul was in her beloved duty. Tears would fall as she looked, and were not wiped away. But when Ellen, having finished her work, brought with a satisfied face the little tray of tea and toast to her mother, there was no longer any sign of them left. Mrs. Montgomery arose with her usual kind smile, to show her gratitude by honouring, as far as possible, what Ellen had provided. "You have more appetite to night, Mamma." "I am very glad, daughter," replied her mother, "to see that you have made up your mind to bear patiently this evil that has come upon us. I am glad for your sake, and I am glad for mine; and I am glad, too, because we have a great deal to do, and no time to lose in doing it." "What, have we so much to do, Mamma?" said Ellen. "Oh, many things," said her mother; "you will see. But now, Ellen, if there's anything you wish to talk to me about, any question you want to ask, anything you would like particularly to have, or to have done for you, I want you to tell it to me as soon as possible now, while we can attend to it; for by and by perhaps we shall be hurried." "Mamma," said Ellen, with brightening eyes, "there is one thing I have thought of that I should like to have. Shall I tell it to you now?" "Yes." "Mamma, you know I shall want to be writing a great deal. Wouldn't it be a good thing for me to have a little box with some pens in it, and an inkstand, and some paper and wafers? Because, Mamma, you know I shall be among strangers at first, and I shan't like asking them for these things as often as I shall want them, and maybe they wouldn't want to let me have them if I did." "I have thought of that already, daughter," said Mrs. Montgomery, with a smile and a sigh. "I will certainly take care that you are well provided in that respect before you go." "How am I to go, Mamma?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, who will go with me? You know I can't go alone, Mamma." "No, my daughter, I'll not send you alone. But your father says it is impossible for him to take the journey at present, and it is yet more impossible for me. There is no help for it, daughter, but we must entrust you to the care of some friend going that way. But He that holds the winds and waters in the hollow of his hand can take care of you without any of our help, and it is to His keeping above all that I shall commit you." Ellen made no remark, and seemed much less surprised and troubled than her mother had expected. In truth, the greater evil swallowed up the less. Parting from her mother, and for so long a time, it seemed to her comparatively a matter of little importance with whom she went, or how, or where. Except for this, the taking of a long journey under a stranger's care would have been a dreadful thing to her. "Do you know yet who it will be that I shall go with, Mamma?" "Not yet, but it will be necessary to take the first good opportunity, for I cannot go till I have seen you off, and it is thought very desirable that I should get to sea before the severe weather comes." It was with a pang that these words were spoken and heard, but neither showed it to the other. "It has comforted me greatly, my dear child, that you have shown yourself so submissive and patient under this affliction. I should scarcely have been able to endure it if you had not exerted self control. You have behaved beautifully." This was almost too much for poor Ellen. It required her utmost stretch of self control to keep within any bounds of composure, and for some moments her flushed cheek, quivering lip, and heaving bosom told what a tumult her mother's words had raised. Mrs. Montgomery saw she had gone too far, and willing to give both Ellen and herself time to recover, she laid her head on the pillow again and closed her eyes. Many thoughts coming thick upon one another presently filled her mind, and half an hour had passed before she again recollected what she had meant to say. She opened her eyes. Ellen was sitting at a little distance, staring into the fire, evidently as deep in meditation as her mother had been. "Ellen," said Mrs. Montgomery, "did you ever fancy what kind of a Bible you would like to have?" "A Bible, Mamma!" said Ellen, with sparkling eyes; "do you mean to give me a Bible?" Mrs. Montgomery smiled. "But, Mamma," said Ellen, gently, "I thought you couldn't afford it." "I have said so, and truly," answered her mother; "and hitherto you have been able to use mine; but I will not leave you now without one. I will find ways and means," said Mrs. Montgomery, smiling again. "Oh, Mamma, thank you!" said Ellen, delighted; "how glad I shall be!" And, after a pause of consideration, she added, "Mamma, I never thought much about what sort of one I should like. Couldn't I tell better if I were to see the different kinds in the store?" "Perhaps so. Well, the first day that the weather is fine enough, and I am well enough, I will go out with you, and we will see about it." "I'm afraid Dr. Green won't let you, Mamma." "I shall not ask him. I want to get you a Bible, and some other things that I will not leave you without, and nobody can do it but myself. I shall go, if I possibly can." "What other things, Mamma?" asked Ellen, very much interested in the subject. "I don't think it will do to tell you to night," said Mrs. Montgomery, smiling. "I foresee that you and I should be kept awake too late if we were to enter upon it just now. We will leave it till to morrow. Now read to me, love, and then to bed." Ellen obeyed, and went to sleep with brighter visions dancing before her eyes than had been the case for some time. CHAPTER 3 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 3 The Worth of a Finger Ring. Ellen had to wait some time for the desired fine day. The equinoctial storms would have their way, as usual, and Ellen thought they were longer than ever this year; but after many stormy days had tried her patience, there was at length a sudden change, both without and within doors. The clouds had done their work for that time and fled away before a strong northerly wind, leaving the sky bright and fair. And Mrs. Montgomery's deceitful disease took a turn, and for a little space raised the hopes of her friends. All were rejoicing but two persons. Mrs. Montgomery was not deceived, neither was the doctor. The shopping project was kept a profound secret from him, and from everybody except Ellen. Ellen watched now for a favourable day. Every morning, as soon as she rose, she went to the window to see what was the look of the weather; and about a week after the change above noticed, she was greatly pleased one morning, on opening her window, as usual, to find the air and sky promising all that could be desired. It was one of those beautiful days in the end of September that sometimes herald October before it arrives cloudless, brilliant, and breathing balm. "This will do," said Ellen to herself, in great satisfaction. "I think this will do. I hope Mamma will think so." Hastily dressing herself, and a good deal excited already, she ran down stairs, and after the morning salutations, examined her mother's looks with as much anxiety as she had just done those of the weather. All was satisfactory there also, and Ellen ate her breakfast with an excellent appetite; but she said not a word of the intended expedition till her father should be gone. She contented herself with strengthening her hopes by making constant fresh inspections of the weather and her mother's countenance alternately; and her eyes returning from the window on one of these excursions, and meeting her mother's face, saw a smile there which said all she wanted. Breakfast went on more vigorously than ever. But after breakfast it seemed to Ellen that her father would never go away. He took the newspaper, an uncommon thing for him, and pored over it most perseveringly, while Ellen was in a perfect fidget of impatience. Her mother, seeing the state she was in, and taking pity on her, sent her upstairs to do some little matters of business in her own room. These Ellen despatched with all possible zeal and speed, and coming down again, found her father gone and her mother alone. She flew to kiss her in the first place, and then made the inquiry, "Don't you think to day will do, Mamma?" "As fine as possible, daughter; we could not have a better; but I must wait till the doctor has been here." "Mamma," said Ellen, after a pause, making a great effort of self denial, "I'm afraid you oughtn't to go out to get these things for me. Pray don't, Mamma, if you think it will do you harm. I would rather go without them indeed I would." "Never mind that, daughter," said Mrs. Montgomery, kissing her. "I am bent upon it. It would be quite as much of a disappointment to me as to you not to go. We have a lovely day for it, and we will take our time and walk slowly; and we haven't far to go either. But I must let Dr. Green make his visit first." To fill up the time till he came, Mrs. Montgomery employed Ellen in reading to her as usual. And this morning's reading Ellen long after remembered. Her mother directed her to several passages in different parts of the Bible that speak of heaven and its enjoyments. And though, when she began, her own little heart was full of excitement, in view of the day's plans, and beating with hope and pleasure, the sublime beauty of the words and thoughts, as she went on, awed her into quiet, and her mother's manner at length turned her attention entirely from herself. Mrs. Montgomery was lying on the sofa, and for the most part listened in silence, with her eyes closed, but sometimes saying a word or two that made Ellen feel how deep was the interest her mother had in the things she read of, and how pure and strong the pleasure she was even now taking in them. And sometimes there was a smile on her face that Ellen scarce liked to see; it gave her an indistinct feeling that her mother would not be long away from that heaven to which she seemed already to belong. Ellen had a sad consciousness, too, that she had no part with her mother in this matter. She could hardly go on. She came to that beautiful passage in the 7th of Revelation "And one of the elders answered, saying unto me, What are these which are arrayed in white robes, and whence came they? And I said unto him, Sir, thou knowest. And he said to me, These are they which came out of great tribulation, and have washed their robes, and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore are they before the throne of God, and serve him day and night in his temple. And he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more. Neither shall the sun light on them, nor any heat: for the Lamb, which is in the midst of the throne, shall feed them, and shall lead them unto living fountains of waters. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes." With difficulty and a husky voice, Ellen got through it. Lifting then her eyes to her mother's face, she saw again the same singular sweet smile. Ellen felt that she could not read another word. To her great relief, the door opened, and Dr. Green came in. His appearance changed the whole course of her thoughts. All that was grave or painful quickly fled away. Ellen's head was immediately full again of what had filled it before she began to read. As soon as the doctor had retired, and was fairly out of hearing, "Now, Mamma, shall we go?" said Ellen. "You needn't stir, Mamma. I'll bring all your things to you, and put them on. May I, Mamma? Then you won't be a bit tired before you set out." Her mother assented, and with a great deal of tenderness and a great deal of eagerness, Ellen put on her stockings and shoes, arranged her hair, and did all that she could towards changing her dress, and putting on her bonnet and shawl; and greatly delighted she was when the business was accomplished. "Now, Mamma, you look like yourself. I haven't seen you look so well this great while. I'm glad you're going out again," said Ellen, putting her arms round her. "I do believe it will do you good. Now, Mamma, I'll go and get ready. I'll be very quick about it; you shan't have to wait long for me." In a few minutes the two set forth from the house. The day was as fine as could be. There was no wind, there was no dust, the sun was not oppressive, and Mrs. Montgomery did feel refreshed and strengthened during the first few steps they had to take to their first stopping place. It was a jeweller's store. Ellen had never been in one before in her life, and her first feeling on entering was of dazzled wonderment at the glittering splendours around. This was presently forgotten in curiosity to know what her mother could possibly want there. She soon discovered that she had come to sell and not to buy. Mrs. Montgomery drew a ring from her finger, and after a little chaffering, parted with it to the owner of the store for $80, being about 3/4 of its real value. The money was counted out, and she left the store. "Mamma," said Ellen, in a low voice, "wasn't that Grandmamma's ring, which I thought you loved so much?" "Yes, I did love it, Ellen, but I love you better." "Oh, Mamma, I am very sorry," said Ellen. "You need not be sorry, daughter. Jewels in themselves are the merest nothings to me; and as for the rest, it doesn't matter. I can remember my mother without any help from a trinket." There were tears, however, in Mrs. Montgomery's eyes, that showed the sacrifice had cost her something; and there were tears in Ellen's, that told it was not thrown away upon her. "I am sorry you should know of this," continued Mrs. Montgomery. "You should not if I could have helped it. But set your heart quite at rest, Ellen. I assure you this use of my ring gives me more pleasure on the whole than any other I could have made of it." A grateful squeeze of her hand, and a glance into her face, was Ellen's answer. Mrs. Montgomery had applied to her husband for the funds necessary to fit Ellen comfortably for the time they should be absent, and in answer he had given her a sum barely sufficient for her mere clothing. Mrs. Montgomery knew him better than to ask for a further supply, but she resolved to have recourse to other means to do what she had determined upon. Now that she was about to leave her little daughter, and it might be for ever, she had set her heart upon providing her with certain things which she thought important to her comfort and improvement, and which Ellen would go very long without if she did not give them to her; and now, Ellen had had very few presents in her life, and those always of the simplest and cheapest kind. Her mother resolved that in the midst of the bitterness of this time she would give her one pleasure, if she could; it might be the last. They stopped next at a bookstore. "Oh, what a delicious smell of new books!" said Ellen, as they entered. "Mamma, if it wasn't for one thing, I should say I was never so happy in my life." Children's books lying in tempting confusion near the door, immediately fastened Ellen's eyes and attention. She opened one, and was already deep in the interest of it, when the word "Bibles" struck her ear. Mrs. Montgomery was desiring the shopman to show her various kinds and sizes, that she might choose from among them. Down went Ellen's book, and she flew to the place where a dozen different Bibles were presently displayed. Ellen's wits were ready to forsake her. Such beautiful Bibles she had never seen. She pored in ecstasy over their varieties of type and binding, and was very evidently in love with them all. "Now, Ellen," said Mrs. Montgomery, "look and choose. Take your time, and see which you like best." It was not likely that Ellen's "time" would be a short one. Her mother, seeing this, took a chair at a little distance, to await patiently her decision; and while Ellen's eyes were riveted on the Bibles, her own, very naturally, were fixed upon her. In the excitement and eagerness of the moment, Ellen had thrown off her little bonnet, and with flushed cheek and sparkling eye, and a brow grave with unusual care, as though a nation's fate were deciding, she was weighing the comparative advantages of large, small, and middle sized, black, blue, purple, and red, gilt and not gilt, clasp and no clasp. Everything but the Bibles before her Ellen had forgotten utterly; she was deep in what was to her the most important of business. She did not see the bystanders smile; she did not know there were any. To her mother's eye it was a most fair sight. Mrs. Montgomery gazed with rising emotions of pleasure and pain that struggled for the mastery; but pain at last got the better, and rose very high. "How can I give thee up?" was the one thought of her heart. Unable to command herself, she rose and went to a distant part of the counter, where she seemed to be examining books; but tears, some of the bitterest she had ever shed, were falling thick upon the dusty floor, and she felt her heart like to break. Her little daughter at one end of the counter had forgotten there ever was such a thing as sorrow in the world, and she at the other was bowed beneath a weight of it that was nigh to crush her. But in her extremity she betook herself to that refuge she had never known to fail. It did not fail her now. She remembered the words that Ellen had been reading to her but that very morning, and they came like the breath of heaven upon the fever of her soul "Not my will, but thine be done." She strove and prayed to say it, and not in vain; and after a little while she was able to return to her seat. She felt that she had been shaken by a tempest, but she was calmer now than before. Ellen was just as she had left her, and apparently just as far from coming to any conclusion. Mrs. Montgomery was resolved to let her take her way. Presently Ellen came over from the counter with a large royal octavo Bible, heavy enough to be a good lift for her. "Mamma," said she, laying it on her mother's lap and opening it, "what do you think of that? Isn't that splendid?" "A most beautiful page indeed. Is this your choice, Ellen?" "Well, Mamma, I don't know; what do you think?" "I think it is rather inconveniently large and heavy for everyday use. It is quite a weight upon my lap. I shouldn't like to carry it in my hands long. You would want a little table on purpose to hold it." "Well, that wouldn't do at all," said Ellen, laughing. "I believe you are right, Mamma. I wonder I didn't think of it. I might have known that myself." She took it back, and there followed another careful examination of the whole stock; and then Ellen came to her mother with a beautiful miniature edition, in 2 volumes, gilt and clasped, and very perfect in all respects, but of exceeding small print. "I think I'll have this, Mamma," said she. "Isn't it a beauty? I could put it in my pocket, you know, and carry it anywhere with the greatest ease." "It would have but one great objection to me," said Mrs. Montgomery, "inasmuch as I cannot possibly see to read it." "Cannot you, Mamma? But I can read it perfectly." "Well, my dear, take it that is, if you will make up your mind to put on spectacles before your time." "Spectacles, Mamma! I hope I shall never have to wear spectacles. What do you propose to do when your sight fails, if you shall live so long?" "Well, Mamma, if it comes to that but you don't advise me, then, to take this little beauty?" "Judge for yourself. I think you are old enough." "I know what you think, though, Mamma, and I dare say you are right, too. I won't take it, though it's a pity. Well, I must look again." Mrs. Montgomery came to her help, for it was plain Ellen had lost the power of judging amidst so many tempting objects. But she presently simplified the matter by putting aside all that were decidedly too large or too small, or of too fine print. There remained 3 of moderate size and sufficiently large type, but different binding. Either of these, I think, will answer your purpose nicely," said Mrs. Montgomery. "Then, Mamma, if you please, I will have the red one. I like that best, because it will put me in mind of yours." Mrs. Montgomery could find no fault with this reason. She paid for the red Bible, and directed it to be sent home. "Shan't I carry it, Mamma?" said Ellen. "No, you would find it in the way; we have several things to do yet." "Have we, Mamma? I thought we only came to get a Bible." "That is enough for one day, I confess. I am a little afraid your head will be turned, but I must run the risk of it. I dare not lose the opportunity of this fine weather; I may not have such another. I wish to have the comfort of thinking, when I am away, that I have left you with everything necessary to the keeping up of good habits everything that will make them pleasant and easy. I wish you to be always neat and tidy and industrious, depending upon others as little as possible, and careful to improve yourself by every means, and especially by writing to me. I will leave you no excuse, Ellen, for failing in any of these duties. I trust you will not disappoint me in a single particular." Ellen's heart was too full to speak. She again looked up tearfully and pressed her mother's hand. "I do not expect to be disappointed, love," returned Mrs. Montgomery. They now entered a large fancy store. "What are we to get here, Mamma?" said Ellen. "A box to put your pens and paper in," said her mother, smiling. "Oh, to be sure!" said Ellen; "I had almost forgotten that." She quite forgot it a minute after. It was the first time she had seen the inside of such a store, and the articles displayed on every side completely bewitched her. From one thing to another she went, admiring and wondering. In her wildest dreams she had never imagined such beautiful things. The store was fairyland. Mrs. Montgomery meanwhile attended to business. Having chosen a neat little japanned dressing box, perfectly plain, but well supplied with everything a child could want in that line, she called Ellen from the delightful journey of discovery she was making round the store, and asked her what she thought of it. "I think it's a little beauty," said Ellen; "but I never saw such a place for beautiful things." "You think it will do, then?" said her mother. "For me, Mamma? You don't mean to give it to me? Oh, mother, how good you are! But I know what is the best way to thank you, and I'll do it. What a perfect little beauty! Mamma, I'm too happy!" "I hope not," said her mother, "for you know I haven't gotten you the box for your pens and paper yet." "Well, Mamma, I'll try and bear it," said Ellen, laughing; "but do get me the plainest little thing in the world, for you're giving me too much." Mrs. Montgomery asked to look at writing desks, and was shown to another part of the store for the purpose. "Mamma," said Ellen, in a low tone, as they went, "you're not going to get me a writing desk?" "Why, that is the best kind of box for holding writing materials," said her mother, smiling. "Don't you think so?" "I don't know what to say!" exclaimed Ellen. "I can't thank you, Mamma. I haven't any words to do it. I think I shall go crazy." She was truly overcome with the weight of happiness; words failed her, and tears came instead. From among a great many desks of all descriptions, Mrs. Montgomery with some difficulty succeeded in choosing one to her mind. It was of mahogany, not very large, but thoroughly well made and finished, and very convenient and perfect in its internal arrangements. Ellen was speechless. Occasional looks at her mother, and deep sighs, were all she had now to offer. The desk was quite empty. "Ellen," said her mother, "do you remember the furniture of Miss Allen's desk, that you were so pleased with a while ago?" "Perfectly, Mamma. I know all that was in it." "Well, then, you must prompt me if I forget anything. Your desk will be furnished with everything really useful. Merely showy matters we can dispense with. Now let us see here's a great empty place that I think wants some paper to fill it. Show me some of different sizes, if you please." The shopman obeyed, and Mrs. Montgomery stocked the desk well with letter paper, large and small. Ellen looked on in great satisfaction. "That will do nicely," she said. "That large paper will be beautiful whenever I am writing to you, Mamma, you know; and the other will do for other times, when I haven't so much to say; though I am sure I don't know who there is in the world I should ever send letters to, except you." "If there is nobody now, perhaps there will be at some future time," replied her mother. "I hope I shall not always be your only correspondent. Now, what next? Envelopes, Mamma? To be sure, I had forgotten them. Envelopes of both sizes to match." "Because, Mamma, you know I might, and I certainly shall, want to write upon the fourth page of my letter, and I couldn't do it unless I had envelopes." A sufficient stock of envelopes was laid in. "Mamma," said Ellen, "what do you think of a little note paper?" "Who are the notes to be written to, Ellen?" said Mrs. Montgomery, smiling. "You needn't smile, Mamma. You know, as you said, if I don't know now, perhaps I shall by and by. Miss Allen's desk had note paper; that made me think of it." "So shall yours, daughter. While we are about it we will do the thing well. and your note paper will keep quite safely in this nice little place provided for it, even if you should not want to use a sheet of it in half a dozen years." "How nice that is!" said Ellen, admiringly. "I suppose the note paper must have envelopes too," said Mrs. Montgomery. "To be sure, Mamma, I suppose so," said Ellen, smiling. "Miss Allen's had." "Well, now we have got all the paper we want, I think," said Mrs. Montgomery. "The next thing is ink or an inkstand, rather." Different kinds were presented for her choice. "Oh, Mamma, that one won't do," said Ellen, anxiously. "You know the desk will be knocking about in a trunk, and the ink would run out, and spoil everything. It should be one of those that shut tight. I don't see the right kind here." The shopman brought one. "There, Mamma, do you see?" said Ellen. "It shuts with a spring, and nothing can possibly come out. Do you see, Mamma? You can turn it topsy turvy." "I see you are quite right, daughter. It seems I should get on very ill without you to advise me. Fill the inkstand, if you please." "Mamma, what shall I do when my ink is gone? That inkstand will hold but a little, you know." "Your aunt will supply you, of course, my dear, when you are out." "I'd rather take some of my own, by half," said Ellen. "You could not carry a bottle of ink in your desk without great danger to everything else in it. It would not do to venture." "We have excellent ink powder," said the shopman, "in small packages, which can be very conveniently carried about. You see, Ma'am, there is a compartment in the desk for such things, and the ink is very easily made at any time." "Oh, that will do nicely," said Ellen; "that is just the thing." "Now what is to go in this other square place, opposite the inkstand?" said Mrs. Montgomery. "That is a place for the box of lights, Mamma." "What sort of lights?" "For sealing letters, Mamma, you know. They are not like your wax taper at all; they are little wax matches that burn just long enough to seal one or two letters. Miss Allen showed me how she used them. Hers were in a nice little box, just like the inkstand on the outside, and there was a place to light the matches, and a place to set them in while they were burning. There, Mamma, that's it," said Ellen, as the shopman brought forth the article which she was describing; "that's it exactly, and that will just fit. Now, Mamma, for the wax." "You want to seal your letter before you have written it," said Mrs. Montgomery; "we have not got the pens yet." "That's true, Mamma; let us have the pens. And some quills too, Mamma." "Do you know how to make a pen, Ellen?" "No, Mamma, not yet; but I want to learn very much. Miss Pichegru says that every lady ought to know how to make her own pens." "Miss Pichegru is very right, but I think you are rather too young to learn. However, we will try. Now here are steel points enough to last you a great while, and as many quills as it is needful you should cut up for 1 year at least. We haven't a pen handle yet." "Here, Mamma," said Ellen, holding out a plain ivory one. "Don't you like this? I think it is prettier than these that are all cut and fussed, or those other gay ones either." "I think so too, Ellen; the plainer the prettier. Now what comes next?" "The knife, Mamma, to make the pens," said Ellen, smiling. "True, the knife. Let us see some of your best penknives. Now, Ellen, choose. That one won't do, my dear; it should have 2 blades, a large as well as a small one. You know you want to mend a pencil sometimes." "So I do, Mamma; to be sure, you're very right. Here's a nice one. Now, Mamma, the wax." "There is a box full; choose your own colours." Seeing it was likely to be a work of time, Mrs. Montgomery walked away to another part of the store. When she returned, Ellen had made up an assortment of the oddest colours she could find. "I won't have any red, Mamma; it is so common," she said. "I think it is the prettiest of all," said Mrs. Montgomery. "Do you, Mamma? Then I will have a stick of red on purpose to seal to you with." "And who do you intend shall have the benefit of the other colours?" inquired her mother. "I declare, Mamma," said Ellen, laughing, "I never thought of that. I am afraid they will have to go to you. You must not mind, Mamma, if you get green, and blue, and yellow seals once in a while." "I dare say I shall submit myself to it with a good grace," said Mrs. Montgomery. "But come, my dear, have we got all that we want? This desk has been very long in furnishing." "You haven't given me a seal yet, Mamma." "Seals! there are a variety before you; see if you could find one that you like. By the way, you cannot seal a letter, can you?" "Not yet, Mamma," said Ellen, smiling again; "that is another of the things I have got to learn." "Then I think you had better have some wafers in the meantime." While Ellen was picking out her seal, which took not a little time, Mrs. Montgomery laid in a good supply of wafers of all sorts, and then went on further to furnish the desk with an ivory leaf cutter, a paper folder, a pounce box, a ruler, and a neat little silver pencil; also some drawing pencils, India rubber, and sheets of drawing paper. She took a sad pleasure in adding everything she could think of that might be for Ellen's future use or advantage; but as with her own hands she placed in the desk one thing after another, the thought crossed her mind, how Ellen would make drawings with those very pencils, on those very sheets of paper which her eyes would never see. She turned away with a sigh, and receiving Ellen's seal from her hand, put that also in its place. Ellen had chosen one with her own name. "Will you send these things at once?" said Mrs. Montgomery. "I particularly wish to have them at home as early in the day as possible." The man promised. Mrs. Montgomery paid the bill, and she and Ellen left the store. They walked a little way in silence. "I cannot thank you, Mamma," said Ellen. "It is not necessary, my dear child," said Mrs. Montgomery, returning the pressure of her hand. "I know all that you would say." There was as much sorrow as joy at that moment in the heart of the joyfullest of the two. "Where are we going now, Mamma?" said Ellen again, after a while. "I wished and intended to have gone to St. Clair and Fleury's to get you some merino and other things; but we have been detained so long that I think I had better go home. I feel somewhat tired." "I am very sorry, dear Mamma," said Ellen. "I am afraid I kept you too long about that desk." "You did not keep me, daughter, any longer than I chose to be kept. But I think I will go home now, and take the chance of another fine day for the merino." CHAPTER IV. Chapter 4 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 4 The Bitter Sweet of Life. When dinner was over and the table cleared away, the mother and daughter were left, as they always loved to be, alone. It was late in the afternoon, and already somewhat dark, for clouds had gathered over the beautiful sky of the morning, and the wind, rising now and then, made its voice heard. Mrs. Montgomery was lying on the sofa, as usual, seemingly at ease, and Ellen was sitting on a little bench before the fire, very much at her ease, without any seeming about it. She smiled as she met her mother's eyes. "You have made me very happy to day, Mamma." "I am glad of it, my dear child. I hoped I should. I believe the whole affair has given me as much pleasure, Ellen, as it has you." There was a pause. "Mamma, I will take the greatest possible care of my new treasures." "I know you will. If I had doubted it, Ellen, most assuredly I should not have given them to you, sorry as I should have been to leave you without them. So you see you have not established a character for carefulness in vain. And, Mamma, I hope you have not given them to me in vain, either. I will try to use them in the way that I know you wish me to; that will be the best way I can thank you." "Well, I have left you no excuse, Ellen. You know fully what I wish you to do and to be; and when I am away I shall please myself with thinking that my little daughter is following her mother's wishes. I shall believe so, Ellen. You will not let me be disappointed?" "Oh, no, Mamma," said Ellen, who was now in her mother's arms. "Well, my child," said Mrs. Montgomery, in a lighter tone, "my gifts will serve as reminders for you if you are ever tempted to forget my lessons. If you fail to send me letters, or if those you send are not what they ought to be, I think the desk will cry shame upon you. And if you ever go an hour with a hole in your stocking, or a tear in your dress, or a string off your petticoat, I hope the sight of your work box will make you blush." "Work box, Mamma?" "Yes. Oh, I forgot; you have not seen that?" "No, Mamma; what do you mean?" "Why, my dear, that was one of the things you most wanted; but I thought it best not to overwhelm you quite this morning. So while you were on an exploring expedition round the store, I chose and furnished one for you." "Oh, Mamma, Mamma!" said Ellen, getting up and clasping her hands, "what shall I do? I don't know what to say I can't say anything Mamma, it's too much!" So it seemed, for Ellen sat down and began to cry. Her mother silently reached out a hand to her, which she squeezed and kissed with all the energy of gratitude, love, and sorrow, till, gently drawn by the same hand, she was placed again in her mother's arms and upon her bosom. And in that tried resting place she lay, calmed and quieted, till the shades of afternoon deepened into evening, and evening into night, and the light of the fire was all that was left to them. Though not a word had been spoken for a long time, Ellen was not asleep. Her eyes were fixed on the red glow of the coals in the grate, and she was busily thinking, but not of them. Many sober thoughts were passing through her little head, and stirring her heart. A few were of her new possessions and bright projects, more of her mother. She was thinking how very, very precious was the heart she could feel beating where her cheek lay. She thought it was greater happiness to lie there than anything else in life could be. She thought she had rather even die so on her mother's breast, than live long without her in the world. She felt that in earth or in heaven there was nothing so dear. Suddenly she broke the silence. "Mamma, what does that mean? He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me." It means just what it says. If you love anybody or anything better than Jesus Christ, you cannot be one of his children. "But then, Mamma," said Ellen, raising her head, "how can I be one of his children? I do love you a great deal better. How can I help it, Mamma?" "You cannot help it, I know, my dear," said Mrs. Montgomery, with a sigh, "except by his grace, who has promised to change the hearts of his people to take away the heart of stone, and give them a heart of flesh. But is mine a heart of stone, then, Mamma, because I cannot help loving you best?" "Not to me, dear Ellen," replied Mrs. Montgomery, pressing closer the little form that lay in her arms. "I have never found it so. But yet I know that the Lord Jesus is far, far more worthy of your affection than I am; and if your heart were not hardened by sin, you would see him so. It is only because you do not know him that you love me better. Pray, pray, my dear child, that he would take away the power of sin, and show you himself; that is all that is wanting." "I will, Mamma," said Ellen, tearfully. "Oh, Mamma, what shall I do without you?" Alas! Mrs. Montgomery's heart echoed the question; she had no answer. "Mamma," said Ellen, after a few minutes, "can I have no true love to him at all unless I love him best?" "I dare not say that you can," answered her mother, seriously. "Mamma," said Ellen, after a little, again raising her head, and looking her mother full in the face, as if willing to apply the severest test to this hard doctrine, and speaking with an indescribable expression, "do you love him better than you do me?" She knew her mother loved the Saviour, but she thought it scarcely possible that herself could have but the second place in her heart. She ventured a bold question, to prove whether her mother's practice would not contradict her theory. But Mrs. Montgomery answered steadily, "I do, my daughter." And, with a gush of tears, Ellen sank her head again upon her bosom. She had no more to say; her mouth was stopped for ever as to the right of the matter, though she still thought it an impossible duty in her own particular case. "I do indeed, my daughter," repeated Mrs. Montgomery. "That does not make my love to you the less, but the more, Ellen." "Oh, Mamma, Mamma!" said Ellen, clinging to her, "I wish you would teach me. I have only you, and I am going to lose you. What shall I do, Mamma?" With a voice that strove to be calm, Mrs. Montgomery answered, "I love them that love me, and they that seek me early shall find me." And after a minute or two, she added, "He who says this has promised, too, that he will gather the lambs with his arm, and carry them in his bosom." The words fell soothingly on Ellen's ear, and the slight tremor in the voice reminded her also that her mother must not be agitated. She checked herself instantly, and soon lay as before, quiet and still on her mother's bosom, with her eyes fixed on the fire; and Mrs. Montgomery did not know that when she now and then pressed a kiss upon the forehead that lay so near her lips, it every time brought the water to Ellen's eyes and a throb to her heart. But after some half or three quarters of an hour had passed away, a sudden knock at the door found both mother and daughter asleep. It had to be repeated once or twice before the knocker could gain attention. "What is that, Mamma?" said Ellen, starting up. "Somebody at the door. Open it quickly, love." Ellen did so, and found a man standing there, with his arms rather full of sundry packages. "Oh, Mamma, my things!" cried Ellen, clapping her hands; "here they are." The man placed his burden on the table and withdrew. "Oh, Mamma, I am so glad they are come! Now, if I only had a light! This is my desk, I know, for it's the largest; and I think this is my dressing box, as well as I can tell by feeling. Yes, it is; here's the handle on top; and this is my dear work box not so big as the desk, nor so little as the dressing box. Oh, Mamma, mayn't I ring for a light?" There was no need, for a servant just then entered, bringing the wished for candles and the not wished for tea. Ellen was capering about in the most fantastic style, but suddenly stopped short at sight of the tea things, and looked very grave. "Well, Mamma, I'll tell you what I'll do," she said, after a pause of consideration; "I'll make the tea first thing, before I untie a single knot. Won't that be best, Mamma? Because I know if I once begin to look, I shan't want to stop. Don't you think that is wise, Mamma?" But alas! the fire had got very low; there was no making the tea quickly, and the toast was a work of time. And when all was over at length, it was then too late for Ellen to begin to undo packages. She struggled with impatience a minute or two, and then gave up the point very gracefully, and went to bed. She had a fine opportunity the next day to make up for the evening's disappointment. It was cloudy and stormy; going out was not to be thought of, and it was very unlikely that anybody would come in. Ellen joyfully allotted the whole morning to the examination and trial of her new possessions; and as soon as breakfast was over and the room clear, she set about it. She first went through the desk and everything in it, making a running commentary on the excellence, fitness, and beauty of all it contained; then the dressing box received a share, but a much smaller share, of attention; and lastly, with fingers trembling with eagerness, she untied the packthread that was wound round the work box, and slowly took off cover after cover; she almost screamed when the last was removed. The box was of satin wood, beautifully finished and lined with crimson silk; and Mrs. Montgomery had taken good care it should want nothing that Ellen might need to keep her clothes in perfect order. "Oh, Mamma, how beautiful! Oh, Mamma, how good you are! Mamma, I promise you I'll never be a slattern. Here is more cotton than I can use up in a great while every number, I do think. And needles oh, the needles! what a parcel of them! And, Mamma, what lovely scissors! Did you choose it, Mamma, or did it belong to the box?" "I chose it." "I might have guessed it. Mamma, it's just like you; and here's a thimble fits me exactly and an emery bag how pretty! and a bodkin. This is a great nicer than yours, Mamma; yours is decidedly the worse for wear. And what's this? Oh, to make eyelet holes with, I know. And oh, Mamma, here is almost everything, I think. Here are tapes, and buttons, and hooks, and eyes, and darning cotton, and silk winders, and pins, and all sorts of things. What's this for, Mamma?" "That's a scissors to cut buttonholes with. Try it on that piece of paper that lies by you, and you will see how it works." "Oh, I see," said Ellen; "how very nice that is! Well, I shall take great pains now to make my buttonholes very handsomely." One survey of her riches could by no means satisfy Ellen. For some time she pleased herself with going over and over the contents of the box, finding each time something new to like. At length she closed it, and keeping it still in her lap, sat a while looking thoughtfully into the fire, till, turning towards her mother, she met her gaze, fixed mournfully, almost tearfully, on herself. The box was instantly shoved aside, and getting up and bursting into tears, Ellen went to her. "Oh, dear mother," she said, "I wish they were all back in the store, if I could only keep you." Mrs. Montgomery answered only by folding her to her heart. "Is there no help for it, Mamma?" "There is none. We know that all things shall work together for good to them that love God." "Then it will all be good for you, Mamma; but what will it be for me?" and Ellen sobbed bitterly. "It will be all well, my precious child, I doubt not. I do not doubt it, Ellen. Do you not doubt it either, love; but from the hand that wounds, seek the healing. He wounds that he may heal. He does not afflict willingly. Perhaps he sees, Ellen, that you would never seek him while you had me to cling to." Ellen clung to her at that moment, yet not more than her mother clung to her. "How happy we were, Mamma, only a year ago even a month!" "We have no continuing city here," answered her mother, with a sigh; "but there is a home, Ellen, where changes do not come; and they that are once gathered there are parted no more for ever, and all tears are wiped from their eyes. I believe I am going fast to that home; and now my greatest concern is, that my little Ellen, my precious baby, may follow me, and come there too." No more was said, nor could be said, till the sound of the doctor's steps upon the stair obliged each of them to assume an appearance of composure as speedily as possible. But they could not succeed perfectly enough to blind him. He did not seem very well satisfied, and told Ellen he believed he should have to get another nurse; he was afraid she didn't obey orders. While the doctor was there, Ellen's Bible was brought in; and no sooner was he gone than it underwent as thorough an examination as the boxes had received. Ellen went over every part of it with the same great care and satisfaction, but mixed with a different feeling. The words that caught her eye as she turned over the leaves seemed to echo what her mother had been saying to her. It began to grow dear already. After a little she rose and brought it to the sofa. "Are you satisfied with it, Ellen?" "Oh, yes, Mamma; it is perfectly beautiful, outside and inside. Now, Mamma, will you please write my name in this precious book my name, and anything else you please, mother? I'll bring you my new pen to write it with, and I've got ink here shall I?" She brought it, and Mrs. Montgomery wrote Ellen's name and the date of the gift. The pen played a moment in her fingers, and then she wrote below the date "I love them that love me, and they that seek me early shall find me." This was for Ellen, but the next words were not for her. What made her write them? "I will be a God to thee, and to thy seed after thee." They were written almost unconsciously, and as if bowed by an unseen force, Mrs. Montgomery's head sank upon the open page, and her whole soul went up with her petition. "Let these words be my memorial that I have trusted in thee. And oh, when these miserable lips are silent for ever, remember the word unto thy servant, upon which thou hast caused me to hope, and be unto my little one all thou hast been to me. Unto thee I lift up mine eyes, O thou that dwellest in the heavens." She raised her face from the book, closed it, and gave it silently to Ellen. Ellen had noticed her action, but had no suspicion of the cause. She supposed that one of her mother's frequent feelings of weakness or sickness had made her lean her head upon the Bible, and she thought no more about it. However, Ellen felt that she wanted no more of her boxes that day. She took her old place by the side of her mother's sofa, with her head upon her mother's hand, and an expression of quiet sorrow in her face that it had not worn for several days. CHAPTER 5. Of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 5. A Peep into the Wide World. The next day would not do for the intended shopping, nor the next. The third day was fine, though cool and windy. "Do you think you can venture out to day, Mamma?" said Ellen. "I am afraid not. I do not feel quite equal to it, and the wind is a great deal too high for me besides." "Well," said Ellen, in the tone of one who is making up her mind to do something, "we shall have a fine day by and by, I suppose, if we wait long enough. We had to wait a great deal while for our first shopping day. I wish such another would come round." "But the misfortune is," said her mother, "that we cannot afford to wait. November will soon be here, and your clothes may be suddenly wanted before they are ready, if we do not bestir ourselves. And Miss Rice is coming in a few days. I ought to have the merino ready for her." "What will you do, Mamma?" "I do not know, indeed, Ellen. I am greatly at a loss." "Couldn't Papa get the stuffs for you, Mamma?" "No, he's too busy; and besides, he doesn't know about shopping for me." "Well, what will you do, Mamma? Is there nobody else you could ask to get the things for you? Mrs. Foster would do it, Mamma." "I know she would, and I should ask her without any difficulty; but she is confined to her room with a cold. I see nothing for it but to be patient and let things take their course; though if a favourable opportunity should offer, you would have to go, clothes or no clothes; it would not do to lose the chance of a good escort." And Mrs. Montgomery's face showed that this possibility of Ellen's going unprovided gave her some uneasiness. Ellen observed it. "Never mind me, dearest mother. Don't be in the least worried about my clothes. You don't know how little I think of them or care for them. It's no matter at all whether I have them or not." Mrs. Montgomery smiled, and passed her hand fondly over her little daughter's head, but presently resumed her anxious look out of the window. "Mamma!" exclaimed Ellen, suddenly starting up, "a bright thought has just come into my head. I'll do it for you, Mamma." "Do what?" "I'll get the merino and things for you, Mamma. You needn't smile. I will, indeed, if you let me." "My dear Ellen," said her mother, "I don't doubt you would, if goodwill only were wanting; but a great deal of skill and experience is necessary for a shopper, and what would you do without either?" "But see, Mamma," pursued Ellen eagerly, "I'll tell you how I'll manage, and I know I can manage very well. You tell me exactly what colour of merino you want, and give me a little piece to show me how fine it should be, and tell me what price you wish to give; and then I'll go to the store and ask them to show me different pieces, you know; and if I see any I think you would like, I'll ask them to give me a little bit of it to show you, and then I'll bring it home, and if you like it, you can give me the money, and tell me how many yards you want, and I can go back to the store and get it. Why can't I, Mamma?" "Perhaps you could; but, my dear child, I am afraid you wouldn't like the business." "Yes, I should, indeed, Mamma. I should like it dearly, if I could help you so. Will you let me try, Mamma?" "I don't like, my child, to venture you alone on such an errand, among crowds of people. I should be uneasy about you." "Dear Mamma, what would the crowds of people do to me? I am not a bit afraid. You know, Mamma, I have often taken walks alone that's nothing new; and what harm should come to me while I am in the store? You needn't be in the least uneasy about me. May I go?" Mrs. Montgomery smiled, but was silent. "May I go, Mamma?" repeated Ellen. "Let me go at least and try what I can do. What do you say, Mamma?" "I don't know what to say, my daughter; but I am in difficulty on either hand. I will let you go and see what you can do. It would be a great relief to me to get this merino by any means." "Then shall I go right away, Mamma?" "As well now as ever. You are not afraid of the wind?" "I should think not," said Ellen, and away she scampered up stairs to get ready. With eager haste she dressed herself, then with great care and particularity took her mother's instructions as to the article wanted, and finally set out, sensible that a great trust was reposed in her, and feeling busy and important accordingly. But at the very bottom of Ellen's heart there was a little secret doubtfulness respecting her undertaking. She hardly knew it was there, but then she couldn't tell what it was that made her fingers so inclined to be tremulous while she was dressing, and that made her heart beat quicker than it ought, or than was pleasant, and one of her cheeks so much hotter than the other. However, she set forth upon her errand with a very brisk step, which she kept up till, on turning a corner, she came in sight of the place she was going to. Without thinking much about it, Ellen had directed her steps to St. Clair and Fleury's. It was one of the largest and best stores in the city, and the one she knew where her mother generally made her purchases; and it did not occur to her that it might not be the best for her purpose on this occasion. But her steps slackened as soon as she came in sight of it, and continued to slacken as she drew nearer; and she went up the broad flight of marble steps in front of the store, very slowly indeed, though they were exceeding low and easy. Pleasure was not certainly the uppermost feeling in her mind now, yet she never thought of turning back. She knew that if she could succeed in the object of her mission, her mother would be relieved from some anxiety. That was enough; she was bent on accomplishing it. Timidly she entered the large hall of entrance. It was full of people, and the buzz of business was heard on all sides. Ellen had for some time past seldom gone a shopping with her mother, and had never been in this store but once or twice before. She had not the remotest idea where or in what apartment of the building the merino counter was situated, and she could see no one to speak to. She stood irresolute in the middle of the floor; everybody seemed to be busily engaged with somebody else; and whenever an opening on one side or another appeared to promise her an opportunity, it was sure to be filled up before she could reach it, and, disappointed and abashed, she would return to her old station in the middle of the floor. Clerks frequently passed her, crossing the store in all directions, but they were always bustling along in a great hurry of business. They did not seem to notice her at all, and were gone before poor Ellen could get her mouth open to speak to them. She knew well enough now, poor child, what it was that made her cheeks burn as they did, and her heart beat as if it would burst its bounds. She felt confused, and almost confounded by the incessant hum of voices, and moving crowd of strange people all around her, while her little figure stood alone and unnoticed in the midst of them, and there seemed no prospect that she would be able to gain the ear or the eye of a single person. Once she determined to accost a man she saw advancing toward her from a distance, and actually made up to him for the purpose; but with a hurried bow, and "I beg your pardon, miss," he brushed past. Ellen almost burst into tears. She longed to turn and run out of the store, but a faint hope remaining, and an unwillingness to give up her undertaking, kept her fast. At length one of the clerks in the desk observed her, and remarked to Mr. St. Clair, who stood by, "There's a little girl, Sir, who seems to be looking for something, or waiting for somebody. She has been standing there a good while." Mr. St. Clair, upon this, advanced to poor Ellen's relief. "What do you wish, miss?" he said. But Ellen had been so long preparing sentences, trying to utter them, and failing in the attempt, that now, when an opportunity to speak and be heard was given her, the power of speech seemed to be gone. "Do you wish anything, miss?" inquired Mr. St. Clair again. "Mother sent me," stammered Ellen. "I wish, if you please, Sir Mamma wished me to look at the merinoes, Sir, if you please." "Is your Mamma in the store?" "No, Sir," said Ellen; "she is ill and cannot come out, and she sent me to look at merinoes for her, if you please, Sir." "Here, Saunders," said Mr. St. Clair, "show this young lady the merinoes." Mr. Saunders made his appearance from among a little group of clerks, with whom he had been indulging in a few jokes by way of relief from the tedium of business. "Come this way," he said to Ellen, and sauntering before her with a rather dissatisfied air, led the way out of the entrance hall into another and much larger apartment. There were plenty of people here too, and just as busy as those they had quitted. Mr. Saunders, having brought Ellen to the merino counter, placed himself behind it, and leaning over it and fixing his eyes carelessly upon her, asked what she wanted to look at. His tone and manner struck Ellen most unpleasantly, and made her again wish herself out of the store. He was a tall, lank young man, with a quantity of fair hair combed down on each side of his face, a slovenly exterior, and the most disagreeable pair of eyes, Ellen thought, she had ever beheld. She could not bear to meet them, and cast down her own. Their look was bold, ill bred, and ill humoured; and Ellen felt, though she couldn't have told why, that she need not expect either kindness or politeness from him. "What do you want to see, little one?" inquired this gentleman, as if he had a business on hand he would like to be rid of. Ellen heartily wished he was rid of it, and she too. "Merinoes, if you please," she answered, without looking up. "Well, what kind of merinoes? Here are all sorts and descriptions of merinoes, and I can't pull them all down, you know, for you to look at. What kind do you want?" "I don't know without looking," said Ellen. "Won't you please to show me some?" He tossed down several pieces upon the counter, and tumbled them about before her. "There," said he, "is that anything like what you want? There's a pink one, and there's a blue one, and there's a green one. Is that the kind?" "This is the kind," said Ellen, "but this isn't the colour I want." "What colour do you want?" "Something dark, if you please." "Well, there, that green's dark; won't that do? See, that would make up very pretty for you." "No," said Ellen, "Mamma don't like green." "Why don't she come and choose her stuffs herself, then? What colour does she like?" "Dark blue, or dark brown, or a nice gray would do," said Ellen, "if it's fine enough." "Dark blue, or dark brown, or a nice gray, eh? Well, she's pretty easy to suit. A dark blue I've showed you already. What's the matter with that?" "It isn't dark enough," said Ellen. "Well," said he, discontentedly, pulling down another piece, "how will that do? That's dark enough." It was a fine and beautiful piece, very different from those he had showed her first; even Ellen could see that; and fumbling for her little pattern of merino, she compared it with the piece; they agreed perfectly as to fineness. "What is the price of this?" she asked, with trembling hope that she was going to be rewarded by success for all the trouble of her enterprise. $2 a yard. Her hopes and countenance fell together. "That's too high," she said, with a sigh. "Then take this other blue come, it's a great deal prettier than that dark one, and not so dear; and I know your mother will like it better." Ellen's cheeks were tingling and her heart throbbing, but she couldn't bear to give up. "Would you be so good as to show me some gray?" He slowly and ill humouredly complied, and took down an excellent piece of dark gray, which Ellen fell in love with at once. But she was again disappointed; it was 14 shillings. "Well, if you won't take that, take something else," said the man. "You can't have everything at once. If you will have cheap goods, of course; you can't have the same quality that you like. But now, here's this other blue, only 12 shillings, and I'll let you have it for 10 if you'll take it." "No, it's too light and too coarse," said Ellen; "Mamma wouldn't like it." "Let me see," said he, seizing her pattern and pretending to compare it; "it's quite as fine as this, if that's all you want." "Could you," said Ellen, timidly, "give me a little bit of this gray to show Mamma?" "Oh, no," said he, impatiently tossing over the cloths and throwing Ellen's pattern on the floor; "we can't cut up our goods. If people don't choose to buy of us, they may go somewhere else; and if you cannot decide upon anything, I must go and attend to those that can. I can't wait here all day." "What's the matter, Saunders?" said one of his brother clerks, passing him. "Why, I've been here this half hour showing cloths to a child that doesn't know merino from a sheep's back," said he, laughing. And, some other customers coming up at the moment, he was as good as his word, and left Ellen to attend them. Ellen stood a moment stock still, just where he had left her, struggling with her feelings of mortification. She could not endure to let them be seen. Her face was on fire, her head was dizzy. She could not stir at first, and in spite of her utmost efforts, she could not command back one or two rebel tears that forced their way. She lifted her hand to her face to remove them as quietly as possible. "What is all this about, my little girl?" said a strange voice at her side. Ellen started, and turned her face, with the tears but half wiped away, towards the speaker. It was an old gentleman an odd old gentleman, too, she thought; one she certainly would have been rather shy of if she had seen him under other circumstances; but though his face was odd, it looked kindly upon her, and it was a kind tone of voice in which his question had been put, so he seemed to her like a friend. "What is all this?" repeated the old gentleman. Ellen began to tell what it was, but the pride which had forbidden her to weep before strangers gave way at one touch of sympathy, and she poured out tears much faster than words, as she related her story, so that it was some little time before the old gentleman could get a clear notion of her case. He waited very patiently till she had finished, but then he set himself in good earnest about righting the wrong. "Hillo! you, Sir!" he shouted in a voice that made everybody look round "you merino man! come and show your goods. Why aren't you at your post, Sir?" As Mr. Saunders came up, with an altered countenance, "Here's a young lady you've left standing unattended to, I don't know how long. Are these your manners?" "The young lady did not wish anything, I believe, Sir," returned Mr. Saunders softly. "You know better, you scoundrel!" retorted the old gentleman, who was in a great passion. "I saw the whole matter with my own eyes. You are a disgrace to the store, Sir, and deserve to be sent out of it, which you are like enough to be." "I really thought, Sir," said Mr. Saunders, smoothly, for he knew the old gentleman, and knew very well he was a person that must not be offended "I really thought I was not aware, Sir, that the young lady had any occasion for my services." "Well, show your wares, Sir, and hold your tongue. Now, my dear, what did you want?" "I wanted a little bit of this gray merino, Sir, to show Mamma. I couldn't buy it, you know, Sir, until I found out whether she would like it." "Cut a piece, Sir, without any words," said the gentleman. Mr. Saunders obeyed. "Did you like this best?" pursued the old gentleman. "I like this dark blue very much, Sir, and I thought Mamma would, but it's too high." "How much is it?" inquired he. 14 shillings," replied Mr. Saunders. "He said it was $2," exclaimed Ellen. "I beg pardon," said the crestfallen Mr. Saunders. "The young lady mistook me. I was speaking of another piece when I said $2." "He said this was $2, and the gray was 14 shillings," said Ellen. "Is the gray 14 shillings?" inquired the old gentleman. "I think not, Sir," answered Mr. Saunders. "I believe not, Sir. I think it's only 12. I'll inquire, if you please, Sir." "No, no," said the old gentleman; "I know it was only 12. I know your trick, Sir. Cut a piece off the blue. Now, my dear, are there any more pieces of which you would like to take patterns to show your mother?" "No, Sir," said the overjoyed Ellen; "I am sure she will like one of these." "Now, shall we go, then?" "If you please, Sir," said Ellen, "I should like to have my bit of merino that I brought from home. Mamma wanted me to bring it back again." "Where is it?" "That gentleman threw it on the floor." "Do you hear, Sir?" said the gentleman; "find it directly." Mr. Saunders found and delivered it, after stooping in search of it till he was very red in the face; and he was left, wishing heartily that he had some safe means of revenge, and obliged to come to the conclusion that none was in his reach, and that he must stomach his indignity in the best manner he could. But Ellen and her protector went forth most joyously together from the store. "Do you live far from here?" asked the old gentleman. "Oh, no, Sir," said Ellen, "not very; it's only at Green's Hotel, in Southing street." "I'll go with you," said he; "and when your mother has decided which merino she will have, we'll come right back and get it. I do not want to trust you again to the mercy of that saucy clerk." "Oh, thank you, Sir," said Ellen; "that is just what I was afraid of. But I shall be giving you a great deal of trouble, Sir," she added in another tone. "No, you won't," said the old gentleman; "I can't be troubled, so you needn't say anything about that." They went gaily along, Ellen's heart about 5 times as light as the one with which she had travelled that very road a little while before. Her old friend was in a very cheerful mood too, for he assured Ellen laughingly, that it was of no manner of use for her to be in a hurry, for he could not possibly set up and skip to Green's Hotel, as she seemed inclined to do. They got there at last. Ellen showed the old gentleman into the parlour, and ran up the stairs in great haste to her mother. But in a few minutes she came down again with a very April face, for smiles were playing in every feature, while the tears were yet wet upon her cheeks. "Mamma hopes you'll take the trouble, Sir, to come upstairs," she said, seizing his hand. "She wants to thank you herself, Sir." "It is not necessary," said the old gentleman; "it is not necessary at all." But he followed his little conductor, nevertheless, to the door of her mother's room, into which she ushered him with great satisfaction. Mrs. Montgomery was looking very ill; he saw that at a glance. She rose from her sofa, and extending her hand, thanked him, with glistening eyes, for his kindness to her child. "I don't deserve any thanks, Ma'am," said the old gentleman. "I suppose my little friend has told you what made us acquainted." "She gave me a very short account of it," said Mrs. Montgomery. "She was very disagreeably tried," said the old gentleman. "I presume you do not need to be told, Ma'am, that her behaviour was such as would have become any years. I assure you, Ma'am, if I had had no kindness in my composition to feel for the child, my honour as a gentleman would have made me interfere for the lady." Mrs. Montgomery smiled, but looked through glistening eyes again on Ellen. "I am very glad to hear it," she replied. "I was very far from thinking, when I permitted her to go on this errand, that I was exposing her to anything more serious than the annoyance a timid child would feel at having to transact business with strangers." "I suppose not," said the gentleman; "but it isn't a sort of thing that should be often done. There are all sorts of people in this world, and a little one alone in a crowd is in great danger of being trampled upon." Mrs. Montgomery's heart answered this with an involuntary pang. He saw the shade that passed over her face, as she said sadly "I know it, Sir, and it was with strong unwillingness that I allowed Ellen this morning to do as she had proposed; but in truth I was but making a choice between difficulties. I am very sorry I chose as I did. If you are a father, Sir, you know better than I can tell you, How grateful I am for your kind interference." "Say nothing about that, Ma'am; the less the better. I am an old man, and not good for much now, except to please young people. I think myself best off when I have the best chance to do that. So if you will be so good as to choose that merino, and let Miss Ellen and me go and dispatch our business, you will be conferring, and not receiving a favour. And any other errand that you please to intrust her with, I'll undertake to see her safe through." His look and manner obliged Mrs. Montgomery to take him at his word. A very short examination of Ellen's patterns ended in favour of the gray merino, and Ellen was commissioned, not only to get and pay for this, but also to choose a dark dress of the same stuff, and enough of a certain article called nankeen for a coat; Mrs. Montgomery truly opining that the old gentleman's care would do more than see her scatheless; that it would have some regard to the justness and prudence of her purchase. In great glee Ellen set forth again with her new old friend. Her hand was fast in his, and her tongue ran very freely, for her heart was completely open to him. He seemed as pleased to listen as she was to talk, and by little and little Ellen told him all her history the troubles that had come upon her in consequence of her mother's illness, and her intended journey and prospects. That was a happy day to Ellen. They returned to St. Clair in flurries, bought the gray merino and the nankeen, and a dark brown merino for a dress. "Do you want only one of these?" asked the old gentleman. "Mamma said only one," said Ellen; "that will last me all the winter." "Well," said he, "I think two will be better. Let us have another off the same piece, Mr. Shopman." "But I am afraid Mamma won't like it, Sir," said Ellen, gently. "Poh, poh!" said he, "your mother has nothing to do with this. This is my affair." He paid for it accordingly. "Now, Miss Ellen," said he, when they left the store, "have you got anything in the shape of a good warm winter bonnet? For it's precious cold up there in Thirlwall. Your pasteboard things won't do; if you don't take good care of your ears, you will lose them some fine frosty day. You must quilt and pad, and all sorts of things, to keep alive and comfortable. So you haven't a hood, eh? Do you think you and I could make out to choose one that your mother would think wasn't quite a fright? Come this way, and let us see. If she don't like it, she can give it away, you know." He led the delighted Ellen into a milliner's shop, and after turning over a great many different articles, chose her a nice warm hood, or quilted bonnet. It was of dark blue silk, well made and pretty. He saw with great satisfaction that it fitted Ellen well, and would protect her ears nicely; and having paid for it and ordered it home, he and Ellen sallied forth into the street again. But he wouldn't let her thank him. "It is just the very thing I wanted, Sir," said Ellen. "Mamma was speaking about it the other day, and she did not see how I was ever to get one, because she did not feel at all able to go out, and I could not get one myself. I know she'll like it very much." "Would you rather have something for yourself or your mother, Ellen, if you could choose, and have but one?" "Oh, for Mamma, Sir," said Ellen, "a great deal." "Come in here," said he; "let us see if we could find anything she would like." It was a grocery store. After looking about a little, the old gentleman ordered sundry pounds of figs and white grapes to be packed up in papers; and being now very near home, he took one parcel and Ellen the other, till they came to the door of Green's Hotel, where he committed both to her care. "Won't you come in, Sir?" said Ellen. "No," said he, "I can't this time. I must go home to dinner." "And shan't I see you any more, Sir?" said Ellen, a shade coming over her face, which a minute before had been quite joyous. "Well, I don't know," said he, kindly. "I hope you will. You shall hear from me again at any rate, I promise you. We've spent one pleasant morning together, haven't we? Good bye, good bye." Ellen's hands were full, but the old gentleman took them in both his, packages and all, and shook them after a fashion, and again bidding her good bye, walked away down the street. The next morning Ellen and her mother were sitting quietly together, and Ellen had not finished her accustomed reading, when there came a knock at the door. "My old gentleman!" cried Ellen, as she sprung to open it. No, there was no old gentleman, but a black man with a brace of beautiful woodcocks in his hand. He bowed very civilly, and said he had been ordered to leave the birds with Miss Montgomery. Ellen, in surprise, took them from him, and likewise a note, which he delivered into her hand. Ellen asked from whom the birds came, but with another polite bow the man said the note would inform her, and went away. In great curiosity she carried them and the note to her mother, to whom the latter was directed. It read thus: "Will Mrs. Montgomery permit an old man to please himself in his own way, by showing his regard for her little daughter, and not feel that he is taking a liberty? The birds are for Miss Ellen." "Oh, Mamma!" exclaimed Ellen, jumping with delight, "did you ever see such a dear old gentleman? Now I know what he meant yesterday, when he asked me if I would rather have something for myself or for you. How kind he is! To do just the very thing for me that he knows would give me the most pleasure. Now, Mamma, these birds are mine, you know, and I give them to you. You must pay me a kiss for them, Mamma; they are worth that. Aren't they beauties?" "They are very fine indeed," said Mrs. Montgomery. "This is just the season for woodcock, and these are in beautiful condition. Do you like woodcocks, Mamma?" "Yes, very much." "Oh, how glad I am!" said Ellen. "I'll ask Sam to have them done very nicely for you, and then you will enjoy them so much." The waiter was called and instructed accordingly, and to him the birds were committed, to be delivered to the care of the cook. "Now, Mamma," said Ellen, "I think these birds have made me happy for all day." "Then I hope, daughter, they will make you busy for all day. You have ruffles to hem, and the skirts of your dresses to make. We need not wait for Miss Rice to do that; and when she comes you will have to help her, for I can do little. You can't be too industrious." "Well, Mamma, I am as willing as can be." This was the beginning of a pleasant 2 weeks to Ellen; weeks to which she often looked back afterwards, so quietly and swiftly the days fled away, in busy occupation and sweet intercourse with her mother. The passions which were apt enough to rise in Ellen's mind upon occasions, were, for the present, kept effectually in check. She could not forget that her days with her mother would very soon be at an end, for a long time at least; and this consciousness, always present to her mind, forbade even the wish to do anything that might grieve or disturb her. Love and tenderness had absolute rule for the time, and even had power to overcome the sorrowful thoughts that would often rise; so that in spite of them, peace reigned; and perhaps both mother and daughter enjoyed this interval the more keenly because they knew that sorrow was at hand. All this while there was scarcely a day that the old gentleman's servant did not knock at their door, bearing a present of game. The second time he came with some fine larks; next was a superb grouse; then a woodcock again. Curiosity strove with astonishment and gratitude in Ellen's mind. "Mamma," she said, after she had admired the grouse for 5 minutes, "I cannot rest without finding out who this old gentleman is." "I am sorry for that," replied Mrs. Montgomery, gravely, "for I see no possible way of your doing it." "Why, Mamma, couldn't I ask the man that brings the birds what his name is? He must know it." "Certainly not; it would be very dishonourable." "Would it, Mamma? Why?" "This old gentleman has not chosen to tell you his name. He wrote his note without signing it, and his man has obviously been instructed not to disclose it. Don't you remember, he did not tell it when you asked him, the first time he came? Now this shows the old gentleman wishes to keep it a secret, and to try to find it out in any way would be a very unworthy return for his kindness. Yes, it wouldn't be doing as I would be done by, to be sure; but would it be dishonourable, Mamma?" "Very. It is very dishonourable to try to find out that about other people which does not concern you, and which they wish to keep from you. Remember that, my dear daughter." "I will, Mamma. I'll never do it, I promise you." "Even in talking with people, if you discern in them any unwillingness to speak upon a subject, avoid it immediately, provided, of course, that some higher interests do not oblige you to go on. That is true politeness, and true kindness, which are nearly the same; and not to do so, I assure you, Ellen, proves one wanting in true honour." "Well, Mamma, I don't care what his name is at least I won't try to find out; but it does worry me that I cannot thank him. I wish he knew how much I feel obliged to him." "Very well, write him and tell him so." "Mamma!" said Ellen, opening her eyes very wide, "can I? Would you?" "Certainly, if you like; it would be very proper." "Then I will. I declare that is a good notion. I'll do it the first thing, and then I can give it to that man if he comes to morrow, as I suppose he will. Mamma," said she, on opening her desk, "how funny! Don't you remember you wondered who I was going to write notes to? Here is one now, Mamma. It is very lucky I have got note paper." More than one sheet of it was ruined before Ellen had satisfied herself with what she wrote. It was a full hour from the time she began, when she brought the following note for her mother's inspection: "Ellen Montgomery does not know how to thank the old gentleman who is so kind to her. Mamma enjoys the birds very much, and I think I do more, for I have the double pleasure of giving them to Mamma, and of eating them afterwards. But your kindness is the best of all. I can't tell you how much I am obliged to you, Sir, but I will always love you for all you have done for me. Ellen Montgomery." This note Mrs. Montgomery approved, and Ellen having, with great care and satisfaction, enclosed it in an envelope. succeeded in sealing it according to rule, and very well. Mrs. Montgomery laughed when she saw the direction, but let it go. Without consulting her, Ellen had written on the outside, "To the old gentleman." She sent it the next morning by the hands of the same servant, who this time was the bearer of a plump partridge, to Miss Montgomery, and her mind was a great deal easier on the subject from that time. CHAPTER VI. Chapter 6 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 6. Night and Morning. October was now far advanced. One evening, the evening of the last Sunday in the month, Mrs. Montgomery was lying in the parlour alone. Ellen had gone to bed some time before, and now, in the stillness of the Sabbath evening, the ticking of the clock was almost the only sound to be heard. The hands were rapidly approaching 10. Captain Montgomery was abroad, and he had been so, according to custom, or in bed, the whole day. The mother and daughter had had the Sabbath to themselves, and most quietly and sweetly it had passed. They had read together, prayed together, talked together a great deal, and the evening had been spent in singing hymns. But Mrs. Montgomery's strength failed here, and Ellen sang alone. She was not soon weary. Hymn succeeded hymn, with fresh and varied pleasure, and her mother could not tire of listening. The sweet words and the sweet airs, which were all old friends, and brought of themselves many a lesson of wisdom and consolation, by the mere force of association, needed not the recommendation of the clear childish voice in which they were sung, which was, of all things, the sweetest to Mrs. Montgomery's ear. She listened till she almost felt as if earth were left behind, and she and her child already standing within the walls of that city where sorrow and sighing shall be no more, and the tears shall be wiped from all eyes for ever. Ellen's next hymn, however, brought her back to earth again; but though her tears flowed freely while she heard it, all of her causes of sorrow could not render them bitter. God in Israel sows the seeds Of affliction, pain, and toil; These spring up and choke the weeds, Which would else o'erspread the soil. Trials make the promise sweet, Trials give new life to prayer, Trials bring me to his feet, Lay me low and keep me there. "It is so, indeed, dear Ellen," said Mrs. Montgomery, when she had finished, and holding the little singer to her breast. "I have always found it so. God is faithful. I have seen abundant cause to thank him for all the evils he has made me suffer heretofore, and I do not doubt it will be the same with this last and worst one. Let us glorify him in the fires, my daughter; and if earthly joys be stripped from us, and we be torn from each other, let us cling the closer to him. He can, and he will, in that case, make up to us more than all we have lost." Ellen felt her utter inability to join in her mother's expressions of confidence and hope. To her there was no brightness on the cloud that hung over them; it was all dark. She could only press her lips, in tearful silence, to the one and the other of her mother's cheeks alternately. How sweet the sense of the coming parting made every such embrace! This one, for particular reasons, was often and long remembered. A few minutes they remained thus in each other's arms, cheek pressed against cheek, without speaking; but then Mrs. Montgomery remembered that Ellen's bedtime was already past, and dismissed her. For a while after, Mrs. Montgomery remained just where Ellen had left her, her busy thoughts roaming over many things, in the far past, and the sad present, and the uncertain future. She was unconscious of the passage of time, and did not notice how the silence deepened as the night drew on, till scarce a footfall was heard in the street, and the ticking of the clock sounded with that sad distinctness which seems to say, "Time is going on, time is going on, and you are going with it. Do what you will, you can't help that." It was just upon the stroke of 10, and Mrs. Montgomery was still wrapped in her deep musings, when a sharp brisk footstep in the distance aroused her, rapidly approaching, and she knew very well whose it was, and that it would pause at the door, before she heard the quick run up the steps, succeeded by her husband's tread upon the staircase. And yet she saw him open the door with a kind of startled feeling, which his appearance now invariably caused her. The thought always darted through her head, "Perhaps he brings news of Ellen's going." Something, it would have been impossible to say what, in his appearance or manner, confirmed this fear on the present occasion. Her heart felt sick, and she waited in silence to hear what he would say. He seemed very well pleased; sat down before the fire, rubbing his hands, partly with cold and partly with satisfaction, and his first words were, Well, we have got a fine opportunity for her at last." How little he was capable of understanding the pang this announcement gave his poor wife! But she only closed her eyes and kept perfectly quiet, and he never suspected it. He unbuttoned his coat, and taking the poker in his hand, began to mend the fire, talking the while. "I am very glad of it indeed," said he; "it's quite a load off my mind. Now we'll be gone directly, and high time it is. I'll take passage in the England the first thing to morrow. And this is the best possible chance for Ellen everything we could have desired. I began to feel very uneasy about it, it was getting so late; but I am quite relieved now." "Why, who is it?" said Mrs. Montgomery, forcing herself to speak. "Why, it's Mrs. Dunscombe," said the Captain, flourishing his poker by way of illustration. "You know her, don't you? Captain Dunscombe's wife. She's going right through Thirlwall, and will take charge of Ellen as far as that, and there my sister will meet her with a waggon, and take her straight home. Couldn't be anything better. I write to let Fortune know when to expect her. Mrs. Dunscombe is a lady of the first family in fashion, in the highest degree respectable. She is going on to Fort Jameson, with her daughter and a servant, and her husband is to follow her in a few days. I happened to hear of it to day, and I immediately seized the opportunity to ask if she would not take Ellen with her as far as Thirlwall, and Dunscombe was only too glad to oblige me. I'm a very good friend of his, and he knows it." "How soon does she go?" "Why, that's the only part of the business I am afraid you won't like; but there is no help for it. And after all, it is a great deal better so than if you had time to wear yourselves out with mourning. Better, and easier too, in the end." "How soon?" repeated Mrs. Montgomery, with an agonized accent. "Why, I am a little afraid of startling you. Dunscombe's wife must go, he told me, to morrow morning, and we arranged that she could call in the carriage at 6 o'clock to take up Ellen." Mrs. Montgomery put her hands to her face and sank back against the sofa. "I was afraid you would take it so," said her husband, "but I don't think it is worth while. It is a great deal better as it is a great deal better than if she had a long warning. You would fairly wear yourself out if you had time enough, and you haven't any strength to spare." It was some time before Mrs. Montgomery could recover composure and firmness enough to go on with what she had to do, though, knowing the necessity, she strove hard for it. For several minutes she remained quite silent and quiet, endeavouring to collect her scattered forces; then sitting upright and drawing her shawl around her, she exclaimed, "I must waken Ellen immediately." "Waken Ellen!" exclaimed her husband, in his turn; "what on earth for? That's the very last thing to be done." "Why, you would not put off telling her until to morrow morning," said Mrs. Montgomery. "Certainly I would; that's the only proper way to do. Why in the world should you wake her up, just to spend the whole night in useless grieving, unfitting her utterly for her journey, and doing yourself more harm than you can undo in a week? No, no, just let her sleep quietly, and you can go to bed and do the same. Wake her up, indeed! I thought you were wiser." "But she will be so dreadfully shocked in the morning." "Not one bit more than she would be to night. And she won't have so much time to feel it. In the hurry and bustle of getting off, she will not have time to think about her feelings; and once on the way, she will do well enough. Children always do." Mrs. Montgomery looked undecided and unsatisfied. "I'll take the responsibility of this matter on myself. You must not waken her, absolutely; it would not do at all," said the Captain, poking the fire very energetically; "it would not do at all; I cannot allow it." Mrs. Montgomery silently arose and lit a lamp. "You are not going into Ellen's room?" said the husband. "I must put her things together." "But you'll not disturb Ellen?" said he, in a tone that required a promise. "Not if I can help it." Twice Mrs. Montgomery stopped before she reached the door of Ellen's room, for her heart failed her; but she must go on, and the necessary preparations for the morrow must be made; she knew it; and repeating this to herself, she gently turned the handle of the door and pushed it open, and guarding the light with her hand from Ellen's eyes, she set it where it would not shine upon her. Having done this, she set herself, without once glancing at her little daughter, to put all things in order for her early departure on the following morning. But it was a bitter piece of work for her. She first laid out all that Ellen would need to wear the dark merino, the new nankeen coat, the white bonnet, the clean frill that her own hands had done up, the little gloves and shoes, and all the et ceteras, with a thoughtfulness and carefulness of love. But it went through and through her heart that it was the very last time a mother's fingers would ever be busy in arranging or preparing Ellen's attire the very last time she would ever see or touch even the little inanimate things that belonged to her; and painful as the task was, she was loath to have it come to an end. It was with a kind of lingering unwillingness to quit her hold of them, that one thing after another was stowed carefully and neatly away in the trunk. She felt it was love's last act. Words might indeed a few times yet come over the ocean on a sheet of paper, but sight, and hearing, and touch must all have done henceforth for ever. Keenly as Mrs. Montgomery felt this, she went on busily with her work all the while, and when the last thing was safely packed, shut the trunk and locked it without allowing herself to stop and think, and even drew the straps; and then, having finished all her task, she went to the bedside. She had not looked that way before. Ellen was lying in the deep, sweet sleep of childhood. The easy position, the gentle breathing, and the flush of health upon the cheek, showed that all causes of sorrow were for the present far removed. Yet not so far either, for once, when Mrs. Montgomery stooped to kiss her, light as the touch of that kiss had been upon her lips, it seemed to awaken a train of sorrowful recollections in the little sleeper's mind. A shade passed over her face, and with gentle but sad accent the word "Mamma" burst from the parted lips. Only a moment, and the shade passed away, and the expression of peace settled again upon her brow. But Mrs. Montgomery dared not try the experiment a second time. Long she stood looking upon her, as if she knew she was looking her last. Then she knelt by the bedside, and hid her face in the coverings, but no tears came. The struggle in her mind, and her anxious fear for the morning's trial, made weeping impossible. Her husband at length came to seek her, and it was well he did. She would have remained there on her knees all night. He feared something of the kind, and came to prevent it. Mrs. Montgomery suffered herself to be led away without making any opposition, and went to bed as usual, but sleep was far from her. The fear of Ellen's distress when she should be awakened and suddenly told the truth, kept her in an agony. In restless wakefulness she tossed and turned uneasily upon her bed, watching for the dawn, and dreading unspeakably to see it. The captain, in happy unconsciousness of his wife's distress and utter inability to sympathize with it, was soon in a sound sleep, and his heavy breathing was an aggravation of her trouble. It kept repeating, what indeed she knew already, that the only one in the world who ought to have shared and soothed her grief was not capable of doing either. Wearied with watching and tossing to and fro, she at length lost herself in a moment of uneasy slumber, from which she suddenly started in terror, and seizing her husband's arm to arouse him, exclaimed, "It is time to wake Ellen!" But she had to repeat her efforts 2 or 3 times before she succeeded in making herself heard. "What is the matter?" said he, heavily, and not over well pleased at the interruption. "It is time to wake Ellen." "No, it isn't," said he, relapsing; "it isn't time yet this great while." "Oh, yes, it is," said Mrs. Montgomery; "I am sure it is. I see the beginning of dawn in the east." "Nonsense! it's no such thing; it's the glimmer of the lamplight. What is the use of your exciting yourself so, for nothing? It won't be dawn these 2 hours. Wait till I find my repeater, and I'll convince you." He found and struck it. "There, I told you so. Only 1/4 after 4; it would be absurd to wake her yet. Do go to sleep and leave it to me. I'll take care it is done in proper time." Mrs. Montgomery sighed heavily, and again arranged herself to watch the eastern horizon, or rather with her face in that direction, for she could see nothing. But, more quietly now, she lay gazing into the darkness, which it was in vain to try to penetrate; and thoughts succeeding thoughts in a more regular train, at last fairly cheated her into sleep, much as she wished to keep it off. She slept soundly for near an hour, and when she awoke the dawn had really begun to break in the eastern sky. She again aroused Captain Montgomery, who this time allowed it might be as well to get up; but it was with unutterable impatience that she saw him lighting a lamp, and moving about as leisurely as if he had nothing more to do than to get ready for breakfast at 8 o'clock. "Oh, do speak to Ellen!" she said, unable to control herself. "Never mind brushing your hair till afterwards; she will have no time for anything. Oh, do not wait any longer! What are you thinking of?" "What are you thinking of?" said the captain; "there's plenty of time. Do quiet yourself. You're getting as nervous as possible. I'm going immediately." Mrs. Montgomery fairly groaned with impatience, and an agonizing dread of what was to follow the disclosure to Ellen. But her husband coolly went on with his preparations, which indeed were not long in finishing, and then taking the lamp, he at last went. He had in truth delayed on purpose, wishing the final leave taking to be as brief as possible, and the grey streaks of light in the east were plainly showing themselves when he opened the door of his little daughter's room. He found her lying very much as her mother had left her, in the same quiet sleep, and with the same expression of calmness and peace spread over her whole face and person. It touched even him, and he was not readily touched by anything. It made him loath to say the word that would drive all that sweet expression so quickly and completely away. It must be said, however, the increasing light warned him he must not tarry; but it was with a hesitating and almost faltering voice that he said, "Ellen!" She stirred in her sleep, and the shadow came over her face again. "Ellen! Ellen!" She started up, broad awake now, and both the shadow and the peaceful expression were gone from her face. It was a look of blank astonishment, at first, with which she regarded her father, but very soon indeed that changed into one of bleak despair. He saw that she understood perfectly what he was there for, and that there was no need at all for him to trouble himself with making painful explanations. "Come, Ellen," he said, "that's a good child. Make haste and dress; there's no time to lose now, for the carriage will soon be at the door, and your mother wants to see you, you know." Ellen hastily obeyed him, and began to put on her stockings and shoes. "That's right; now you'll be ready directly. You are going with Mrs. Dunscombe. I have engaged her to take charge of you all the way quite to Thirlwall. She's the wife of Captain Dunscombe, whom you saw here the other day, you know, and her daughter is going with her; so you will have charming company. I dare say you will enjoy the journey very much, and your aunt will meet you at Thirlwall. Now, make haste; I expect the carriage every minute. I meant to have called you before, but I overslept myself. Don't be long." And nodding encouragement, her father left her. "How did she bear it?" asked Mrs. Montgomery, when he returned. "Like a little hero; she didn't say a word, or shed a tear. I expected nothing but that she would make a great fuss; but she has all the old spirit that you used to have, and have yet, for anything I know. She behaved admirably." Mrs. Montgomery sighed deeply. She understood far better than her husband what Ellen's feelings were, and could interpret much more truly than he the signs of them. The conclusion she drew from Ellen's silent and tearless reception of the news differed widely from his. She now waited anxiously and almost fearfully for her appearance, which did not come as soon as she expected it. It was a great relief to Ellen when her father ended his talking and left her to herself, for she felt she could not dress herself so quick with him standing there and looking at her; and his desire that she should be speedy in what she had to do, could not be greater than her own. Her fingers did their work as fast as they could, with every joint trembling. But though a weight like a mountain was upon the poor child's heart, she could not cry, and she could not pray; though, true to her constant habit, she fell on her knees by her bedside, as she always did. It was in vain; all was in a whirl in her heart and head, and after a minute she rose again, clasping her little hands together with an expression of sorrow that it was well her mother could not see. She was dressed very soon, but she shrank from going to her mother's room while her father was there. To save time, she put on her coat, and everything but her bonnet and gloves, and then stood leaning against the bedpost, for she could not sit down, watching with most intense anxiety to hear her father's step come out of the room and go down stairs. Every minute seemed too long to be borne. Poor Ellen began to feel as if she could not contain herself. Yet 5 had not passed away when she heard the roll of carriage wheels, which came to the door and then stopped, and immediately her father opening the door to come out. Without waiting any longer, Ellen opened her own and brushed past him into the room he had quitted. Mrs. Montgomery was still lying on the bed, for her husband had insisted on her not rising. She said not a word, but opened her arms to receive her little daughter; and with a cry of indescribable expression, Ellen sprang upon the bed and was folded in them. But then neither of them spoke or wept. What could words say? Heart met heart in that agony, for each knew all that was in the other. No, not quite all. Ellen did not know that the whole of bitterness Death had for her mother she was tasting then. But it was true; Death had no more power to give her pain after this parting should be over. His afterwork, the parting between soul and body, would be welcome rather, yes, very welcome. Mrs. Montgomery knew it all well. She knew this was the last embrace between them. She knew it would be the last time that dear little form would ever lie in her bosom or be pressed in her arms; and it almost seemed to her that soul and body must part company too, when they should be rent asunder. Ellen's grief was not like this. She did not think it was the last time; but she was a child of very high spirit and violent passions, untamed at all by sorrow's discipline; and in proportion violent was the tempest excited by this first real trial. Perhaps, too, her sorrow was sharpened by a sense of wrong, and a feeling of indignation at her father's cruelty in not waking her earlier. Not many minutes had passed in this sad embrace, and no word had yet been spoken, no sound uttered, except Ellen's first inarticulate cry of mixed affection and despair, when Captain Montgomery's step was again heard slowly ascending the stairs. "He is coming to take me away," thought Ellen; and in terror lest she should go without a word from her mother, she burst forth with "Mamma, speak!" A moment before, and Mrs. Montgomery could not have spoken. But she could now, and as clearly and calmly the words were uttered as if nothing had been the matter, only her voice fell a little toward the last. "God bless my darling child, and make her his own, and bring her to that home where parting cannot be." Ellen's eyes had been dry until now, but when she heard the sweet sound of her mother's voice, it opened all the fountains of tenderness within her. She burst into uncontrollable weeping; it seemed as if she would pour out her very heart in tears, and she clung to her mother with a force that made it a difficult task for her father to remove her. He could not do it at first, and Ellen seemed not to hear anything that was said to her. He was very unwilling to use harshness, and after a little, though she had paid no attention to his entreaties or commands, yet sensible of the necessity of the case, she gradually relaxed her hold and suffered him to draw her away from her mother's arms. He carried her downstairs and put her on the front seat of the carriage, beside Mrs. Dunscombe's maid. But Ellen could never recollect how she got there, and she did not feel the touch of her father's hand, nor hear him when he bid her good bye, and she did not know that he put a large paper of candies and sugar plums in her lap. She knew nothing but that she had lost her mother. "It will not be so long," said the Captain in a kind of apologizing way; "she will soon get over it, and you will not have any trouble with her." "I hope so," returned the lady, rather shortly; and then, as the Captain was making his parting bow, she added, in no very pleased tone of voice, "Pray, Captain Montgomery, is this young lady to travel without a bonnet?" "Without a bonnet! No," said the Captain. "How is this? Hasn't she a bonnet? I beg 1,000 pardons, Ma'am. I'll bring it on the instant." After a little delay the bonnet was found, but the Captain overlooked the gloves in his hurry. "I am very sorry you have been delayed, Ma'am," said he. "I hope we may be able to reach the boat yet," replied the lady. "Drive on as fast as you can." A very polite bow from Captain Montgomery, a very slight one from the lady, and off they drove. "Proud enough," thought the Captain, as he went up the stairs again. "I reckon she don't thank me for her travelling companion. But Ellen's off that's one good thing; and now I'll go and engage berths in the England." CHAPTer 7. Of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 7. Strangers walk as friends. The long drive to the boat was only a sorrowful blank to Ellen's recollection. She did not see the frowns that passed between her companions on her account. She did not know that her white bonnet was such a matter of merriment to Margaret Dunscombe and the maid that they could hardly contain themselves. She did not find out that Miss Margaret's fingers were busy with her paper of sweets, which only a good string and a sound knot kept her from rifling. Yet she felt very well that nobody there cared in the least for her sorrow. It mattered nothing. She wept on in her loneliness, and knew nothing that happened, till the carriage stopped on the wharf; even then she did not raise her head. Mrs. Dunscombe got out, and saw her daughter and servant do the same. Then, after giving some orders about the baggage, she returned to Ellen. "Will you get out, Miss Montgomery, or would you prefer to remain in the carriage? We must go on board directly." There was something, not in the words, but in the tone, that struck Ellen's heart with an entirely new feeling. Her tears stopped instantly, and, wiping away quick the traces of them as well as she could, she got out of the carriage without a word, aided by Mrs. Dunscombe's hand. The party was presently joined by a fine looking man, whom Ellen recognised as Captain Dunscombe. "Dunscombe, do put these girls on board, will you? and then come back to me; I want to speak to you. Timmins, you may go along and look after them." Captain Dunscombe obeyed. When they reached the deck, Margaret Dunscombe and the maid Timmins went straight to the cabin. Not feeling at all drawn towards their company, as indeed they had given her no reason, Ellen planted herself by the guards of the boat, not far from the gangway, to watch the busy scene that at another time would have had a great deal of interest and amusement for her. And interest it had now, but it was with a very, very grave little face that she looked on the bustling crowd. The weight on her heart was just as great as ever, but she felt this was not the time or the place to let it be seen; so for the present she occupied herself with what was passing before her, though it did not for one moment make her forget her sorrow. At last the boat rang her last bell. Captain Dunscombe put his wife on board, and had barely time to jump off the boat again when the plank was withdrawn. The men on shore cast off the great loops of ropes that held the boat to enormous wooden posts on the wharf, and they were off. At first it seemed to Ellen as if the wharf and the people upon it were sailing away from them backwards, but she presently forgot to think of them at all. She was gone. She felt the bitterness of the whole truth. The blue water already lay between her and the shore, where she so much longed to be. In that confused mass of buildings at which she was gazing, but which would be so soon beyond even gazing distance, was the only spot she cared for in the world. Her heart was there. She could not see the place, to be sure, nor tell exactly whereabouts it lay in all that wide spread city; but it was there, somewhere, and every minute was making it farther and farther off. It's a bitter thing, that sailing away from all one loves, and poor Ellen felt it so. She stood leaning both her arms upon the rail, the tears running down her cheeks, and blinding her so that she could not see the place towards which her straining eyes were bent. Somebody touched her sleeve. It was Timmins. "Mrs. Dunscombe sent me to tell you she wants you to come into the cabin, Miss." Hastily wiping her eyes, Ellen obeyed the summons, and followed Timmins into the cabin. It was full of groups of ladies, children, and nurses, bustling and noisy enough. Ellen wished she might have stayed outside; she wanted to be by herself. But as the next best thing, she mounted upon the bench, which ran all round the saloon, and kneeling on the cushion by one of the windows, placed herself with the edge of her bonnet just touching the glass, so that nobody could see a bit of her face, while she could look out near by as well as from the deck. Presently her ear caught, as she thought, the voice of Mrs. Dunscombe, saying in rather an undertone, but laughing too, "What a figure does she cut in that outlandish bonnet!" Ellen had no particular reason to think she was meant, and yet she did think so. She remained quite still, but with raised colour and quickened breathing waited to hear what would come next. Nothing came at first, and she was beginning to think she had perhaps been mistaken, when she plainly heard Margaret Dunscombe say in a loud whisper, "Mamma, I wish you could contrive some way to keep her in the cabin, can't you? She looks so odd in that queer sun bonnet kind of a thing, that anybody would think she had come out of the woods, and no gloves, too. I shouldn't like to have the Miss M'Arthurs think she belonged to us; can't you, Mamma?" If a thunderbolt had fallen at Ellen's feet, the shock would hardly have been greater. The lightning of passion shot through every vein; and it was not passion only; there was hurt feeling and wounded pride, and the sorrow of which her heart was full enough before, now wakened afresh. The child was beside herself. One wild wish for a hiding place was the most pressing thought to be where tears could burst and her heart could break unseen. She slid off her bench and rushed through the crowd to the red curtain that cut off the far end of the saloon, and from there down to the cabin below. People were everywhere. At last she spied a nook where she could be completely hidden. It was in the far back end of the boat, just under the stairs by which she had come down. Nobody was sitting on the 3 or 4 large mahogany steps that ran round that end of the cabin, and sloped up to the little cabin window; and creeping beneath the stairs, and seating herself on the lowest of these steps, the poor child found that she was quite screened and out of sight of every human creature. It was time, indeed. Her heart had been almost bursting with passion and pain, and now the pent up tempest broke forth with a fury that racked her little frame from head to foot, and the more because she strove to stifle every sound of it as much as possible. It was the very bitterness of sorrow, without any softening thought to allay it, and sharpened and made more bitter by mortification and a passionate sense of unkindness and wrong. And through it all, how constantly in her heart the poor child was reaching forth longing arms towards her far off mother, and calling in secret on her beloved name. "Oh, Mamma, Mamma!" was repeated numberless times, with the unspeakable bitterness of knowing that she would have been a sure refuge and protection from all this trouble, but was now where she could neither reach nor hear her. Alas! how soon and how sadly missed. Ellen's distress was not soon quieted, or, if quieted for a moment, it was only to break out afresh, and then she was glad to sit still and rest herself. Presently she heard the voice of the chambermaid upstairs, at a distance at first, and coming nearer and nearer. "Breakfast ready, ladies! Ladies, breakfast ready!" And then came all the people in a rush pouring down the stairs over Ellen's head. She kept quite still and close, for she did not want to see anybody, and could not bear that anybody should see her. Nobody did see her. They all went off into the next cabin, where breakfast was set. Ellen began to grow tired of her hiding place, and to feel restless in her confinement. She thought this would be a good time to get away, so she crept from her station under the stairs, and mounted them as quick and quietly as she could. She found almost nobody left in the saloon, and breathing more freely, she possessed herself of her despised bonnet, which she had torn off her head in the first burst of her indignation, and passing gently out at the door, went up the stairs which led to the promenade deck. She felt as if she could not get far enough from Mrs. Dunscombe. The promenade deck was very pleasant in the bright morning sun, and nobody was there except for a few gentlemen. Ellen sat down on one of the settees that were ranged along the middle of it, and, much pleased at having found herself such a nice place of retreat, she once more took up her interrupted amusement of watching the banks of the river. It was a fair, mild day, near the end of October, and one of the loveliest of that lovely month. Poor Ellen, however, could not fairly enjoy it just now. There was enough darkness in her heart to put a veil over all nature's brightness. The thought did pass through her mind, when she first went up, how very fair everything was, but she soon forgot to think about it at all. They were now in a wide part of the river, and the shore towards which she was looking was low and distant, and offered nothing to interest her. She ceased to look at it, and presently lost all sense of everything around her and before her, for her thoughts went home. She remembered that sweet moment last night, when she lay in her mother's arms, after she had stopped singing. Could it be only last night? It seemed a long, long time ago. She went over again, in imagination, her shocked waking up that morning how cruel that was! her hurried dressing, the miserable parting, and those last words of her mother that seemed to ring in her ears yet that home where parting cannot be. Oh, thought Ellen, how shall I ever get there? Who is there to teach me now? Oh, what shall I do without you? Oh, Mamma, how much I want you already! While poor Ellen was thinking these things over and over, her little face had a deep sadness of expression it was sorrowful to see. She was perfectly calm; her violent excitement had all left her. Her lip quivered a very little, sometimes, but that was all, and one or two tears rolled slowly down the side of her face. Her eyes were fixed upon the dancing water, but it was very plain her thoughts were not, nor on anything else before her; and there was a forlorn look of hopeless sorrow on her lip, and cheek, and brow, enough to move anybody whose heart was not very hard. She was noticed, and with a feeling of compassion, by several people; but they all thought it was none of their business to speak to her, or they didn't know how. At length a gentleman, who had been for some time walking up and down the deck, happened to look, as he passed, at her little pale face. He went to the end of his walk that time, but in coming back he stopped just in front of her, and bending down his face towards hers, said, "What is the matter with you, my little friend?" Though his figure had passed before her a great many times, Ellen had not seen him at all, for her eyes were with her heart, and that was far away. Her cheek flushed with surprise as she looked up, but there was no mistaking the look of kindness in the eyes that met hers, nor the gentleness and grave truthfulness of the whole countenance. It won her confidence immediately. All the floodgates of Ellen's heart were at once opened. She could not speak, but rising, and clasping the hand that was held out to her in both her own, she bent down her head upon it, and burst into one of those uncontrollable agonies of weeping, such as the news of her mother's intended departure had occasioned that first sorrowful evening. He gently, and as soon as he could, drew her to a retired part of the deck, where they were comparatively free from other people's eyes and ears. Then taking her in his arms, he endeavoured by many kind and soothing words to stay the torrent of her grief. This fit of weeping did Ellen more good than the former one; that only exhausted; this in some little measure relieved her. "What is this all about?" said her friend kindly. "Nay, never mind shedding any more tears about it, my child. Let me hear what it is, and perhaps we can find some help for it." "Oh, no, you can't, Sir," said Ellen, sadly. "Well, let us see," said he; "perhaps I can. What is it that has troubled you so much?" "I have lost my mother, Sir," said Ellen. "Your mother! lost her! How?" "She is very ill, Sir, and obliged to go away over the sea to France, to get well, and Papa could not take me with her," said poor Ellen, weeping again; "and I am obliged to go to be among strangers. Oh, what shall I do?" "Have you left your mother in the city?" "Oh, yes, Sir; I left her this morning." "What is your name?" "Ellen Montgomery." "Is your mother obliged to go to Europe for her health?" "Oh, yes, Sir. Nothing else would have made her go, but the doctor said she would not live long if she didn't go, and that would cure her." Then you hope to see her come back by and by, don't you?" "Oh, yes, Sir; but it won't be this great, great, long while. It seems to me as if it was for ever." "Ellen, do you know who it is that sends sickness and trouble upon us?" "Yes, Sir, I know; but I don't feel that that makes it any easier." "Do you know why he sends it? He is the God of love; he does not trouble us willingly; he has said so. Why does he ever make us suffer? Do you know?" "No, Sir." "Sometimes he sees that if he lets them alone, his children will love some dear thing on the earth better than himself, and he knows they will not be happy if they do so; and then, because he loves them, he takes it away. Perhaps it is a dear mother, or a dear daughter, or else he hinders their enjoyment of it, that they may remember him, and give their whole hearts to him. He wants their whole hearts, that he may bless them. Are you one of his children, Ellen?" "No, Sir," said Ellen, with swimming eyes, but cast down to the ground. "How do you know that you are not?" "Because I do not love the Saviour." "Do you not love him, Ellen?" "I am afraid not, Sir." "Why are you afraid not? What makes you think so?" "Mamma said I could not love him at all, if I did not love him best. And oh, Sir," said Ellen, weeping, "I do love Mamma a great deal better." "You love your mother better than you do the Saviour?" "Oh, yes, Sir," said Ellen; "how can I help it?" "Then, if he had left you your mother, Ellen, you would never have cared or thought about him?" Ellen was silent. "Is it so? Would you, do you think?" "I don't know, Sir," said Ellen, weeping again. "Oh, Sir, how can I help it?" "Then, Ellen, can you not see the love of your Heavenly Father in this trial? He saw that his little child was in danger of forgetting him, and he loved you, Ellen; and so he has taken your dear mother, and sent you away to where you will have no one to look to but him; and now he says to you, 'My daughter, give me thy heart.' Will you do it, Ellen?" Ellen wept exceedingly while the gentleman was saying these words, clasping his hands still in both hers; but she made no answer. He waited till she had become calmer, and then went on in a low tone "What is the reason that you do not love the Saviour, my child?" "Mamma says it is because my heart is so hard." "That is true; but you do not know how good and how lovely he is, or you could not help loving him. Do you often think of him, and think much of him, and ask him to show you himself that you may love him?" "No, Sir," said Ellen, "not often." "You pray to him, don't you?" "Yes, Sir, but not so." "But you ought to pray to him so. We are all blind by nature, Ellen; we are all hard hearted. None of us can see him or love him unless he opens our eyes and touches our hearts; but he has promised to do this for those who seek him. Do you remember what the blind man said when Jesus asked him what he should do for him? He answered, 'Lord, that I may receive my sight.' That ought to be your prayer now, and mine too; and the Lord is just as ready to hear us as he was to hear the poor blind man; and you know he cured him. Will you ask him, Ellen?" A smile was almost struggling through Ellen's tears as she lifted her face to that of her friend, but she instantly looked down again. "Shall I put you in mind, Ellen, of some things about Christ that ought to make you love him with all your heart?" "Oh, yes, Sir, if you please." "Then tell me first what it is that makes you love your mother so much." "Oh, I can't tell you, Sir everything, I think." "I suppose the great thing is that she loves you so much." "Oh, yes, Sir," said Ellen, strongly. "But how do you know that she loves you? How has she shown it?" Ellen looked at him, but could give no answer. It seemed to her that she must bring the whole experience of her life before him to form one. "I suppose," said her friend, "that to begin with the smallest thing, she has always been watchfully careful to provide everything that would be useful or necessary to you. She never forgot your wants, or was careless about them?" "No, indeed, Sir." "And perhaps you recollect that she never minded trouble, or expense, or pain where your good was concerned; she would sacrifice her own pleasure at any time for yours." Ellen's eyes gave a quick and strong answer to this, but she said nothing. "And in all your griefs and pleasures you were sure of finding her ready and willing to feel with you, and for you, and to help you if she could. And in all the times you have seen her tried, no fatigue ever wore out her patience, nor any naughtiness of yours ever lessened her love. She could not be weary of waiting upon you when you were sick, nor of bearing with you when you forgot your duty; more ready always to receive you than you to return. Isn't it so?" "Oh, yes, Sir." "And you can recollect a great many words and looks of kindness and love; many and many endeavours to teach you and lead you in the right way, all showing the strongest desire for your happiness in this world and in the next." "Oh, yes, Sir," said Ellen, tearfully, and then added, "Do you know my mother, Sir?" "No," said he, smiling, "not at all; but my own mother has been in many things like this to me, and I judged yours might have been such to you. Have I described her right?" "Yes, indeed, Sir," said Ellen, "exactly." "And in return for all this, you have given this dear mother the love and gratitude of your whole heart, haven't you?" "Indeed I have, Sir," and Ellen's face said it more than her words. "You are very right," he said, gravely, "to love such a mother to give her all possible duty and affection. She deserves it. But, Ellen, in all these very things I have been mentioning, Jesus Christ has shown that he deserves it far more. Do you think, if you had never behaved like a child to your mother, if you had never made her the least return of love or regard, that she would have continued to love you as she does?" "No, Sir," said Ellen, "I do not think she would." "Have you ever made any fit return to God for his goodness to you?" "No, Sir," said Ellen, in a low tone. "And yet there has been no change in his kindness. Just look at it and see what he has done and is doing for you. In the first place, it is not your mother, but he, who has given you every good and pleasant thing you have enjoyed in your whole life. You love your mother because she is so careful to provide for all your wants; but who gave her the materials to work with? She has only been, as it were, the hand by which he supplied you. And who gave you such a mother? There are many mothers not like her. Who put into her heart the truth and love that have been blessing you ever since you were born? It is all God's doing, from first to last; but his child has forgotten him in the very gifts of his mercy." Ellen was silent, but looked very grave. "Your mother never minded her own ease or pleasure when your good was concerned. Did Christ mind his? You know what he did to save sinners, don't you?" "Yes, Sir, I know; Mamma often told me." "Though he was rich, yet for our sakes he became poor, that we through his poverty might be rich. He took your burden of sin upon himself, and suffered that terrible punishment, all to save you, and such as you. And now he asks his children to leave off sinning and come back to him, who has bought them with his own blood. He did this because he loved you. Does he not deserve to be loved in return?" Ellen had nothing to say. She hung down her head further and further. "And patient and kind as your mother is, the Lord Jesus is kinder and more patient still. In all your life so far, Ellen, you have not loved or obeyed him, and yet he loves you, and is ready to be your friend. Is he not even to day taking away your dear mother for the very purpose that he may draw you gently to himself, and fold you in his arms, as he has promised to do with his lambs? He knows you can never be happy anywhere else." The gentleman paused again, for he saw that the little listener's mind was full. "Has not Christ shown that he loves you better even than your mother does? And were there ever sweeter words of kindness than these? 'Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven.' 'I am the good shepherd; the good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep.' 'I have loved thee with an everlasting love; therefore with loving kindness have I drawn thee.' He waited a minute, and then added gently, 'Will you come to him, Ellen?' Ellen lifted her tearful eyes to his, but there were tears there too, and her own sank instantly. She covered her face with her hands, and sobbed out in broken words, "Oh, if I could! but I don't know how. Do you wish to be his child, Ellen?" "Oh, yes, Sir, if I could." "I know, my child, that sinful heart of yours is in the way, but the Lord Jesus can change it, and will, if you will give it to him. He is looking upon you now, Ellen, with more kindness and love than any earthly father or mother could, waiting for you to give that little heart of yours to him, that he may make it holy and fill it with blessing. He says, you know, 'Behold, I stand at the door and knock.' Do not grieve him away, Ellen." Ellen sobbed, but all the passion and bitterness of her tears was gone; her heart was completely melted. "If your mother were here, and could do for you what you want, would you doubt her love to do it? Would you have any difficulty in asking her?" "Oh, no!" "Then do not doubt his love who loves you better still. Come to Jesus. Do not fancy he is away up in heaven out of reach or hearing. He is here, close to you, and knows every wish and throb of your heart. Think you are in his presence and at his feet, even now, and say to him in your heart, 'Lord, look upon me. I am not fit to come to thee, but thou hast bid me come. Take me and make me thine own. Take this hard heart that I can do nothing with, and make it holy and fill it with thy love. I give it and myself into thy hands, O dear Saviour.'" These words were spoken very low, that only Ellen could catch them. Her bowed head sank lower and lower till he ceased speaking. He added no more for some time, waited till she had resumed her usual attitude and appearance, and then said, "Ellen, could you join in heart with my words?" "I did, Sir; I couldn't help it all but the last." "All but the last?" "Yes, Sir." "But, Ellen, if you say the first part of my prayer with your whole heart, the Lord will enable you to say the last too. Do you believe that?" "Yes, Sir." "Will you not make that constant prayer till you are heard and answered?" "Yes, Sir." And he thought he saw that she was in earnest. "Perhaps the answer may not come at once it does not always but it will come, as surely as the sun will rise to morrow morning. Then shall we know, if we follow on, to know the Lord. But then you must be in earnest. And if you are in earnest, is there nothing you have to do besides praying?" Ellen looked at him without making an answer. "When a person is in earnest, how does he show it?" "By doing everything he possibly can to get what he wants." "Quite right," said her friend, smiling. "And has God bidden us to do nothing besides pray for a new heart?" "Oh, yes, Sir, he has told us to do a great many things." "And will he be likely to grant that prayer, Ellen, if he sees that you do not care about displeasing him in those great many things? Will he judge that you are sincere in wishing for a new heart?" "Oh, no, Sir." "Then, if you are resolved to be a Christian, you will not be contented with praying for a new heart, but you will begin at once to be a servant of God. You can do nothing well without help, but you are sure the help will come; and from this good day you will seek to know and to do the will of God, trusting in his dear Son to perfect that which concerneth you. My little child," said the gentleman, softly and kindly, "are you ready to say you will do this?" As she hesitated, he took a little book from his pocket, and turning over the leaves, said, "I am going to leave you for a little while. I have a few moments' business down stairs to attend to, and I want you to look over this hymn and think carefully of what I have been saying will you? And resolve what you will do." Ellen got off his knee, where she had been sitting all this while, and silently taking the book, sat down in the chair he had quitted. Tears ran fast again, and many thoughts passed through her mind, as her eyes went over and over the words to which he had pointed. "Behold the Saviour at thy door; He gently knocks, has knocked before, Has waited long, is waiting still; You treat no other friend so ill. Oh, lovely attitude he stands, With open heart and outstretched hands! Oh, matchless kindness! and he shows This matchless kindness to his foes. Admit him, for the human breast Ne'er entertained so kind a guest; Admit him, or the hour's at hand When at his door denied you'll stand. Open my heart, Lord, enter in, Slay every foe, and conquer sin. Here now to thee I all resign, My body, soul, and all are thine." The last two lines Ellen longed to say, but could not. The two preceding were the very speech of her heart. Not more than 15 minutes had passed when her friend came back again. The book hung in Ellen's hand; her eyes were fixed on the floor. "Well," he said, kindly, and taking her hand, "what's your decision?" Ellen looked up. "Have you made up your mind on that matter we were talking about?" "Yes, Sir," Ellen said, in a low voice, casting her eyes down again. "And how have you decided, my child?" "I will try to do as you said, Sir." "You will begin to follow your Saviour and to please him from this day forward?" "I will try, Sir," said Ellen, meeting his eyes as she spoke. Again the look she saw made her burst into tears. She wept violently. "God bless you and help you, my dear Ellen," said he, gently passing his hand over her head; "but do not cry any more; you have shed too many tears this morning already. We will not talk about this any more now." And he spoke only soothing and quieting words for a while to her, and then asked if she would like to go over the boat and see the different parts of it. Ellen's joyful agreement with this proposal was only qualified by the fear of giving him trouble, but he put that entirely by. CHAPTER 8 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 8 Leaves us in the street. The going over the boat held them a long time, for Ellen's new friend took kind pains to explain to her whatever he thought he could make interesting. He was amused to find how far she pushed her inquiries into the how and the why of things. For the time, her sorrows were almost forgotten. "What shall we do now?" said he, when they had at last gone through the whole. "Would you like to go to your friends?" "I haven't any friends on board, Sir," said Ellen, with a swelling heart. "Haven't any friends on board! What do you mean? Are you alone?" "No, Sir," said Ellen, "not exactly alone. My father put me in the care of a lady that is going to Thirlwall; but they are strangers, and not friends." "Are they unfriends? I hope you don't think, Ellen, that strangers cannot be friends too?" "No, indeed, Sir, I don't," said Ellen, looking up with a face that was fairly brilliant with its expression of gratitude and love. But casting it down again, she added, "But they are not my friends, Sir." "Well, then," he said, smiling, "will you come with me?" "Oh, yes, Sir, if you will let me and if I shan't be a trouble to you, Sir." "Come this way," said he, "and we'll see if we cannot find a nice place to sit down, where no one will trouble us." Such a place was found, and Ellen would have been quite satisfied though the gentleman had done no more than merely permit her to remain there, by his side. But he took out his little Bible, and read and talked to her for some time so pleasantly, that neither her weariness nor the way could be thought of. When he ceased reading to her, and began to read to himself, weariness and faintness stole over her. She had had nothing to eat, and had been violently excited that day. A little while she sat in a dreamy sort of quietude. Then her thoughts grew misty, and the end of it was, she dropped her head against the arm of her friend and fell fast asleep. He smiled at first, but one look at the very pale little face changed the expression of his own. He gently put his arm round her, and drew her head to a better resting place than it had chosen. And there she slept till the dinner bell rang. Timmins was sent out to look for her, but Timmins did not choose to meddle with the grave protector Ellen seemed to have gained; and Mrs. Dunscombe declared herself rejoiced that any other hands should have taken the charge of her. After dinner, Ellen and her friend went up to the promenade deck again, and there for a while they paced up and down, enjoying the pleasant air and quick motion, and the lovely appearance of everything in the mild hazy sunlight. Another gentleman, however, joining them, and entering into conversation, Ellen silently quitted her friend's hand, and went and sat down at the side of the boat. After taking a few turns more, and while still engaged in talking, he drew his little hymn book out of his pocket, and, with a smile, put it into Ellen's hand as he passed. She gladly received it, and spent an hour or more very pleasantly in studying and turning it over. At the end of that time, the stranger having left him, Ellen's friend came and sat down by her side. "How do you like my little book?" said he. "Oh, very much indeed, Sir." "Then you love hymns, do you?" "Yes, I do, Sir, dearly." "Do you sometimes learn them by heart?" "Oh, yes, Sir, often. Mamma often made me. I have learnt, too, since I have been sitting here." "Have you?" said he. "Which are they?" "One of them is the one you showed me this morning, Sir." "And what is your mind now about the question I asked you this morning?" Ellen cast down her eyes from his inquiring glance, and answered in a low tone, "Just what it was then, Sir." "Have you been thinking of it since?" "I have thought of it the whole time, Sir." "And are you resolved you will obey Christ henceforth?" "I am resolved to try, Sir." "My dear Ellen, if you are in earnest, you will not try in vain. He has never yet failed any that sincerely sought him. Have you a Bible?" "Oh, yes, Sir, a beautiful one. Mamma gave it to me the other day." He took the hymn book from her hand, and turning over the leaves, marked several places in pencil. "I am going to give this to you," he said, "that it may serve to remind you of what we have talked of to day, and of your resolution." Ellen flushed high with pleasure. "I have put this mark," said he, showing her a particular one, "in a few places of this book, for you. Wherever you find it, you may know there is something I want you to take special notice of. There are some other marks here, too, but they are mine. These are for you." "Thank you, Sir," said Ellen, delighted. "I shall not forget." He knew from her face what she meant not the marks. The day wore on, thanks to the unwearied kindness of her friend, with great comparative comfort to Ellen. Late in the afternoon they were resting from a long walk up and down the deck. "What have you got in this package that you take such care of?" he said, smiling. "Oh, candies," said Ellen. "I am always forgetting them. I meant to ask you to take some. Will you have some, Sir?" "Thank you. What are they?" "Almost all kinds, I believe, Sir. I think the almonds are the best." He took one. "Pray take some more, Sir," said Ellen. "I don't care for them in the least." "Then I am more of a child than you, in this at any rate, for I do care for them. But I have a little headache to day. I mustn't meddle with sweets." "Then take some for to morrow, Sir. "Please do," said Ellen, dealing them out very freely. "Stop, stop," said he "not a bit more; this won't do. I must put some of these back again; you'll want them to morrow, too." "I don't think I shall," said Ellen. "I haven't wanted to touch them to day." "Oh, you'll feel brighter to morrow, after a night's sleep. But aren't you afraid of catching cold? This wind is blowing pretty fresh, and you've been bonnetless all day. What's the reason?" Ellen looked down and coloured a good deal. "What's the matter?" said he, laughing. "Has any mischief befallen your bonnet?" "No, Sir," said Ellen, in a low tone, her colour mounting higher and higher; "it was laughed at this morning." "Laughed at! Who laughed at it?" "Mrs. Dunscombe and her daughter, and her maid." "Did they? I don't see much reason in that, I confess. What did they think was the matter with it?" "I don't know, Sir. They said it was outlandish, and what a figure I looked in it." "Well, certainly that was not very polite. Put it on, and let me see." Ellen obeyed. "I am not the best judge of ladies' bonnets, it is true," said he, "but I can see nothing about it that is not perfectly proper and suitable nothing in the world. So that is what has kept you bareheaded all day? Didn't your mother wish you to wear that bonnet?" "Yes, Sir." "Then that ought to be enough for you. Will you be ashamed of what she approved because some people, that haven't probably half her sense, choose to make merry with it? Is that right?" he said, gently; "is that honouring her as she deserves?" "No, Sir," said Ellen, looking up into his face; "but I never thought of that before. I am sorry." "Never mind being laughed at, my child. If your mother says a thing is right, that's enough for you. Let them laugh." "I won't be ashamed of my bonnet any more," said Ellen, trying it on; "but they made me very unhappy about it, and very angry too." "I am sorry for that," said her friend, gravely. "Have you quite got over it, Ellen?" "Oh, yes, Sir, long ago." "Are you sure?" "I am not angry now, Sir." "Is there no unkindness left towards the people who laughed at you?" "I don't like them much," said Ellen. "How can I?" "You cannot, of course, like the company of ill behaved people, and I do not wish that you should; but you can and ought to feel just as kindly disposed towards them as if they had never offended you; just as willing and inclined to please them or do them good. Now, could you offer Miss What's her name some of your candies with as hearty goodwill as you could before she laughed at you?" "No, Sir, I couldn't. I don't feel as if I ever wished to see them again." "Then, my dear Ellen, you have something to do if you were in earnest in the resolve you made this morning. 'If ye forgive unto men their trespasses, my heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if ye forgive not men their trespasses, neither will my Father forgive your trespasses.'" He was silent, and so was Ellen for some time. His words had raised a struggle in her mind, and she kept her face turned towards the shore, so that her bonnet shielded it from view; but she did not in the least know what she was looking at. The sun had been some time descending through a sky of cloudless splendour, and now was just kissing the mountain tops of the western horizon. Slowly and with great majesty he sank behind the distant blue line till only a glittering edge appeared, and then that was gone. There were no clouds hanging over his setting, to be gilded and purpled by the parting rays; but a region of glory long remained, to show where his path had been. The eyes of both were fixed upon this beautiful scene, but only one was thinking of it. Just as the last glimpse of the sun had disappeared, Ellen turned her face, bright again, towards her companion. He was intently gazing towards the hills that had so drawn Ellen's attention a while ago, and thinking still more intently, it was plain; so, though her mouth had been open to speak, she turned her face away again as suddenly as if it had just sought his. He saw the motion, however. "What is it, Ellen?" he said. Ellen looked again, with a smile. "I have been thinking, Sir, of what you said to me." "Well?" said he, smiling in answer. "I can't like Mrs. Dunscombe and Miss Dunscombe as well as if they hadn't done so to me; but I will try to behave as if nothing had been the matter, and be as kind and polite to them as if they had been kind and polite to me." "And how about the sugar plums?" "The sugar plums? Oh," said Ellen, laughing, "Miss Margaret may have them all, if she likes. I'm quite willing. Not but I had rather give them to you, Sir." "You give me something a great deal better when I see you try to overcome a wrong feeling. You mustn't rest till you get rid of every bit of ill will that you feel for this and any other unkindness you may suffer. You cannot do it yourself, but you know who can help you. I hope you have asked him, Ellen." "I have, Sir, indeed." "Keep asking him, and he will do everything for you." A silence of some length followed. Ellen began to feel very much the fatigue of this exciting day, and sat quietly by her friend's side, leaning against him. The wind had changed about sundown, and now blew light from the south, so that they did not feel it at all. The light gradually faded away, till only a silver glow in the west showed where the sun had set, and the sober grey of twilight was gently stealing over all the bright colours of sky and river and hill; now and then a twinkling light began to appear along the shores. "You are very tired," said Ellen's friend to her; "I see you are. A little more patience, my child; we shall be at our journey's end before a very great while." "I am almost sorry," said Ellen, "though I am tired. We don't go in the steamboat to morrow, do we, Sir?" "No, in the stage." "Shall you be in the stage, Sir?" "No, my child; but I am glad you and I have spent this day together." "Oh, Sir," said Ellen, "I don't know what I should have done if it hadn't been for you." There was silence again, and the gentleman almost thought his little charge had fallen asleep, she sat so still. But she suddenly spoke again, and in a tone of voice that showed sleep was far away. "I wish I knew where Mamma is now." "I do not doubt, my child, from what you told me, that it is well with her, wherever she is. Let that thought comfort you whenever you remember her." "She must want me so much!" said poor Ellen, in a scarcely audible voice. "She has not lost her best friend, my child." "I know it, Sir," said Ellen, with whom grief was now getting the mastery; "but oh, it's just near the time when I used to make the tea for her. Who will make it now? She'll want me oh, what shall I do?" And overcome completely by this recollection, she threw herself into her friend's arms and sobbed aloud. There was no reasoning against this. He did not attempt it, but with the utmost gentleness and tenderness endeavoured, as soon as he might, to soothe and calm her. He succeeded at last. With a sort of despairing submission, Ellen ceased her tears and arose to her former position. But he did not rest from his kind endeavours till her mind was really eased and comforted, which, however, was not long before the lights of the city began to appear in the distance, and with them appeared a dusky figure ascending the stairs, which, upon nearer approach, proved by the voice to be Timmins. "Is this Miss Montgomery?" said she. "I can't see, I am sure, it is so dark. Is that you, Miss Montgomery?" "Yes," said Ellen, "it is I. Do you want me?" "If you please, Miss, Mrs. Dunscombe wants you to come right down. We're almost in, she says, Miss." "I'll come directly, Miss Timmins," said Ellen. "Don't wait for me I won't be a minute I'll come directly." Miss Timmins retired, standing still a good deal in awe of the grave personage whose protection Ellen seemed to have gained. "I must go," said Ellen, standing up and extending her hand. "Good bye, Sir." She could hardly say it. He drew her towards him and kissed her cheek once or twice. It was well he did, for it sent a thrill of pleasure to Ellen's heart that she did not get over that evening, nor all the next day. "God bless you, my child," he said gravely but cheerfully, "and good night. You will feel better, I trust, when you have had some rest and refreshment." He took care of her down the stairs, and saw her safe to the very door of the saloon, and within it, and there again took her hand and kindly bade her good night. Ellen entered the saloon, only to sit down and cry as if her heart would break. She saw and heard nothing until Mrs. Dunscombe's voice bade her make haste and be ready, for they were going ashore in 5 minutes. And in less than 5 minutes ashore they went. "Which hotel, Ma'am?" asked the servant who carried her baggage "the Eagle or Foster's?" "The Eagle," said Mrs. Dunscombe. "Come this way, then, Ma'am," said another man, the driver of the Eagle carriage. "Now, Ma'am, step in, if you please." Mrs. Dunscombe put her daughter in. "But it's full," said she to the driver; "there isn't room for another one." "Oh, yes, Ma'am, there is," said the driver, holding the door open; "there's plenty of room for you, Ma'am. Just get in, Ma'am, if you please; we'll be there in less than 2 minutes." "Timmins, you'll have to walk," said Mrs. Dunscombe. "Miss Montgomery, would you rather ride or walk with Timmins?" "How far is it, Ma'am?" said Ellen. "Oh, bless me! how can I tell how far it is? I don't know, I am sure. Not far. Say quick would you rather walk or ride?" "I would rather walk, Ma'am, if you please," said Ellen. "Very well," said Mrs. Dunscombe, getting in. "Timmins, you know the way." And off went the coach with its load. But tired as she was, Ellen did not wish herself in it. Picking a passage way out of the crowd, she and Timmins now began to make their way up one of the comparatively quiet streets. It was a strange place, that she felt. She had lived long enough in the place she had left to feel at home there; but here she came to no street or crossing that she had ever seen before; nothing looked familiar; all reminded her that she was a traveller. Only one pleasant thing Ellen saw on her walk, and that was the sky, and that looked just as it did at home; and very often Ellen's gaze was fixed upon it, much to the astonishment of Miss Timmins, who had to be not a little watchful for the safety of Ellen's feet while her eyes were thus employed. She had taken a great fancy to Ellen, however, and let her do as she pleased, keeping all her wonderment to herself. "Take care, Miss Ellen!" cried Timmins, giving her arm a great pull; "I declare I just saved you out of that gutter. Poor child! you are dreadfully tired, ain't you?" "Yes, I am very tired, Miss Timmins," said Ellen. "Have we much farther to go?" "Not a great deal, dear. Cheer up! we're almost there. I hope Mrs. Dunscombe will want to ride one of these days herself, and can't." "Oh, don't say so, Miss Timmins," said Ellen. "I don't wish so, indeed." "Well, I should think you would," said Timmins. "I should think you'd be fit to poison her. I should, I know, if I was in your place." "Oh, no," said Ellen, "that wouldn't be right that would be very wrong." "Wrong!" said Timmins; "why would it be wrong? She hasn't behaved good to you." "Yes," said Ellen; "but don't you know the Bible says, if we do not forgive people what they do to us, we shall not be forgiven ourselves?" "Well, I declare," said Miss Timmins, "you beat all! But here's the Eagle Hotel at last, and I am glad for your sake, dear." Ellen was shown into the ladies' parlour. She was longing for a place to rest, but she saw directly it was not to be there. The room was large and barely furnished, and round it were scattered part of the carriage load of people that had arrived a quarter of an hour before her. They were waiting till their rooms should be ready. Ellen silently found herself a chair, and sat down to wait with the rest, as patiently as she might. Few of them had as much cause for impatience, but she was the only perfectly mute and uncomplaining one there. Her two companions, however, between them, fully made up her share of fretting. At length a servant brought the welcome news that their room was ready, and the three marched upstairs. It made Ellen's heart very glad when they got there, to find a good sized, cheerful looking bedroom, comfortably furnished, with a bright fire burning, large curtains let down to the floor, and a nice warm carpet upon it. Taking off her bonnet, and only that, she sat down on a low cushion by the corner of the fireplace, and leaning her head against the jamb, fell asleep almost immediately. Mrs. Dunscombe set about arranging herself for the tea table. "Well," she said, "one day of this precious journey is over. Does Ellen go with us to morrow, Mamma?" "Oh, yes quite to Thirlwall." "Well, you haven't had much plague with her to day, Mamma." "No, I am sure I am as much obliged to whoever has kept her out of my way." "Where is she going to sleep to night?" asked Miss Margaret. "I don't know, I am sure. I suppose I shall have to have a cot brought in here for her." "What a plague!" said Miss Margaret. "It will lumber up the room so! There's no place to put it. Couldn't she sleep with Timmins?" "Oh, she could, of course just as well as not; only people would make such a fuss about it. It wouldn't do; we must bear it for once. I'll try and not be caught in such a scrape again." "How provoking!" said Miss Margaret. "How came father to do so without asking you about it?" "Oh, he was bewitched, I suppose. Men always are. Look here, Margaret, I can't go down to tea with a train of children at my heels. I shall leave you and Ellen up here, and I'll send up your tea to you." "Oh, no, Mamma," said Margaret, eagerly; "I want to go down with you. Look here, Mamma, she's asleep, and you needn't wake her up. That's excuse enough. You can leave her to have her tea up here, and let me go down with you." "Well," said Mrs. Dunscombe, "I don't care; but make haste to get ready, for, I expect every minute when the tea bell will ring." "Timmins! Timmins!" cried Margaret, "come here and fix me, quick! and step softly, will you, or you'll wake that young one up, and then, you see, I shall have to stay upstairs." This did not happen, however. Ellen's sleep was much too deep to be easily disturbed. The tea bell itself, loud and shrill as it did not even make her eyelids tremble. After Mrs. and Miss Dunscombe were gone down, Timmins employed herself a little while in putting all things about the room to rights, and then sat down to take her rest, dividing her attention between the fire and Ellen, towards whom she seemed to feel more and more kindness, as she saw that she was likely to receive it from no one else. Presently came a knock at the door. "The tea for the young lady," on a waiter. Miss Timmins silently took the tray from the man, and shut the door. "Well," she said to herself, "if that ain't a pretty supper to send up to a child that has gone 200 miles to day, and had no breakfast. A cup of tea cold enough, I'll warrant bread and butter enough for a bird, and 2 little slices of ham as thick as a wafer. Well, I just wish Mrs. Dunscombe had to eat it herself and nothing else. I'm not going to wake her up for that, I know, till I see whether something better ain't to be had for love or money; so just you sleep on, darling, till I see what I can do for you." In great indignation, down stairs went Miss Timmins, and at the foot of the stairs she met a rosy cheeked, pleasant faced girl coming up. "Are you the chambermaid?" said Timmins. "I'm one of the chambermaids," said the girl, smiling. "There's 3 of us in this house, dear." "Well, I am a stranger here," said Timmins, "but I want you to help me, and I am sure you will. I've got a dear little girl upstairs that I want some supper for. She's a sweet child, and she's under the care of some proud folks here in the tea room that think it's too much trouble to look after her; and they've sent her up about supper enough for a mouse, and she's half starving. She lost her breakfast this morning by their ugliness. Now ask one of the waiters to give me something nice for her, will you? There's a good girl." "James!" said the girl, in a loud whisper, to one of the waiters, who was crossing the hall. He instantly stopped and came towards them, tray in hand, and making several extra polite bows as he drew near. "What's on the supper table, James?" said the smiling damsel. "Everything that ought to be there, Miss Johns," said the man, with another flourish. "Come, stop your nonsense," said the girl, "and tell me quick I'm in a hurry." "It's a pleasure to perform your commands, Miss Johns. I'll give you the whole bill of fare. There's a very fine beefsteak, fricasseed chickens, stewed oysters, sliced ham, cheese, preserved quinces, with the usual complement of bread and toast, and muffins, and dough nuts, and New Year cake, and plenty of butter, likewise salt and pepper, likewise tea and coffee and sugar, likewise " "Hush!" said the girl, "do stop, will you?" And then laughing and turning to Miss Timmins, she added, "What will you have?" "I guess I'll have some of the chickens and oysters," said Timmins; "that will be the nicest for her and a muffin or 2." "Now, James, do you hear?" said the chambermaid. "I want you to get me now, right away, a nice little supper of chickens and oysters and a muffin. It's for a lady upstairs. Be as quick as you can." "I should be very happy to execute impossibilities for you, Miss Johns, but Miss Custers is at the table herself." "Very well, that's nothing. She'll think it's for somebody upstairs, and so it is." "Ay, but the upstairs people is Tim's business. I should be hauled over the coals directly." "Then ask Tim, will you? How slow you are! Now, James, if you don't, I won't speak to you again." "Till to morrow? I couldn't stand that. It shall be done, Miss Johns, instantaneum." Bowing and smiling, away went James, leaving the girls giggling on the staircase, and highly gratified. "He always does what I want him to," said the good humoured chambermaid, "but he generally makes a fuss about it first. He'll be back directly with what you want." Till he came, Miss Timmins filled up the time with telling her new friend as much as she knew about Ellen and Ellen's hardships, with which Miss Johns was much interested, that she declared she must go up and see her; and when James in a few minutes returned with a tray of nice things, the two women proceeded together to Mrs. Dunscombe's room. Ellen had moved so far as to put herself on the floor with her head on the cushion for a pillow, but she was as sound asleep as ever. "Just see now," said Timmins, "there she lies on the floor, enough to give her death of a cold, poor child; she's tired to death; and Miss Dunscombe made her walk up from the steamboat to night, rather than do it herself. I declare I wish the coach would break down, only for the other folks. I am glad I have got a good supper for her, though. Thank you, Miss Johns." "And I'll tell you what I'll go and get you some nice hot tea," said the chambermaid, who was quite touched by the sight of Ellen's little pale face. "Thank you," said Timmins; "you're a darling. This is as cold as a stone." While the chambermaid went forth on her kind errand, Timmins stooped down by the little sleeper's side. "Miss Ellen," she said, "Miss Ellen, wake up, dear wake up, and get some supper. Come, you'll feel a great deal better for it; you shall sleep as much as you like afterwards." Slowly Ellen raised herself and opened her eyes. "Where am I?" she asked, looking bewildered. "Here, dear," said Timmins; "wake up and eat something. It will do you good." With a sigh, poor Ellen arose and came to the fire. "You're tired to death, ain't you?" said Timmins. "Not quite," said Ellen. "I shouldn't mind that if my legs would not ache so, and my head too." "Now I'm sorry," said Timmins; "but your head will be better for eating, I know. See here, I've got you some nice chicken and oysters, and I'll make this muffin hot for you by the fire. And here comes your tea. Miss Johns, I'm your servant, and I'll be your bridesmaid with the greatest pleasure in life. Now, Miss Ellen, dear, just you put yourself on that low chair, and I'll fix you off." Ellen thanked her, and did as she was told. Timmins brought another chair to her side, and placed the tray with her supper upon it, and prepared her muffin and tea; and having fairly seen Ellen begin to eat, she next took off her shoes, and seating herself on the carpet before her, she made her lap the resting place for Ellen's feet, chafing them in her hands and heating them at the fire, saying there was nothing like a rubbing and roasting to get rid of the leg ache. By the help of the supper, the fire, and Timmins, Ellen mended rapidly. With tears in her eyes, she thanked the latter for her kindness. "Now just don't say one word about that," said Timmins. "I never was famous for kindness, as I know; but people must be kind sometimes in their lives, unless they happen to be made of stone, which I believe some people are. You feel better, don't you?" "A great deal," said Ellen. "Oh, if I could only go to bed now!" "And you shall," said Timmins. "I know about your bed, and I'll go right away and have it brought in." And away she went. While she was gone, Ellen drew from her pocket her little hymn book, to refresh herself with looking at it. How quickly and freshly it brought back to her mind the friend who had given it, and his conversations with her, and the resolve she had made. And again Ellen's whole heart offered the prayer she had repeated many times that day "Open my heart, Lord, enter in, slay every foe, and conquer sin." Her head was still bent upon her little book when Timmins entered. Timmins was not alone. Miss Johns and a little cot bedstead came in with her. The latter was put up at the foot of Mrs. Dunscombe's bed, and speedily made up by the chambermaid, while Timmins undressed Ellen; and very soon all the sorrows and vexations of the day were forgotten in a sound, refreshing sleep; but not till she had removed her little hymn book from the pocket of her frock to a safe station under her pillow. It was with her hand upon it that Ellen went to sleep, and it was in her hand still when she waked the next morning. The next day was spent in a wearisome stage coach, over a rough, jolting road. Ellen's companions did nothing to make her way pleasant, but she sweetened theirs with sugar plums. Somewhat mollified, perhaps, after that, Miss Margaret condescended to enter into conversation with her, and Ellen underwent a thorough cross examination as to all her own and her parents' affairs, past, present, and future, and likewise as to all that could be known of her yesterday's friend, till she was heartily worried and out of patience. It was just 5 o'clock when they reached her stopping place. Ellen knew of no particular house to go to, so Mrs. Dunscombe set her down at the door of the principal inn of the town, called the Star, of Thirlwall. The driver smacked his whip, and away went the stage again, and she was left, standing alone, beside her trunk, before the piazza of the inn, watching Timmins, who was looking back at her out of the stage window, nodding and waving good bye. CHAPTer 8. Chapter 9 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 9. The Little Queen in the Armchair. Ellen had been whirled along over the roads for so many hours, the rattle of the stagecoach had filled her ears for so long, that now, suddenly still and quiet, she felt half stunned. She stood with a kind of dreamy feeling, looking after the departing stagecoach. In it there were 3 people whose faces she knew, and she could not count a fourth within many a mile. One of those was a friend too, as the fluttering handkerchief of poor Miss Timmins gave token still. Yet Ellen did not wish herself back in the coach, although she continued to stand and gaze after it as it rattled off at a great rate down the little street, its huge body lumbering up and down every now and then, reminding her of sundry uncomfortable jolts, till the horses making a sudden turn to the right, it disappeared round a corner. Still for a minute Ellen watched the whirling cloud of dust it had left behind, but then the feeling of strangeness and loneliness came over her and her heart sank. She cast a look up and down the street. The afternoon was lovely; the slant beams of the setting sun came back from gilded windows, and the houses and chimney tops of the little town were in a glow; but she saw nothing bright anywhere. In all the glory of the setting sun the little town looked strange and miserable. There was no sign of her having been expected; nobody was waiting to meet her. What was to be done next? Ellen had not the slightest idea. Her heart growing fainter and fainter, she turned again to the inn. A tall, awkward young countryman, with a cap set on one side of his head, was busying himself with sweeping off the floor of the piazza, but in a very leisurely manner; and between every 2 strokes of his broom he was casting long looks at Ellen, evidently wondering who she was, and what she could want there. Ellen saw it, and hoped he would ask her in words, for she could not answer his looks of curiosity; but she was disappointed. As he reached the end of the piazza, and gave his broom 2 or 3 knocks against the edge of the boards to clear it of dust, he indulged himself with one good, long, finishing look at Ellen, and then she saw he was going to take himself and his broom into the house. So in despair she ran up the 2 or 3 low steps of the piazza and presented herself before him. He stopped short. "Will you please to tell me, Sir," said poor Ellen, "if Miss Emerson is here?" "Miss Emerson!" said he. "What Miss Emerson?" "I don't know, Sir. Miss Emerson that lives not far from Thirlwall." Eyeing Ellen from head to foot, the man then trailed his broom into the house. Ellen followed him. "Mr. Forbes," said he, "Mr. Forbes, do you know anything of Miss Emerson?" "What Miss Emerson?" said another man, with a big red face and a big round body, showing himself in a doorway which he nearly filled. "Miss Emerson that lives a little way out of town." "Miss Fortune Emerson? Yes, I know her. What of her?" "Has she been here to day?" "Here! What, in town? No, not as I've seen or heard." "Why, who wants her?" "This little girl." And the man with the broom stepping back disclosed Ellen to the view of the red faced landlord. He advanced a step or two towards her. "What do you want with Miss Fortune, little one?" said he. "I expected she would meet me here, Sir," said Ellen. "Where have you come from?" "From New York." "The stage set her down just now," put in the other man. "And you thought Miss Fortune would meet you, did you?" "Yes, Sir; she was to meet me and take me home." "Take you home! Are you going to Miss Fortune's home?" "Yes, Sir." "Why, you don't belong to her, anyway, do you?" "No, Sir," said Ellen, "but she's my aunt." "She's your what?" "My aunt, Sir my father's sister." "Your father's sister! You bean't the daughter of Morgan Montgomery, be you?" "Yes, I am," said Ellen, half smiling. "And you are come to make a visit to Miss Fortune, eh?" "Yes," said Ellen, smiling no longer. "And Miss Fortune han't come up to meet you? That's real shabby of her. And how to get you down there to night, I am sure is more than I can tell." And he shouted, "Wife!" "What's the matter, Mr. Forbes?" said a fat landlady, appearing in the doorway, which she filled near as well as her husband would have done. "Look here," said Mr. Forbes, "here's Morgan Montgomery's daughter come to pay a visit to her Aunt Fortune Emerson. Don't you think she'll be glad to see her?" Mr. Forbes put this question with a rather curious look at his wife. She didn't answer him. She only looked at Ellen, looked grave, and gave a queer little nod of her head, which meant Ellen could not make out what. "Now what's to be done?" continued Mr. Forbes. "Miss Fortune was to have come up to meet her, but she ain't here, and I don't know how in the world I can take the child down there to night. The horses are both out to plough, you know, and besides, the tire is come off of that waggon wheel. I couldn't possibly use it. And then it's a great question in my mind what Miss Fortune would say to me. I should get paid, I s'pose." "Yes, you'd get paid," said his wife, with another little shake of her head; "but whether it would be the kind of pay you'd like, I don't know." "Well, what's to be done, wife? Keep the child overnight and send word down yonder?" "No," said Mrs. Forbes, "I'll tell you. I think I saw Van Brunt go by 2 or 3 hours ago with the ox cart, and I guess he's somewhere up town yet. I hain't seen him go back. He can take the child home with him." "Sam!" shouted Mrs. Forbes "Sam! Here! Sam! Run up the street directly, and see if you see Mr. Van Brunt's ox cart standing anywhere. I dare say he's at Mr. Miller's, or maybe at Mr. Hammersley's, the blacksmith, and ask him to stop here before he goes home. Now hurry, and don't run over him and then come back and tell me he ain't in town." Mrs. Forbes herself followed Sam to the door, and cast an exploring look in every direction. "I don't see no signs of him, up nor down," said she, returning to Ellen; "but I'm pretty sure he ain't gone home. Come in here, dear, and make yourself comfortable. It'll be a while yet, maybe, afore Mr. Van Brunt comes, but he'll be along by and by. Come in here and rest yourself." She opened a door, and Ellen followed her into a large kitchen, where a fire was burning, that showed wood must be plenty in those regions. Mrs. Forbes placed a low chair for her on the hearth, but herself remained standing by the side of the fire, looking earnestly, and with a good deal of interest, upon the little stranger. Ellen drew her white bonnet from her head, and sitting down with a wearied air, gazed sadly into the flames that were shedding their light upon her. "Are you going to stop a good while with Miss Fortune?" said Mrs. Forbes. "I don't know, Ma'am yes, I believe so," said Ellen, faintly. "Han't you got no mother?" asked Mrs. Forbes, suddenly, after a pause. "Oh, yes," said Ellen, looking up. But the question had touched the sore spot. Her head sank on her hands, and "Oh, Mamma!" was uttered with a bitterness that even Mrs. Forbes could feel. "Now, what made me ask you that?" said she. "Don't cry don't, love poor little dear you're as pale as a sheet. You're tired, I know, ain't you? Now cheer up, do. I can't bear to see you cry. You've come a great way to day, han't you?" Ellen nodded her head, but could give no answer. "I know what will do you good," said Mrs. Forbes, presently, getting up from the crouching posture she had taken to comfort Ellen. "You'll want something to eat that's the matter. I'll warrant you're half starved; no wonder you feel bad. Poor little thing! You shall have something good directly." And away she bustled to get it. Left alone, Ellen's tears flowed a few minutes very fast. She felt forlorn, and she was, besides, as Mrs. Forbes opined, both tired and faint. But she did not wish to be found weeping. She checked her tears and was sitting again quietly before the fire when the landlady returned. Mrs. Forbes had a great bowl of milk in one hand, and a plate of bread in the other, which she placed on the kitchen table, and setting a chair, called Ellen to come and partake of it. "Come, dear, here is something that will do you good. I thought there was a piece of pie in the buttery, and so there was; but Mr. Forbes must have got hold of it, for it ain't there now, and there ain't a bit of cake in the house for you. But I thought maybe you would like this as well as anything. Come!" Ellen thanked her, but said she did not want anything. "Oh, yes, you do," said Mrs. Forbes; "I know better. You're as pale as I don't know what. Come, this'll put roses in your cheeks. Don't you like bread and milk?" "Yes, very much indeed, Ma'am," said Ellen; "but I'm not hungry." She rose, however, and came to the table. "Oh, well, try to eat a bit, just to please me. It's real good country milk not a bit of cream off. You don't get such milk as that in the city, I guess. That's right; I see the roses coming back to your cheeks already. Is your pa in New York now?" "Yes, Ma'am." "You expect your pa and ma up to Thirlwall by and by, don't you?" "No, Ma'am." Mrs. Forbes was surprised, and she longed to ask why not, and what Ellen had come for; but the shade that had passed over her face as she answered the last question warned the landlady she was getting upon dangerous ground. "Does your aunt expect you to night?" "I believe so, Ma'am. I don't know; she was to have met me; papa said he would write." "Oh, well, maybe something hindered her from coming. It's no matter; you'll get home just as well. Mr. Van Brunt will be here soon, I guess. It's most time for him to be along." She went to the front door to look out for him, but returned without any news. A few minutes passed in silence, for, though full of curiosity, the good landlady dared not ask what she wanted to know, for fear of again exciting the sorrow of her little companion. She contented herself with looking at Ellen, who, on her part, much rested and refreshed, turned from the table, and was again, though somewhat less sadly, gazing into the fire. Presently the great wooden clock struck 5:30, with a whirring, rickety voice, for all the world like a hoarse grasshopper. Ellen at first wondered where it came from, and was looking at the clumsy machine that reached nearly from the floor of the kitchen to the ceiling, when a door at the other end of the room opened, and "Good day, Mrs. Forbes," in a rough but not unpleasant voice, brought her head quickly round in that direction. There stood a large, strong built man, with an ox whip in his hand. He was well made, and rather handsome, but there was something of heaviness in the air of both face and person mixed with his certainly good humoured expression. His dress was as rough as his voice a coarse grey frock coat, green velveteen pantaloons, and a fur cap that had seen its best days some time ago. "Good day, Mrs. Forbes," said this personage. "Sam said you wanted me to stop as I went along." "Ah, how do you do, Mr. Van Brunt?" said the landlady, rising. "You've got the ox cart here with you, han't you?" "Yes, I've got the ox cart," said the person addressed. "I came in town for a barrel of flour, and then the near ox had lost both his foreshoes off, and I had to go over there; and Hammersley has kept me a precious long time. What's wanting, Mrs. Forbes? I can't stop." "You've no load in your cart, have you?" said the landlady. "No, I should have had, though; but Miller had no shorts nor fresh flour, nor won't till next week. What's to go down, Mrs. Forbes?" "The nicest load ever you carried, Mr. Van Brunt. Here's a little lady come to stay with Miss Fortune. She's a daughter of Captain Montgomery Miss Fortune's brother, you know. She came by the stage a little while ago, and the thing is now to get her down to night. She can go in the cart, can't she?" Mr. Van Brunt looked a little doubtful, and pulling off his cap with one hand while he scratched his head with the other, he examined Ellen from head to foot, much as if she had been some great bale of goods and he were considering whether his cart would hold her or not. "Well," said he at length, "I don't know but she can, but there ain't nothing on 'arth for her to sit down upon." "Oh, never mind, I'll fix that," said Mrs. Forbes. "Is there any straw in the bottom of the cart?" "Not a bit." "Well, I'll fix it," said Mrs. Forbes. "You get her trunk into the cart, will you, Mr. Van Brunt? and I'll see to the rest." Mr. Van Brunt moved off without another word, to do what was desired of him, apparently quite confused at having a passenger instead of his more wonted load of bags and barrels. And his face still continued to wear the singular doubtful expression it had put on at first hearing the news. Ellen's trunk was quickly hoisted in, however, and Mrs. Forbes presently appeared with a little arm chair, which Mr. Van Brunt, with an approving look, bestowed in the cart, planting it with its back against the trunk to keep it steady. Mrs. Forbes then raising herself on tiptoe by the side of the cart, took a view of the arrangements. "That won't do yet," said she. "Her feet will be cold on that bare floor, and 'tain't over clean neither. Here, Sally, run up and fetch me that piece of carpet you'll find lying at the top of the back stairs. Now hurry! Now, Mr. Van Brunt, I depend upon you to get my things back again. Will you see and bring 'em the first time you come in town?" "I'll see about it; but what if I can't get hold of them?" answered the person addressed with a half smile. "Oh," said Mrs. Forbes, with another, "I'll leave that to you; you have your ways and means. Now just spread this carpet down nicely under her chair, and then she'll be fixed. Now, my darling, you'll ride like a queen. But how are you going to get in? Will you let Mr. Van Brunt lift you up?" Ellen's "Oh, no, Maam, if you please," was accompanied with such an evident shrinking from the proposal that Mrs. Forbes did not press it. A chair was brought from the kitchen, and by making a long step from it to the top of the wheel, and then to the edge of the cart, Ellen was at length safely stowed in her place. Kind Mrs. Forbes then stretched herself up over the side of the cart to shake hands with her, and bid her good bye, telling her again she would "ride like a queen." Ellen answered only, "Good bye, Maam;" but it was said with a look of so much sweetness, and eyes swimming half in sadness and half in gratefulness, that the good landlady could not forget it. "I do think," said she, when she went back to her husband, "that is the dearest little thing about I ever did see." "Humph!" said her husband; "I reckon Miss Fortune will think so too." The doubtful look came back to Mrs. Forbes' face, and, with another little, grave shake of her head, she went into the kitchen. "How kind she is! How good everybody is to me!" thought little Ellen, as she moved off in state in her chariot drawn by oxen. Quite a contrast this new way of travelling was to the noisy stage and swift steamer. Ellen did not know at first whether to like it or dislike it, but she came to the conclusion that it was very funny, and a remarkably amusing way of getting along. There was one disadvantage about it certainly their rate of travel was very slow. Ellen wondered her charioteer did not make his animals go faster, but she soon forgot their lazy progress in the interest of novel sights and new scenes. Slowly, very slowly, the good oxen drew the cart and the little queen in the arm chair out of the town, and they entered upon the open country. The sun had already gone down when they left the inn, and the glow of his setting had faded a good deal by the time they got quite out of the town; but light enough was still left to delight Ellen with the pleasant look of the country. It was a lovely evening, and quiet as summer; not a breath stirring. The leaves were all off the trees, the hills were brown, but the soft, warm light that still lingered upon them forbade any look of harshness or dreariness. These hills lay towards the west, and at Thirlwall were not more than 2 miles distant, but sloping off more to the west as the range extended in a southerly direction. Between, the ground was beautifully broken; rich fields and meadows lay on all sides, sometimes level, and sometimes with a soft, wavy surface, where Ellen thought it must be charming to run up and down. Every now and then these were varied by a little rising ground, capped with a piece of woodland, and beautiful trees; many of them were seen standing alone, especially by the roadside. All had a cheerful, pleasant look. The houses were very scattered; in the whole way they passed but few. Ellen's heart regularly began to beat when they came in sight of one, and "I wonder if that is Aunt Fortune's house? Perhaps it is," or "I hope it is not," were the thoughts that rose to her mind. But slowly the oxen brought her abreast of the houses, one after another, and slowly they passed on beyond, and there was no sign of getting home yet. Their way was through pleasant lanes towards the south, but constantly approaching the hills. About a half mile from Thirlwall they crossed a little river, not more than 30 yards broad, and after that the twilight deepened fast. The shades gathered on field and hill; everything grew brown and then dusky; and then Ellen was obliged to content herself with what was very near, for further than that she could only see dim outlines. She began again to think of their slow travelling, and to wonder that Mr. Van Brunt could be content with it. She wondered, too, what made him walk, when he might just as well have sat in the cart. The truth was, he had chosen that for the very purpose that he might have a good look at the little queen in the arm chair. Apparently, however, he too now thought it might be as well to make a little haste, for he thundered out some orders to his oxen, accompanied with 2 or 3 strokes of his heavy lash, which, though not cruel by any means, went to Ellen's heart. "Them lazy critters won't go fast anyhow," said he to Ellen; "they will take their own time; it ain't no use to cut them." "Oh, no, pray don't, if you please," said Ellen, in a voice of earnest entreaty. "'Tain't fair neither," continued Mr. Van Brunt, lashing his great whip from side to side, without touching anything. "I have seen critters that would take any quantity of whipping to make them go; but them 'ere ain't of that kind; they'll work as long as they can stand, poor fellows." There was a little silence, during which Ellen eyed her rough charioteer, not knowing exactly what to make of him. "I guess this is the first time you ever rid in a ox cart, ain't it?" "Yes," said Ellen; "I never saw one before." "Han't you never seen an ox cart? Well, how do you like it?" "I like it very much indeed. Have we got much further to go before we get to Aunt Fortune's house?" "Aunt Fortune's house? A pretty good bit yet. You see that mountain over there?" pointing with his whip to a hill directly west of them, and about a mile distant. "Yes," said Ellen, "that's the Nose. Then you see that other?" pointing to one that lay some 2 miles further south. "Miss Fortune's house is just this side of that; it's all of 2 miles from here." And, urged by this recollection, he again scolded and cheered the patient oxen, who for the most part kept on their steady way without any reminder. But perhaps it was for Ellen's sake that he scarcely touched them with the whip. "That don't hurt them, not a bit," he remarked to Ellen; "it only lets them know that I'm here, and they must mind their business. So you're Miss Fortune's niece, eh?" "Yes," said Ellen. "Well," said Mr. Van Brunt, with a desperate attempt at being complimentary, "I shouldn't care if you was mine, too." Ellen was somewhat astounded, and so utterly unable to echo the wish, that she said nothing. She did not know it, but Mr. Van Brunt had made, for him, most extraordinary efforts at sociability. Having quite exhausted himself, he now mounted into the cart and sat silent, only now and then uttering energetic "Gees" and "Haws," which greatly excited Ellen's wonderment. She discovered they were meant for the ears of the oxen, but more than that she could not make out. They plodded along very slowly, and the evening fell fast. As they left behind the hill which Mr. Van Brunt had called the Nose, they could see through an opening in the mountains, a bit of the western horizon, and some brightness still lingering there. But it was soon hid from view, and darkness veiled the whole country. Ellen could amuse herself no longer with looking about; she could see nothing very clearly but the outline of Mr. Van Brunt's broad back just before her. But the stars had come out, and brilliant and clear they were, looking down upon her, with their 1,000 eyes. Ellen's heart jumped when she saw them, with a mixed feeling of pleasure and sadness. They carried her right back to the last evening, when she was walking up the hill with Timmins. She remembered her anger against Mrs. Dunscombe, and her kind friend's warning not to indulge it, and all his teaching that day; and tears came with the thought, how glad she should be to hear him speak to her again. Still looking up at the beautiful quiet stars, she thought of her dear far off mother; how long it was already since she had seen her. Faster and faster the tears dropped, and then she thought of that glorious One who had made the stars, and was above them all, and who could and did see her mother and her, though ever so far apart, and could hear and bless them both. The little face was no longer upturned; it was buried in her hands, and bowed to her lap, and tears streamed as she prayed that God would bless her dear mother and take care of her. Not once nor twice; the fulness of Ellen's heart could not be poured out in one asking. Greatly comforted at last, at having as it were laid over the care of her mother upon One who is able, she thought of herself, and her late resolution to serve him. She was in the same mind still. She could not call herself a Christian yet, but she was resolved to be one, and she earnestly asked the Saviour she sought, to make her and keep her his child. And then Ellen felt happy. Quiet and weariness and even drowsiness succeeded. It was well the night was still, for it had grown quite cool, and a breeze would have gone through and through Ellen's nankeen coat. As it was, she began to be chilly, when Mr. Van Brunt, who, since he got into the cart, had made no remarks except to his oxen, turned round a little and spoke to her again. "It's only a little bit of a way we've got to go now," said he; "we're turning the corner." The words seemed to shoot through Ellen's heart; she was wide awake instantly, and quite warm. And leaning forward in her little chair, she strove to pierce the darkness on either hand of her, to see whereabouts the house stood, and how things looked. She could discern nothing but misty shadows, and outlines of she could not tell what; the starlight was too dim to reveal anything to a stranger. "There's the house," said Mr. Van Brunt, after a few minutes more; "do you see it yonder?" Ellen strained her eyes, but could make out nothing, not even a glimpse of white. She sat back in her chair, her heart beating violently. Presently Mr. Van Brunt jumped down and opened a gate at the side of the road, and, with a great deal of geeing, the oxen turned to the right, and drew the cart a little way up the hill, then stopped on what seemed level ground. "Here we are!" cried Mr. Van Brunt, as he threw his whip on the ground, "and late enough. You must be tired of that little arm cheer by this time. Come to the side of the cart, and I'll lift you down." Poor Ellen! there was no help for it. She came to the side of the cart, and taking her in his arms, her rough charioteer set her very gently and carefully on the ground. "There," said he, "now you can run right in. Do you see that little gate?" "No," said Ellen, "I can't see anything." "Well, come here," said he, "and I'll show you. Here, you're runnin' agin the fence this way." And he opened a little wicket, which Ellen managed to stumble through. "Now," said he, "go straight up to that door yonder and open it, and you'll see where to go. Don't knock, but just pull the latch and go in." And he went off to his oxen. Ellen at first saw no door, and did not even know where to look for it. By degrees, as her head became clearer, the large dark shadow of the house stood before her, and a little glimmering line of a path seemed to lead onward from where she stood. With unsteady steps, Ellen pursued it till her foot struck against the stone before the door. Her trembling fingers found the latch, lifted it, and she entered. All was dark there, but at the right a window showed light glimmering within. Ellen made towards it, and groping, came to another door latch. This was big and clumsy. However, she managed it, and pushing open the heavy door, went in. It was a good sized, cheerful looking kitchen. A fine fire was burning in the enormous fireplace; the white walls and ceiling were yellow in the light of the flame. No candles were needed, and none were there. The supper table was set, and with its snow white tablecloth and shining furniture, looked very comfortable indeed. But the only person there was an old woman, sitting by the side of the fire, with her back towards Ellen. She seemed to be knitting, but did not move nor look round. Ellen had come a step or two into the room, and there she stood, unable to speak or to go any further. "Can that be Aunt Fortune?" she thought. "She can't be as old as that." In another minute a door opened at her right, just behind the old woman's back, and a second figure appeared at the top of a flight of stairs which led down from the kitchen. She came in, shutting the door behind her with her foot; and indeed both hands were full, one holding a lamp and a knife, and the other a plate of butter. The sight of Ellen stopped her short. "What is this? and what do you leave the door open for, child?" she said. She advanced toward it, plate and lamp in hand, and setting her back against the door, shut it vigorously. "Who are you? and what's wanting?" "I'm Ellen Montgomery, Maam," said Ellen timidly. "What?" said the lady, with some emphasis. "Didn't you expect me, Maam? Papa said he would write." "Why, is this Ellen Montgomery?" said Miss Fortune, apparently forced to the conclusion that it must be. "Yes, Maam," said Ellen. Miss Fortune went to the table and put the butter and the lamp in their places. "Did you say your father wrote to tell me of your coming?" "He said he would, Maam," said Ellen. "He didn't! never sent me a line just like him. I never yet knew Morgan Montgomery do a thing when he promised he would." Ellen's face flushed and her heart swelled; she stood motionless. "How did you get down here to night?" "I came in Mr. Van Brunt's ox cart," said Ellen. "Mr. Van Brunt's ox cart! then he's got home, has he?" And hearing this instant a noise outside, Miss Fortune swept to the door, saying as she opened it, "Sit down, child, and take off your things." The first command, at least, Ellen obeyed gladly. She did not feel enough at home to comply with the second. She only took off her bonnet. "Well, Mr. Van Brunt," said Miss Fortune at the door, "have you brought me a barrel of flour?" "No, Miss Fortune," said the voice of Ellen's charioteer, "I've brought you something better than that." "Where did you find her?" said Miss Fortune, something shortly. "Up at Forbes." "What have you got there?" "A trunk. Where is it to go?" "A trunk! It must go upstairs; but how it is ever to get there, I am sure I don't know." "I'll find a way to get it there. I'll engage if you'll be so good as to open the door for me, Maam." "Indeed you won't! that'll never do, with your shoes on," said Miss Fortune, in a tone of indignant housewifery. "Well, without my shoes, then," said Mr. Van Brunt, with a half giggle, as Ellen heard the shoes kicked off. "Now, Maam, out of my way give me a road." Miss Fortune seized the lamp, and opening another door, ushered Mr. Van Brunt and the trunk out of the kitchen, and up Ellen saw not whither. In a minute or two they returned, and he of the ox cart went out. "Supper's just ready, Mr. Van Brunt," said the mistress of the house. "Can't stay, Maam, it's so late; must hurry home." And he closed the door behind him. "What made you so late?" asked Miss Fortune of Ellen. "I don't know, Maam. I believe Mr. Van Brunt said the blacksmith had kept him." Miss Fortune bustled about a few minutes in silence, setting some things on the table and filling the teapot. "Come," she said to Ellen, "take off your coat and come to the table. You must be hungry by this time. It's a good while since you had your dinner, ain't it? Come, mother." The old lady rose, and Miss Fortune, taking her chair, set it by the side of the table, next to the fire. Ellen was opposite to her, and now, for the first time, the old lady seemed to know that she was in the room. She looked at her very attentively, but with an expressionless gaze which Ellen did not like to meet, though otherwise her face was calm and pleasant. "Who is that?" inquired the old lady presently of Miss Fortune, in a half whisper. "That's Morgan's daughter," was the answer. "Morgan's daughter! Has Morgan a daughter?" "Why, yes, mother; don't you remember I told you a month ago he was going to send her here?" The old lady turned again, with a half shake of her head, towards Ellen. "Morgan's daughter," she repeated to herself softly. "She's a pretty little girl very pretty. Will you come round here and give me a kiss, dear?" Ellen submitted. The old lady folded her in her arms, and kissed her affectionately. "That's your grandmother, Ellen," said Miss Fortune, as Ellen went back to her seat. Ellen had no words to answer. Her aunt saw her weary down look, and soon after supper proposed to take her upstairs. Ellen gladly followed her. Miss Fortune showed her to her room, and first asking if she wanted anything, left her to herself. It was a relief. Ellen's heart had been brimful and ready to run over for some time, but the tears could not come then. They did not now, till she had undressed and laid her weary little body on the bed; then they broke forth in an agony. "She did not kiss me; she didn't say she was glad to see me," thought poor Ellen. But weariness this time was too much for sorrow and disappointment. It was but a few minutes, and Ellen's brow was calm again, her eyelids still, and with the tears wet upon her cheeks, she was fast asleep. CHAPTer 10. Of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 10. Mud, and What Came of It. The morning sun was shining full and strong in Ellen's eyes when she awoke. Bewildered at the strangeness of everything around her, she raised herself on her elbow, and took a long look at her new home. It could not help but seem cheerful. The bright beams of sunlight, streaming in through the windows, lighted on the wall and on the old wainscoting; and paintless and rough as they were, nature's own gilding more than made amends for their want of comeliness. Still, Ellen was not much pleased with the result of her survey. The room was good sized, and perfectly neat and clean. It had two large windows opening to the east, through which, morning by morning, the sun looked in; that was another blessing. But the floor was without the sign of a carpet, and the bare boards looked to Ellen very comfortless. The hard finished walls were not very smooth, nor particularly white. The doors and doorwork, though very neat, and even carved with some attempt at ornament, had never known the touch of paint, and had grown in the course of years to be a light brown colour. The room was very bare of furniture, too. A dressing table, pier table, or what not, stood between the windows, but it was only a half circular top of pine board set upon three very long, bare looking legs, altogether of a most awkward and unhappy appearance, Ellen thought, and quite too high for her to use with any comfort. No glass hung over it, nor anywhere else. On the north side of the room was a fireplace; against the opposite wall stood Ellen's trunk and two chairs; that was all, except the cot bed she was lying on, and which had its place opposite the windows. The cover lid of that came in for a share of her displeasure, being of home made white and blue worsted, mixed with cotton, exceeding thick and heavy. "I wonder what sort of blanket is under it," said Ellen, "if I can ever get it off to see. Pretty good, but the sheets are cotton, and so is the pillow case." She was still leaning on her elbow, looking around her with a rather discontented face, when some door being opened downstairs, a great noise of hissing and sputtering came to her ears, and presently after there stole to her nostrils a steaming odour of something very savoury from the kitchen. It said as plainly as any dressing bell that she had better get up; so up she jumped, and set about the business of dressing with great alacrity. Where was the distress of last night? Gone, with the darkness. She had slept well; the bracing atmosphere had restored strength and spirits, and the bright morning light made it impossible to be dull or downhearted, in spite of the new cause she thought she had found. She went on quick with the business of the toilet, but when it came to the washing, she suddenly discovered there were no conveniences for it in her room no sign of a pitcher or basin, or stand to hold them. Ellen was slightly dismayed, but presently recollected her arrival had not been looked for so soon, and probably the preparations for it had not been completed. So she finished dressing, and then set out to find her way to the kitchen. On opening the door, there was a little landing place from which the stairs descended just in front of her, and at the left hand another door, which she supposed must lead to her aunt's room. At the foot of the stairs Ellen found herself in a large square room, or hall, for one of its doors on the east opened to the outer air, and was in fact the front door of the house. Another Ellen tried on the south side; it would not open. A third, under the stairs, admitted her to the kitchen. The noise of hissing and sputtering now became quite violent, and the smell of the cooking, to Ellen's fancy, rather too strong to be pleasant. Before a good fire stood Miss Fortune, holding the end of a very long iron handle, by which she was kept in communication with a flat vessel sitting on the fire, in which Ellen soon discovered all this noisy and odorous cooking was going on. A tall tin coffee pot stood on some coals in the corner of the fireplace, and another little iron vessel in front also claimed a share of Miss Fortune's attention, for she every now and then leaned forward to give a stir to whatever was in it, making each time quite a spasmodic effort to do so, without quitting her hold of the end of the long handle. Ellen drew near and looked on with great curiosity, and not a little appetite; but Miss Fortune was far too busy to give her more than a passing glance. At length the hissing pan was brought to the hearth for some new arrangement of its contents, and Ellen seized the moment of peace and quiet to say, "Good morning, Aunt Fortune." Miss Fortune was crouching by the pan, turning her slices of pork. "How do you do this morning?" she answered, without looking up. Ellen replied she felt a great deal better. "Slept warm, did you?" said Miss Fortune, as she set the pan back on the fire; and Ellen could hardly answer, "Quite warm, Ma'am," when the hissing and sputtering began again, as loud as ever. "I must wait," thought Ellen, "till this is over, before I say what I want to. I can't scream out to ask for a basin and towel." In a few minutes the pan was removed from the fire, and Miss Fortune went on to take out the brown slices of nicely fried pork, and arrange them in a deep dish, leaving a small quantity of clear fat in the pan. Ellen, who was greatly interested, and observing every step most attentively, settled in her own mind that certainly this would be thrown away, being fit for nothing but the pigs. But Miss Fortune didn't think so, for she darted into some pantry close by, and returning with a cup of cream in her hand, emptied it all into the pork fat. Then she ran into the pantry again for a little round tin box, with a cover full of holes, and shaking this gently over the pan, a fine white shower of flour fell upon the cream. The pan was then replaced on the fire and stirred, and, to Ellen's astonishment, the whole changed, as if by magic, to a thick, stiff, white froth. It was not till Miss Fortune was carefully pouring this over the fried slices in the dish, that Ellen suddenly recollected that breakfast was ready, and she was not. "Aunt Fortune," she said timidly, "I haven't washed yet. There's no basin in my room." Miss Fortune made no answer, nor gave any sign of hearing. She went on dishing up breakfast. Ellen waited a few minutes. "Will you please, Ma'am, to show me where I can wash myself?" "Yes," said Miss Fortune, suddenly standing erect; "you'll have to go down to the spout." "The spout, Ma'am?" said Ellen; "what's that?" "You'll know it when you see it, I guess," answered her aunt, again stooping over her preparations. But in another moment she arose and said, "Just open that door there behind you, and go down the stairs and out at the door, and you'll see where it is, and what it is too." Ellen still lingered. "Would you be so good as to give me a towel, Ma'am?" she said timidly. Miss Fortune dashed past her and out of another door, whence she presently returned with a clean towel, which she threw over Ellen's arm, and then went back to her work. Opening the door by which she had first seen her aunt enter the night before, Ellen went down a steep flight of steps, and found herself in a lower kitchen, intended for common purposes. It seemed not to be used at all; at least there was no fire there, and a cellar like feeling and smell instead. That was no wonder, for beyond the fireplace on the left hand was the opening to the cellar, which, running under the other part of the house, was on a level with this kitchen. It had no furniture but a table and two chairs. The thick, heavy door stood open. Passing out, Ellen looked around for water. In what shape or form it was to present itself she had no very clear idea. She soon spied, a few yards distant, a little stream of water pouring from the end of a pipe or trough raised about a foot and a half from the ground, and a well worn path leading to it, left no doubt of its being "the spout." But when she had reached it, Ellen was in no small puzzle as to how she should manage. The water was clear and bright, and poured very fast into a shallow wooden trough underneath, whence it ran off into the meadow and disappeared. "But what shall I do without a basin?" thought Ellen. "I can't catch any water in my hands; it runs too fast. If I only could get my face under there, that would be fine." Very carefully and cautiously she tried it, but the continual spattering of the water had made the board on which she stood so slippery, that before her face could reach the stream she came very near tumbling headlong, and so taking more of a cold bath than she wished for. So she contented herself with the drops her hand could bring to her face, a scanty supply, but those drops were deliciously cold and fresh; and afterwards she pleased herself with holding her hands in the running water till they were red with the cold. On the whole, Ellen enjoyed her washing very much. The morning air came playing about her; its cool breath was on her cheek, with health in its touch; the early sun was shining on tree and meadow and hill; the long shadows stretched over the grass, and the very brown outhouses looked bright. She thought it was the loveliest place she had ever seen; and that sparkling, trickling water was certainly the purest and sweetest she had ever tasted. Where could it come from? It poured from a small trough made of the split trunk of a tree, with a little groove or channel, 2 inches wide, hollowed out in it. But at the end of one of these troughs another lapped on, and another at the end of that; and how many there were, Ellen could not see, nor where the beginning of them was. Ellen stood gazing and wondering, drinking in the fresh air, hope and spirits rising every minute, when she suddenly recollected breakfast. She hurried in. As she expected, her aunt was at the table. But to her surprise, and not at all to her gratification, there was Mr. Van Brunt at the other end of it, eating away very much at home indeed. In silent dismay, Ellen drew her chair to the side of the table. "Did you find the spout?" asked Miss Fortune. "Yes, Ma'am." "Well, how do you like it?" "Oh, I like it very much indeed," said Ellen. "I think it is beautiful." Miss Fortune's face rather softened at this, and she gave Ellen an abundant supply of all that was on the table. Her journey, the bracing air, and her cool morning wash, altogether, had made Ellen very sharp, and she did justice to the breakfast. She thought never was coffee so good as this country coffee, nor anything so excellent as the brown bread and butter, both as sweet as bread and butter could be; neither was any cookery so entirely satisfactory as Miss Fortune's fried pork and potatoes. Yet her teaspoon was not silver, her knife could not boast of being either sharp or bright, and her fork was certainly made for anything else in the world but comfort and convenience, being of only 2 prongs, and those so far apart that Ellen had no small difficulty to carry the potato safely from her plate to her mouth. It mattered nothing; she was now looking on the bright side of things, and all this only made her breakfast taste the sweeter. Ellen rose from the table when she had finished, and stood a few minutes thoughtfully by the fire. "Aunt Fortune," she said at length, timidly, "if you've no objection, I should like to go and take a look all about." "Oh, yes," said Miss Fortune, "go where you like. I'll give you a week to do what you please with yourself." "Thank you, Ma'am," said Ellen, as she ran off for her bonnet. "A week's a long time. I suppose," thought she, "I shall go to school at the end of that." Returning quickly with her white bonnet, Ellen opened the heavy kitchen door by which she had entered last night, and went out. She found herself in a kind of long shed. It had very rough walls and floor, and overhead showed the brown beams and rafters; 2 little windows and a door were on the side. All manner of rubbish lay there, especially at the further end. There was scattered about and piled up various boxes, boards, farming and garden tools, old pieces of rope and sheepskin, old iron, a cheese press, and what not. Ellen did not stay long to look, but went out to find something pleasanter. A few yards from the shed door was the little gate through which she had stumbled in the dark, and outside of that Ellen stood still a little while. It was a fair pleasant day, and the country scene she looked upon was very pretty. Ellen thought so. Before her, at a little distance, rose the great gable end of the barn, and a long row of outhouses stretched away from it towards the left. The ground was strewn thick with chips, and the reason was not hard to find, for a little way off, under an old stunted apple tree, lay a huge log, well chipped on the upper side, with the axe resting against it, and close by were some sticks of wood, both chopped and unchopped. To the right, the ground descended gently to a beautiful plain meadow, skirted on the hither side by a row of fine apple trees. The smooth green flat tempted Ellen to a run, but first she looked to the left. There was the garden, she guessed, for there was a paling fence which enclosed a pretty large piece of ground, and between the garden and the house a green slope ran down to the spout. That reminded her that she intended making a journey of discovery up the course of the long trough. No time could be better than now, and she ran down the slope. The trough was supported at some height from the ground by little heaps of stones, placed here and there along its whole course. Not far from the spout it crossed a fence. Ellen must cross it too, to gain her object, and how that could be done was a great question. She resolved to try, however; but first she played a while with the water, which had great charms for her. She dammed up the little channel with her fingers, forcing the water to flow over the side of the trough. There was something very pleasant in stopping the supply of the spout, and seeing the water trickling over where it had no business to go; and she did not heed that some of the drops took her frock in their way. She stooped her lips to the trough and drank of its sweet current, only for fun's sake, for she was not thirsty. Finally, she set out to follow the stream up to its head. But poor Ellen had not gone more than half way towards the fence, when she all at once plunged into the mire. The green grass growing there had looked fair enough, but there was running water and black mud under the green grass, she found to her sorrow. Her shoes, her stockings, were full. What was to be done now? The journey of discovery must be given up. She forgot to think about where the water came from, in the more pressing question, "What will Aunt Fortune say?" And the quick wish came that she had her mother to go to. However, she got out of the slough, and wiping her shoes as well as she could on the grass, she hastened back to the house. The kitchen was all put in order, the hearth swept, the irons at the fire, and Miss Fortune just pinning her ironing blanket on the table. "Well, what's the matter?" she said, when she saw Ellen's face; but as her glance reached the floor, her brow darkened. "Mercy on me!" she exclaimed, with slow emphasis; "what on earth have you been about? Where have you been?" Ellen explained. "Well, you have made a figure of yourself. Sit down," said her aunt, shortly, as she thrust a chair down on the hearth before the fire. "I should have thought you'd have had wit enough at your age to keep out of the ditch." "I didn't see any ditch," said Ellen. "No, I suppose not," said Miss Fortune, who was energetically twitching off Ellen's shoes and stockings with her forefinger and thumb. "I suppose not. You were staring up at the moon or stars, I suppose." "It all looked green and smooth," said poor Ellen, "one part just like another; and the first thing I knew, I was up to my ankles." "What were you there at all for?" said Miss Fortune, shortly enough. "I couldn't see where the water came from, and I wanted to find out." "Well, you've found out enough for one day, I hope. Just look at those stockings. Han't you never got a pair of coloured stockings, that you must go poking into the mud with white ones?" "No, Maam." "Do you mean to say you never wore any but white ones at home?" "Yes, Maam; I never had any others." Miss Fortune's thoughts seemed too much for speech, from the way in which she jumped up and went off without saying anything more. She presently came back with an old pair of grey socks, which she bade Ellen put on as soon as her feet were dry. "How many of those white stockings have you?" she said. "Mamma bought me half a dozen pair of new ones just before I came away, and I had as many as that of old ones beside." "Well, now go up to your trunk and bring 'em all down to me every pair of white stockings you have got. There's a pair of old slippers you can put on till your shoes are dry," she said, flinging them to her. "They aren't much too big for you." "They're not much too big for the socks; they're a great deal too big for me," thought Ellen. But she said nothing. She gathered all her stockings together and brought them downstairs as her aunt had bidden her. "Now you may run out to the barn, to Mr. Van Brunt you'll find him there and tell him I want him to bring me some white maple bark when he comes home to dinner. White maple bark, do you hear?" Away went Ellen, but in a few minutes came back. "I can't get in," she said. "What's the matter?" "Those great doors are shut, and I can't open them. I knocked, but nobody came." "Knock at a barn door!" said Miss Fortune. "You must go in at the little cowhouse door at the left, and go round; he's in the lower barn floor." The barn stood lower than the level of the chip yard, from which a little bridge led to the great doorway of the second floor. Passing down the range of outhouses, Ellen came to the little door her aunt had spoken of. "But what in the world should I do if there should be cows inside there?" said she to herself. She peeped in. The cow house was perfectly empty. and cautiously, and with many a fearful glance to the right and left, lest some terrible horned animal should present itself, Ellen made her way across the cow house and through the barnyard, littered thick with straw wet and dry, to the lower barn floor. The door of this stood wide open. Ellen looked with wonder and pleasure when she got in. It was an immense room. The sides showed nothing but hay up to the ceiling, except here and there an enormous upright post. The floor was perfectly clean. Only a few locks of hay and grains of wheat scattered upon it, and a pleasant sweet smell was there Ellen could not tell of what. But no Mr. Van Brunt. She looked about for him. She dragged her disagreeable slippers back and forth over the floor in vain. "Hilloa! what's wanting?" at length cried a rough voice she remembered very well. But where was the speaker? On every side, to every corner, her eyes turned without finding him. She looked up at last. There was the round face of Mr. Van Brunt peering down at her through a large opening, or trap door, in the upper floor. "Well," said he, "have you come out here to help me thrash wheat?" Ellen told him what she had come for. "White maple bark! Well," said he, in his slow way, "I'll bring it. I wonder what's in the wind now?" So Ellen wondered, as she slowly went back to the house, and yet more, when her aunt set her to tacking her stockings together by two and two. "What are you going to do with them, Aunt Fortune?" she at last ventured to say. "You'll see, when the time comes." "Mayn't I keep out one pair?" said Ellen, who had a vague notion that by some mysterious means her stockings were to be prevented from ever looking white any more. "No, just do as I tell you." Mr. Van Brunt came at dinner time with the white maple bark. It was thrown forthwith into a brass kettle of water, which Miss Fortune had already hung over the fire. Ellen felt sure this had something to do with her stockings, but she could ask no questions; and as soon as dinner was over she went up to her room. It didn't look pleasant now. The brown woodwork and rough dingy walls had lost their gilding. The sunshine was out of it, and what was more, the sunshine was out of Ellen's heart too. She went to the window and opened it, but there was nothing to keep it open; it slid down again as soon as she let it go. Baffled and sad, she stood leaning her elbows on the window sill, looking out on the grass plat that lay before the door, and at the little gate that opened on the lane, and the smooth meadow and rich broken country beyond. It was a very fair and pleasant scene in the soft sunlight of the last October, but the charm of it was gone for Ellen. It was dreary. She looked without caring to look, or knowing what she was looking at. She felt the tears rising to her eyes, and sick of the window, turned away. Her eye fell on her trunk; her next thought was of her desk inside of it, and suddenly her heart sprang. "I will write to Mamma." No sooner said than done. The trunk was quickly open, and hasty hands pulled out one thing after another till the desk was reached. "But what shall I do?" thought she. "There isn't a sign of a table. Oh, what a place! I'll shut my trunk and put it on that. But here are all these things to put back first." They were eagerly stowed away, and then kneeling by the side of the trunk, with loving hands Ellen opened her desk. A sheet of paper was drawn from her store, and properly placed before her. The pen dipped in the ink, and at first with a hurried, then with a trembling hand, she wrote, "My dear Mamma." But Ellen's heart had been swelling and swelling with every letter of those 3 words, and scarcely was the last A finished, when the pen was dashed down, and flinging away from the desk, she threw herself on the floor in a passion of grief. It seemed as if she had her mother in her arms again, and was clinging with a death grasp not to be parted from her. And then the feeling that she was parted. As much bitter sorrow as a little heart can know was in poor Ellen's now. In her childish despair she wished she could die, and almost thought she should. After a time, however, though not a short time, she rose from the floor and went to her writing again, her heart a little eased by weeping; yet the tears kept coming all the time, and she could not quite keep her paper from being blotted. The first sheet was spoiled before she was aware. She took another. "My dearest Mamma, it makes me so glad and so sorry to write to you, that I don't know what to do. I want to see you so much, Mamma, that it seems to me sometimes as if my heart would break. Oh, Mamma, if I could just kiss you once more, I would give anything in the whole world. I can't be happy as long as you are away, and I am afraid I can't be good either; but I will try. Oh, I will try, Mamma. I have so much to say to you that I don't know where to begin. I am sure my paper will never hold it. You will want to know about my journey. The first day was on the steamboat, you know. I should have had a dreadful time that day, Mamma, but for something I'll tell you about. I was sitting up on the upper deck, thinking about you, and feeling very badly indeed, when a gentleman came and spoke to me, and asked me what was the matter. Mamma, I can't tell you how kind he was to me. He kept me with him the whole day. He took me all over the boat, and showed me all about a great many things, and he talked to me a great deal. Oh, Mamma, how he talked to me! He read in the Bible to me, and explained it, and he tried to make me a Christian. And oh, Mamma, when he was talking to me, how I wanted to do as he said! And I resolved I would. I did, Mamma, and I have not forgotten it. I will try indeed, but I am afraid it will be very hard, without you or him or anybody else to help me. You couldn't have been kinder yourself, Mamma. He kissed me at night when I bid him good bye, and I was very sorry indeed. I wish I could see him again. Mamma, I will always love that gentleman if I never see him again in the world. I wish there was somebody here that I could love, but there is not. You will want to know what sort of person my Aunt Fortune is. I think she is very good looking, or she would be if her nose was not quite so sharp. But, Mamma, I can't tell you what sort of a feeling I have about her. It seems to me as if she was sharp all over. I am sure her eyes are as sharp as two needles. And she don't walk like other people at least sometimes. She makes queer little jerks and starts and jumps, and flies about like I don't know what. I'm afraid it is not right for me to write so about her. But may I not tell you, Mamma? There's nobody else for me to talk to. I can't like Aunt Fortune much yet, and I am sure she don't like me, but I will try to make her. I haven't forgotten what you said to me about that. Oh, dear Mamma, I will try to mind everything you ever said to me in your life. I'm afraid you won't like what I've written about Aunt Fortune, but indeed I have done nothing to displease her, and I will try not to. If you were only here, Mamma, I should say it was the loveliest place I ever saw in my life. Perhaps, after all, I shall feel better, and be quite happy by and by. But oh, Mamma, how glad I shall be when I get a letter from you! I shall begin to look for it soon, and I think I shall go out of my wits with joy when it comes. I had the funniest ride down here from Thirlwall that you can think. How do you guess I came? In a cart drawn by oxen. They went so slow, we were an age getting here, but I liked it very much. There was a good natured man driving the oxen, and he was kind to me. But, Mamma, what do you think? He eats at the table. I know what you would tell me; you would say I must not mind trifles. Well, I will try not, Mamma. Oh, darling mother, I can't think much of anything but you. I think of you the whole time. Who makes tea for you now? Are you better? Are you going to leave New York soon? It seems dreadfully long since I saw you. I am tired, dear Mamma, and cold, and it is getting dark. I must stop. I have a good big room to myself; that is a good thing. I should not like to sleep with Aunt Fortune. Good night, dear Mamma. I wish I could sleep with you once more. Oh, when will that be again, Mamma? Good night, good night. Your affectionate Ellen. The letter finished, was carefully folded and closed and directed, and then, with an odd mixture of pleasure and sadness, Ellen lit one of her little wax matches, as she called them, and sealed it very nicely. She looked at it fondly a minute when all was done, thinking of the dear fingers that would hold and open it. Her next movement was to sink her face in her hands, and pray most earnestly for a blessing upon her mother, and help for herself. Poor Ellen felt she needed it. She was afraid of lingering lest tea should be ready, so locking up her letter, she went down stairs. The tea was ready. Miss Fortune and Mr. Van Brunt were at the table, and so was the old lady, whom Ellen had not seen before that day. She quietly drew up her chair to its place. "Well," said Miss Fortune, "I hope you feel better for your long stay upstairs." "I do, Ma'am," said Ellen, "a great deal better." "What have you been about?" "I have been writing, Ma'am." "Writing what?" "I've been writing to Mamma." Perhaps Miss Fortune heard the trembling of Ellen's voice, or her sharp glance saw the lip quiver and eyelid droop. Something softened her. She spoke in a different tone, asked Ellen if her tea was good, took care she had plenty of the bread and butter and excellent cheese, which was on the table, and lastly cut her a large piece of the pumpkin pie. Mr. Van Brunt, too, looked once or twice at Ellen's face, as if he thought all was not right there. He was not so sharp as Miss Fortune, but the swollen eyes and tear stains were not quite lost upon him. After tea, when Mr. Van Brunt was gone, and the tea things cleared away, Ellen had the pleasure of finding out the mystery of the brass kettle and the white maple bark. The kettle now stood in the chimney corner. Miss Fortune, seating herself before it, threw in all Ellen's stockings except one pair, which she flung over to her, saying, "There, I don't care if you keep that one." Then, tucking up her sleeves to the elbows, she fished up pair after pair out of the kettle, and wringing them out, hung them on chairs to dry. But, as Ellen had opined, they were no longer white, but of a fine slate colour. She looked on in silence, too much vexed to ask questions. "Well, how do you like that?" said Miss Fortune at length, when she had got 2 or 3 chairs round the fire, pretty well hung with a display of slate coloured cotton legs. "I don't like it at all," said Ellen. "Well, I do. How many pairs of white stockings would you like to drive into the mud and let me wash out every week?" "You wash?" said Ellen, in surprise. "I didn't think of your doing it." "Who did you think was going to do it? There's nothing in this house but goes through my hand, I can tell you, and so must you. I suppose you've lived all your life among people that thought a great deal of wetting their little finger, but I'm not one of 'em, I guess you'll find." Ellen was convinced of that already. "Well, what are you thinking of?" said Miss Fortune presently. "I'm thinking of my nice white darning cotton," said Ellen. "I might just as well not have had it." "Is it wound or in the scan?" "In the scan." "Then just go right up and get it. I'll warrant I'll fix it, so that you'll have a use for it." Ellen obeyed, but musing rather uncomfortably what else there was of hers that Miss Fortune could lay hands on. She seemed in imagination to see all her white things turning brown. She resolved she would keep her trunk well locked up, but what if her keys should be called for? She was dismissed to her room soon after the dyeing business was completed. It was rather a disagreeable surprise to find her bed still unmade, and she did not at all like the notion that the making of it in future must depend entirely upon herself. Ellen had no fancy for such handiwork. She went to sleep in somewhat the same dissatisfied mood with which the day had been begun, displeasure at her coarse heavy coverlid and cotton sheets again taking its place among weightier matters, and dreamed of tying them together into a rope by which to let herself down out of the window. But when she had got so far, Ellen's sleep became sound, and the end of the dream was never known. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 11. Running away with the brook. Clouds and rain and cold winds kept Ellen within doors for several days. This did not better the state of matters between herself and her aunt. Shut up with her in the kitchen from morning till night, with the only variety of the old lady's company part of the time, Ellen thought neither of them improved upon acquaintance. Perhaps they thought the same of her. She was certainly not in her best mood. With nothing to do, the time hanging very heavy on her hands, disappointed, unhappy, frequently irritated, Ellen became at length very ready to take offence, and nowise disposed to pass it over, or smooth it away. She seldom showed this in words, it is true, but it rankled in her mind. Listless and brooding she sat day after day, comparing the present with the past, wishing vain wishes, indulging bootless requests, and looking upon her aunt and grandmother with an eye of more settled aversion. The only other person she saw was Mr. Van Brunt, who came in regularly to meals, but he never said anything, unless in answer to Miss Fortune's questions, and remarks about the farm concerns. These did not interest her, and she was greatly wearied with the sameness of her life. She longed to go out again, but Thursday, and Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday passed, and the weather still kept her close prisoner. Monday brought a change, but though a cool drying wind blew all day, the ground was too wet to venture out. On the evening of that day, as Miss Fortune was setting the table for tea, and Ellen sitting before the fire, feeling weary of everything, the kitchen door opened, and a girl somewhat larger and older than herself came in. She had a pitcher in her hand, and marching straight up to the tea table, she said, "Will you let Granny have a little milk to night, Miss Fortune? I can't find the cow. I'll bring it back to morrow." "You hain't lost her, Nancy?" "Have, though," said the other. "She's been away these 2 days." "Why didn't you go somewhere nearer for milk?" "Oh, I don't know I guess your'n is the sweetest," said the girl, with a look Ellen did not understand. Miss Fortune took the pitcher and went into the pantry. While she was gone, the two children improved the time in looking very hard at each other. Ellen's gaze was modest enough, though it showed a great deal of interest in the new object; but the broad, searching stare of the other seemed intended to take in all there was of Ellen from her head to her feet, and keep it, and find out what sort of a creature she was at once. Ellen almost shrank from the bold black eyes, but they never wavered, till Miss Fortune's voice broke the spell. "How's your grandmother, Nancy?" "She's tolerable, Maam, thank you." "Now, if you don't bring it back to morrow, you won't get any more in a hurry," said Miss Fortune, as she handed the pitcher back to the girl. "I'll mind it," said the latter, with a little nod of her head, which seemed to say there was no danger of her forgetting. "Who is that, Aunt Fortune?" said Ellen when she was gone. "She is a girl that lives up the mountain yonder." "But what's her name?" "I had just as lief you wouldn't know her name. She ain't a good girl. Don't you never have anything to do with her." Ellen was in no mind to give credit to all her aunt's opinions, and she set this down as in part at least coming from ill humour. The next morning was calm and fine, and Ellen spent nearly the whole of it out of doors. She did not venture near the ditch, but in every other direction she explored the ground, and examined what stood or grew upon it as thoroughly as she dared. Towards noon she was standing by the little gate at the back of the house, unwilling to go in, but not knowing what more to do, when Mr. Van Brunt came from the lane with a load of wood. Ellen watched the oxen toiling up the ascent, and thought it looked like very hard work. She was sorry for them. "Isn't that a very heavy load?" she asked of their driver, as he was throwing it down under the apple tree. "Heavy? Not a bit of it. It ain't nothing at all to 'em. They'd take twice as much any day, with pleasure." "I shouldn't think so," said Ellen. "They don't look as if there was much pleasure about it. What makes them lean over so against each other when they are coming up a hill?" "Oh, that's just a way they've got. They're so fond of each other, I suppose. Perhaps they've something particular to say, and want to put their heads together for the purpose." "No," said Ellen, half laughing, "it can't be that. They wouldn't take the very hardest time for that; they would wait till they got to the top of the hill; but there they stand just as if they were asleep, only their eyes are open. Poor things!" "They're not very poor anyhow," said Mr. Van Brunt. "There ain't a finer yoke of oxen to be seen than them are, nor in better condition." He went on throwing the wood out of the cart, and Ellen stood looking at him. "What'll you give me if I'll make you a scup one of these days?" said Mr. Van Brunt. "A scup?" said Ellen. "Yes, a scup. How would you like it?" "I don't know what it is," said Ellen. "A scup! Maybe you don't know it by that name. Some folks call it a swing." "A swing! Oh, yes," said Ellen; "now I know. Oh, I like it very much. Would you like to have one?" "Yes, indeed, I should, very much." "Well, what'll you give me if I'll fix you out?" "I don't know," said Ellen; "I have nothing to give. I'll be very much obliged to you, indeed." "Well, now, come I'll make a bargain with you. I'll engage to fix a scup for you if you'll give me a kiss." Poor Ellen was struck dumb. The good natured Dutchman had taken a fancy to the little pale faced, sad looking stranger, and really felt very kindly disposed toward her; but she neither knew, nor at the moment cared about that. She stood motionless, utterly astounded at his unheard of proposal, and not a little indignant. But when, with a good natured smile upon his round face, he came near to claim the kiss he no doubt thought himself sure of, Ellen shot from him like an arrow from a bow. She rushed to the house, and bursting open the door, stood with flushed face and sparkling eyes in the presence of her astonished aunt. "What in the world is the matter?" exclaimed that lady. "He wanted to kiss me," said Ellen, scarcely knowing whom she was talking to, and crimsoning more and more. "Who wanted to kiss you?" "That man out there." "What man?" "The man that drives the oxen." "What, Mr. Van Brunt?" And Ellen never forgot the loud "ha! ha!" which burst from Miss Fortune's wide open mouth. "Well, why didn't you let him kiss you?" The laugh, the look, the tone, stung Ellen to the very quick. In a fury of passion she dashed away out of the kitchen, and up to her own room; and there, for a while, the storm of anger drove over her with such violence, that conscience had hardly time to whisper. Sorrow came in again as passion faded, and gentler but very bitter weeping took the place of compulsive sobs of rage and mortification; and then the whispers of conscience began to be heard a little. "Oh, Mamma, Mamma!" cried poor Ellen in her heart, "how miserable I am without you! I can never like Aunt Fortune." It's of no use. I never can like her. I hope I shan't get to hate her. And that isn't right. I am forgetting all that is good, and there's nobody to put me in mind. Oh, Mamma, if I could lay my head in your lap for a minute!" Then came thoughts of her Bible and hymn book, and the friend who had given it. Sorrowful thoughts they were; and at last, humbled and sad, poor Ellen sought that great friend she knew she had displeased, and prayed earnestly to be made a good child. She felt and owned she was not one now. It was long after midday when Ellen rose from her knees. Her passion was all gone. She felt more gentle and pleasant than she had done for days; but at the bottom of her heart resentment was not all gone. She still thought she had cause to be angry, and she could not think of her aunt's look and tone without a thrill of painful feeling. In a very different mood, however, from that in which she had flown upstairs 2 or 3 hours before, she now came softly down, and went out by the front door to avoid meeting her aunt. She had visited that morning a little brook, which ran through the meadow on the other side of the road. It had great charms for her; and now, crossing the lane and creeping under the fence, she made her way again to its banks. At a particular spot, where the brook made one of its sudden turns, Ellen sat down upon the grass and watched the dark water, whirling, brawling over the stones, hurrying past her, with the ever same soft pleasant sound, and she was never tired of it. She did not hear footsteps drawing near, and it was not till some one was close beside her, and a voice spoke almost in her ears, that she raised her startled eyes and saw the little girl who had come the evening before for a pitcher of milk. "What are you doing?" said the latter. "I'm watching for fish," said Ellen. "Watching for fish!" said the other rather disdainfully. "Yes," said Ellen; "there, in that little quiet place they come sometimes. I've seen two." "You can look for fish another time. Come now, and take a walk with me." "Where?" said Ellen. "Oh, you shall see. Come, I'll take you all about and show you where people live. You han't been anywhere yet, have you?" "No," said Ellen, "and I should like dearly to go, but" She hesitated. Her aunt's words came to mind, that this was not a good girl, and that she must have nothing to do with her; but she had not more than half believed them, and she could not possibly bring herself now to go in and ask Miss Fortune's leave to take this walk. "I am sure," thought Ellen, "that she would refuse me if there was no reason in the world." And then the delight of rambling through the beautiful country, and being for a while in other company than that of her Aunt Fortune and the old grandmother. The temptation was too great to be withstood. "Well, what are you thinking about?" said the girl. "What's the matter? Won't you come?" "Yes," said Ellen, "I'm ready. Which way shall we go?" With the assurance from the other that she would show her plenty of ways, they set off down the lane, Ellen with a secret fear of being seen and called back, till they had gone some distance and the house was hid from view. Then her pleasure became great. The afternoon was fair and mild, the footing pleasant, and Ellen felt like a bird out of a cage. She was ready to be delighted with every trifle. Her companion could not by any means understand or enter into her bursts of pleasure at many a little thing which she of the black eyes thought not worthy of notice. She tried to bring Ellen back to higher subjects of conversation. "How long have you been here?" she asked. "Oh, a good while," said Ellen. "I don't know exactly. It's a week, I believe." "Why, do you call that a good while?" said the other. "Well, it seems a good while to me," said Ellen, sighing. "It seems as long as 4, I am sure." "Then you don't like to live here much, do you?" "I had rather be at home, of course." "How do you like your Aunt Fortune?" "How do I like her?" said Ellen, hesitating. "I think she's good looking and very smart." "Yes, you needn't tell me she's smart; everybody knows that. That ain't what I ask you. How do you like her?" "How do I like her?" said Ellen again. "How can I tell how I shall like her? I haven't lived with her but a week yet." "You might just as well have spoke out," said the other, somewhat scornfully. "Do you think I don't know you half hate her already? And it'll be whole hating in another week more. When I first heard you'd come, I guessed you'd have a sweet time with her." "Why?" said Ellen. "Oh, don't ask me why," said the other impatiently, "when you know as well as I do. Every soul that speaks of you says, 'Poor child!' and I'm glad I ain't her. You needn't try to come cunning over me. I shall be too much for you, I tell you." "I don't know what you mean," said Ellen. "Oh, no, I suppose you don't," said the other, in the same tone; "of course you don't. I suppose you don't know whether your tongue is your own or somebody else's. You think Miss Fortune is an angel, and so do I to be sure she is." Not very pleased with this kind of talk, Ellen walked on for a while in grave silence. Her companion meantime recollected herself. When she spoke again, it was with an altered tone. "How do you like Mr. Van Brunt?" "I don't like him at all," said Ellen, reddening. "Don't you?" said the other, surprised. "Why, everybody likes him. What don't you like him for?" "I don't like him," repeated Ellen. "Ain't Miss Fortune queer to live in the way she does?" "What way?" said Ellen. "Why, without any help, doing all her own work, and living all alone, when she's so rich as she is." "Is she rich?" asked Ellen. "Rich! I guess she is. She's one of the very best farms in the country, and money enough to have a dozen help, if she wanted 'em. Van Brunt takes care of the farm, you know." "Does he?" said Ellen. "Why, yes, of course he does. Didn't you know that? What did you think he was at your house all the time for?" "I am sure I don't know," said Ellen. "And are those Aunt Fortune's oxen that he drives?" "To be sure they are. Well, I do think you are green, to have been there all this time, and not found that out. Mr. Van Brunt does just what he pleases over the whole farm, though; hires what help he wants, manages everything, and then he has his share of all that comes off of it. I tell you what, you'd better make friends with Van Brunt, for if anybody can help you when your aunt gets one of her ugly fits, it's him. She don't care to meddle with him much." Leaving the lane, the two girls took a footpath leading across the fields. The stranger was greatly amused here with Ellen's awkwardness in climbing fences. Where it was a possible thing, she was fain to crawl under, but once or twice that could not be done; and having, with infinite difficulty, mounted to the top rail, poor Ellen sat there in a most tottering condition, uncertain on which side of the fence she should tumble over, but seeing no other possible way of getting down. The more she trembled, the more her companion laughed, standing aloof meanwhile, and insisting she should get down by herself. Necessity enabled her to do this at last, and each time the task became easier. But Ellen secretly made up her mind that her new friend was not likely to prove a very good one. As they went along, she pointed out to Ellen 2 or 3 houses in the distance, and gave her not a little gossip about the people who lived in them. But all this Ellen scarcely heard, and cared nothing at all about. She had paused by the side of a large rock standing alone by the wayside, and was looking very closely at its surface. "What is this curious brown stuff?" said Ellen, "growing all over the rock? Like shrivelled and dried up leaves. Isn't it curious? Part of it stands out like a leaf, and part of it sticks fast. I wonder if it grows here, or what it is." "Oh, never mind," said the other; "it always grows on the rocks everywhere. I don't know what it is; and what's more, I don't care. 'Tain't worth looking at. Come." Ellen followed her. But presently the path entered an open woodland, and now her delight broke forth beyond bounds. "Oh, how pleasant this is! How lovely this is! Isn't it beautiful?" she exclaimed. "Isn't what beautiful? I do think you are the queerest girl, Ellen." "Why, everything," said Ellen, not minding the latter part of the sentence. "The ground is beautiful, and all those tall trees, and that beautiful blue sky only look at it. The ground is all covered with stones and rocks is that what you call beautiful? And the trees are as homely as they can be, with their great brown stems and no leaves. Come, what are you staring at?" Ellen's eyes were fixed on a string of dark spots, which were rapidly passing overhead. "Hark!" said she, "do you hear that noise? What is that? What is that?" "Isn't it only a flock of ducks?" said the other, contemptuously. "Come, do come." But Ellen was rooted to the ground, and her eyes followed the airy travellers till the last one had quitted the piece of blue sky which the surrounding woods left to be seen; and scarcely were these gone when a second flight came in view, following exactly in the track of the first. "Where are they going?" said Ellen. "I am sure I don't know where they are going; they never told me. I know where I am going. I should like to know whether you are going along with me." Ellen, however, was in no hurry. The ducks had disappeared, but her eye had caught something else that charmed it. "What is this?" said Ellen. "Nothing but moss." "Is that moss? How beautiful! How green and soft it is! I declare it's soft as carpet." "As soft as carpet!" repeated the other. "I should like to see a carpet as soft as that. You never did, I guess." "Indeed I have, though," said Ellen, who was gently jumping up and down on the green moss to try its softness, with a face of great satisfaction. "I don't believe it a bit," said the other. "All the carpets I ever saw were as hard as a board, and harder; as soft as that, indeed." "Well," said Ellen, still jumping up and down, with bonnet off, and glowing cheek, and her hair dancing about her face, "you may believe what you like, but I've seen a carpet as soft as this, and softer too; only one, though." "What was it made of?" "What other carpets are made of, I suppose. Come, I'll go with you now. I do think this is the loveliest place I ever did see. Are there any flowers here in the spring?" "I don't know. Yes, lots of 'em." "Pretty ones?" said Ellen. "You'd think so, I suppose. I never look at 'em." "Oh, how lovely that will be!" said Ellen, clasping her hands. "How pleasant it must be to live in the country!" "Pleasant indeed," said the other. "I think it's hateful. You'd think so too, if you lived where I do. It makes me mad at Granny every day because she won't go to Thirlwall. Wait till we get out of the wood, and I'll show you where I live. You can't see it from here." Shocked a little at her companion's language, Ellen again walked on in sober silence. Gradually the ground became more broken, sinking rapidly from the side of the path, and rising again in a steep bank on the other side of a narrow dell. Both sides were thickly wooded, but stripped of green now, except where here and there a hemlock fir flung its graceful branches abroad, and stood in lonely beauty among its leafless companions. Now the gurgling of water was heard. "Where is that?" said Ellen, stopping short. "Way down at the bottom there; it's the brook." "What brook? Not the same that goes by Aunt Fortune's?" "Yes, it's the very same. It's the crookedest thing you ever saw. It runs over there," said the speaker, pointing with her arm, "and then it takes a turn and goes that way, and then it comes round so, and then it shoots off in that way again and passes by your house, and after that, the dear knows where it goes, for I don't. But I don't suppose it could run straight if it was to try to." "Can we get down to it?" said Ellen. "To be sure we can, unless you're as afraid of steep banks as you are of fences." Very steep indeed it was, and strewn with loose stones. But Ellen did not falter here, and though once or twice in imminent danger of exchanging her cautious stepping for one long roll to the bottom, she got there safely on her 2 feet. When there, everything was forgotten in delight. It was a wild little place. The high, close sides of the dell left only a little strip of sky overhead, and at their feet ran the brook, much more noisy and lively here than where Ellen had before made its acquaintance, leaping from rock to rock, eddying round large stones, and boiling over the small ones, and now and then pouring quietly over some great trunk of a tree that had fallen across its bed and dammed up the whole stream. Ellen could scarcely contain herself at the magnificence of many of the waterfalls, the beauty of the little quiet pools where the water lay still behind some large stone, and the variety of graceful tiny cascades. "Look here, Nancy!" cried Ellen "that's the Fall of Niagara do you see? that large one. Oh, that is splendid! And this will do for Trenton Falls. What a fine foam it makes! Isn't it a beauty? And what shall we call this? I don't know what to call it. I wish we could name them all, but there's no end to them. Oh, just look at that one! That's too pretty not to have a name. What shall it be?" "Black Falls," suggested the other. "Black!" said Ellen dubiously; "why, I don't like that." "Why, the water's all dark and black, don't you see?" "Well," said Ellen, "let it be black, then. But I don't like it. Now, remember, this is Niagara, that is black, and this is Trenton, and what is this?" "If you are going to name them all," said Nancy, "we shan't get home to night. You might as well name all the trees there's 100 of 'em, and more. I say, Ellen, supposin' we follow the brook instead of climbing up yonder again? It will take us out to the open fields by and by." "Oh, do let's!" said Ellen; "that will be lovely." It proved a rough way, but Ellen still thought and called it lovely. Often by the side of the stream there was no footing at all, and the girls picked their way over the stones, large and small, wet and dry, which strewed its bed, against which the water foamed and fumed and fretted, as if in great impatience. It was ticklish work getting along over these stones, now tottering on an unsteady one, now slipping on a wet one, and every now and then making huge leaps from rock to rock, which there was no other method of reaching, at the imminent hazard of falling in. But they laughed at the danger, sprang on in great glee, delighted with the exercise and the fun, didn't stay long enough anywhere to lose their balance, and enjoyed themselves amazingly. There was many a hairbreadth escape, many an almost sousing, but that made it all the more lively. The brook formed, as Nancy had said, a constant succession of little waterfalls, its course being quite steep and very rocky, and in some places there were pools quite deep enough to have given them a thorough wetting, to say no more, if they had missed their footing and tumbled in. But this did not happen. In due time, though with no little difficulty, they reached the spot where the brook came forth from the wood into the open day, and thence, making a sharp turn to the right, skirted along by the edge of the trees, as if unwilling to part company with them. "I guess we'd better get back into the lane now," said Miss Nancy. "We're a pretty good long way from home." CHAPTER XII. Chapter 12 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 12 Splitters. They left the wood and the brook behind them, and crossed a large stubble field, then got over a fence into another. They were in the midst of this when Nancy stopped Ellen, and bade her look up towards the west, where towered a high mountain, no longer hid from their view by the trees. "I told you I'd show you where I live," said she. "Look up now, clear to the top of the mountain almost, and a little to the right. Do you see that little mite of a house there? Look sharp. It's almost as brown as the rock. Do you see it? It's close by that big pine tree, but it don't look big from here. It's just by that little dark spot near the top." "I see it," said Ellen. "I see it now. Do you live away up there?" "That's just what I do, and that's just what I wish I didn't. But Granny likes it; she will live there. I don't know what for, if it ain't to plague me. Do you think you'd like to live up on top of a mountain like that?" "No, I don't think I should," said Ellen. "Isn't it very cold up there?" "Cold! You don't know anything about it. The wind comes there, I tell you, enough to cut you in two. I have to take and hold on to the trees sometimes, to keep from being blowed away; and then Granny sends me out every morning before it's light, no matter how deep the snow is, to look for the cow; and it's so bitter cold, I expect nothing else but I'll be froze to death some time." "Oh!" said Ellen, with a look of horror, "how can she do so?" "Oh, she don't care," said the other. "She sees my nose freeze off every winter, and it don't make no difference." "Freeze your nose off!" said Ellen. "To be sure," said the other, nodding gravely; "every winter. It grows out again when the warm weather comes." "And is that the reason why it is so little?" said Ellen, innocently, and with great curiosity. "Little!" said the other, crimsoning in a fury; "what do you mean by that? It's as big as yours any day, I can tell you." Ellen involuntarily put her hand to her face, to see if Nancy spoke true. Somewhat reassured to find a very decided ridge where her companion's nose was wanting in the line of beauty, she answered in her turn, "It's no such thing, Nancy. You oughtn't to say so; you know better." "I don't know better; I ought to say so," replied the other furiously. "If I had your nose, I'd be glad to have it freeze off. I'd a sight rather have none. I'd pull it every day, if I was you, to make it grow." "I shall believe what Aunt Fortune said of you was true," said Ellen. She had coloured very high, but she added no more, and walked on in dignified silence. Nancy stalked before her in silence that was meant to be dignified too, though it had not exactly that air. By degrees each cooled down, and Nancy was trying to find out what Miss Fortune had said of her, when on the edge of the next field they met the brook again. After running a long way to the right, it had swept around, and here was flowing gently in the opposite direction. But how were they ever to cross it? The brook ran in a smooth current between them and a rising bank on the other side, so high as to prevent their seeing what lay beyond. There were no stepping stones now. The only thing that looked like a bridge was an old log that had fallen across the brook, or perhaps had at some time or other been put there on purpose, and that lay more than half in the water; what remained of its surface was green with moss and slippery with slime. Ellen was sadly afraid to trust herself on it, but what to do? Nancy soon settled the question, as far as she was concerned. Pulling off her thick shoes, she ran fearlessly upon the rude bridge; her clinging bare feet carried her safely over, and Ellen soon saw her reshoeing herself in triumph on the opposite side; but thus left behind and alone, her own difficulty increased. "Pull off your shoes, and do as I did," said Nancy. "I can't," said Ellen; "I'm afraid of wetting my feet. I know Mamma wouldn't let me." "Afraid of wetting your feet!" said the other. "What a chickaninny you are! Well, if you try to come over with your shoes on, you'll fall in, I tell you, and then you'll wet more than your feet. But come along somehow, for I won't stand waiting here much longer." Thus urged, Ellen set out upon her perilous journey over the bridge. Slowly and fearfully, and with as much care as possible, she set step by step upon the slippery log. Already half of the danger was past, when reaching forward to grasp Nancy's outstretched hand, she missed it. Perhaps that was Nancy's fault. Poor Ellen lost her balance, and went in head foremost. The water was deep enough to cover her completely as she lay, though not enough to prevent her getting up again. She was greatly frightened, but managed to struggle up first to a sitting posture, and then to her feet, and then to wade out to the shore. though, dizzy and sick, she came near falling back again more than once. The water was very cold, and thoroughly sobered, poor Ellen felt chill enough in body and mind too. All her fine spirits were gone, and not the less because Nancy's had risen to a great pitch of delight at her misfortune. The air rang with her laughter. She likened Ellen to every ridiculous thing she could think of. Too miserable to be angry, Ellen could not laugh, and would not cry. But she exclaimed in distress, "Oh, what shall I do? I am so cold!" "Come along," said Nancy; "give me your hand; we'll run over to Mrs. Van Brunt's. 'Tain't far it's just over here. There," said she, as they got to the top of the bank, and came within sight of a top of a house standing only a few fields off "there it is. Run, Ellen, and we'll be there directly." "Who is Mrs. Van Brunt?" Ellen contrived to say, as Nancy hurried her along. "Who is she? Run, Ellen! Why, she's just Mrs. Van Brunt your Mr. Van Brunt's mother, you know." "Make haste, Ellen. We had rain enough the other day; I'm afraid it wouldn't be good for the grass if you stayed too long in one place. Hurry! I'm afraid you'll catch cold. You got your feet wet after all, I'm sure." Run they did, and a few minutes brought them to Mrs. Van Brunt's door. The little brick walk leading to it from the courtyard gate was as neat as a pin; so was everything else the eye could rest on; and when Nancy went in, poor Ellen stayed her foot at the door, unwilling to carry her wet shoes and dripping garments any further. She could hear, however, what was going on. "Hillo! Mrs. Van Brunt!" shouted Nancy "where are you? Oh, Mrs. Van Brunt, are you out of water? 'Cause if you are, I've brought you a plenty; the person that has it don't want it; she's just at the door; she wouldn't bring it in till she knew you wanted it. Oh, Mrs. Van Brunt, don't look so, or you'll kill me with laughing. Come and see, come and see." The steps within drew near the door, and first Nancy showed herself, and then a little old woman. Not very old either, of very kind, pleasant countenance. "What is all this?" said she in great surprise. "Bless me, poor little dear, what is this?" "Nothing in the world but a drowned rat, Mrs. Van Brunt; don't you see?" said Nancy. "Go home, Nancy Vawse, go home," said the old lady. "You're a regular bad girl. I do believe this is some mischief of yourn. Go right off home; it's time you were after your cow a great while ago." As she spoke, she drew Ellen in and shut the door. "Poor little dear," said the old lady kindly, "what has happened to you? Come to the fire, love; you're trembling with the cold. Oh, dear, dear! you're soaking wet. This is all along of Nancy, somehow, I know. How was it, love? Ain't you Miss Fortune's little girl? Never mind, don't talk, darling. There ain't one bit of colour in your face, not one bit." Good Mrs. Van Brunt had drawn Ellen to the fire, and all this while she was pulling off as fast as possible her wet clothes. Then sending a girl who was in waiting for clean towels, she rubbed Ellen dry from head to foot, and wrapping her in a blanket, left her in a chair before the fire, while she went to seek something for her to put on. Ellen had managed to tell who she was, and how her mischance had come about, but little else, though the kind old lady had kept on pouring out words of sorrow and pity during the whole time. She came trotting back directly with one of her own short gowns, the only thing that she could lay hands on that was anywhere near Ellen's length. Enormously big it was for her, but Mrs. Van Brunt wrapped it round and round, and the blanket over it again; and then she bustled about till she had prepared a tumbler of hot drink, which she said was to keep Ellen from catching cold. It was anything but agreeable, being made from some bitter herb, and sweetened with molasses; but Ellen swallowed it as she would anything else at such kind hands, and the old lady carried herself into a little room opening out of the kitchen, and laid her in a bed that had been warmed for her. Excessively tired and weak as she was, Ellen scarcely needed the help of the hot herb tea to fall into a very deep sleep. Perhaps it might not have lasted so very long as it did, but for that. Afternoon changed for evening; evening grew quite dark. Still Ellen did not stir, and after every little journey into the bedroom to see how she was doing, Mrs. Van Brunt came back saying how glad she was to see her sleeping so finely. Other eyes looked on her for a minute, kind and gentle eyes, though Mrs. Van Brunt's were kind and gentle too. Once a soft kiss touched her forehead. There was no danger of waking her. It was perfectly dark in the little room, and had been so a good while, when Ellen was aroused by some noise, and then a rough voice she knew very well. Feeling faint and weak, and not more than half awake yet, she lay still and listened. She heard the outer door open and shut, and then the voice said, "So, mother, you've got my stray sheep here, have you?" "Ay, ay," said the voice of Mrs. Van Brunt. "Have you been looking for her? How did you know she was here?" "Looking for her! Ay, looking for her ever since sundown. She has been missing at the house since some time this forenoon. I believe her aunt got a bit scared about her; anyhow I did. She's a queer little chip as ever I see." "She's a dear little soul, I know," said his mother. "You needn't say nothin' agin her; I ain't a goin' to believe it. No more am I. I'm the best friend she's got, if she only knowed it; but don't you think," said Mr. Van Brunt, laughing, "I asked her to give me a kiss this afternoon, and if I'd been an owl she couldn't ha' been more scared. She went off like a streak, and Miss Fortune said she was as mad as she could be; and that's the last of her." "How did you find her out?" "I met that mischievous Vawse girl, and I made her tell me. She had no mind to at first. It'll be the worse for Ellen if she takes to that wicked thing." "She won't. Nancy has been taking her a walk, and worked it so as to get her into the brook, and then brought her here, just as dripping wet as she could be. I gave her something hot and put her to bed, and she'll do, I reckon; but I tell you it gave me queer feelings to see the poor little thing just as white as ashes, and all of a tremble, and looking so sorrowful too. She's sleeping finely now, but it ain't right to see a child's face look so. It ain't right," repeated Mrs. Van Brunt, thoughtfully. "You han't had supper, have you?" "No, mother, and I must take that young one back. Ain't she awake yet?" "I'll see directly; but she ain't going home, nor you neither, 'Brahm, till you've got your supper. It would be a sin to let her. She shall have a taste of my splitters this very night. I've been making them o' purpose for her. So you may just take off your hat and sit down." "You mean to let her know where to come when she wants good things, mother. Well, I won't say splitters ain't worth waiting for." Ellen heard him sit down, and then she guessed from the words that passed, that Mrs. Van Brunt and her little maid were busied in making the cakes. She lay quiet. "You're a good friend, 'Brahm," began the old lady again; "nobody knows that better than me; but I hope that poor little thing has got another one to day that'll do more for her than you can." "What, yourself, mother? I don't know about that." "No, no; do you think I mean myself? There, turn it quick, Sally. Miss Alice has been here." "How? This evening?" "Just a little before dark, on her gray pony. She came in for a minute, and I took her that'll burn, Sally I took her in to see the child while she was asleep, and I told her all you told me about her. She didn't say much, but she looked at her very sweet, as she always does, and I guess there, now I'll see after my little sleeper." And presently Mrs. Van Brunt came to the bedside with a light, and her arm full of Ellen's dry clothes. Ellen felt as if she could have put her arms round her kind old friend, and hugged her with all her heart; but it was not her way to show her feelings before strangers. She suffered Mrs. Van Brunt to dress her in silence, only saying, with a sigh, "How kind you are to me, Ma'am!" to which the old lady replied with a kiss, and telling her she mustn't say a word about that. The kitchen was bright with firelight and candlelight. The tea table looked beautiful with its piles of white splitters, besides plenty of other and more substantial things; and at the corner of the hearth sat Mr. Van Brunt. "So," said he, smiling, as Ellen came in and took her stand at the opposite corner "so I drove you away this morning. You ain't mad with me yet, I hope?" Ellen crossed directly over to him, and putting her little hand in his great one, said, "I'm very much obliged to you, Mr. Van Brunt, for taking so much trouble to come and look after me." She said it with a look of gratitude and trust that pleased him very much. "Trouble, indeed!" said he, good humouredly. "I'd take twice as much any day for what you wouldn't give me this forenoon. But never fear, Miss Ellen, I ain't a going to ask you that again." He shook the little hand, and from that time Ellen and her rough charioteer were firm friends. Mrs. Van Brunt now summoned them to table, and Ellen was well feasted with the splitters, which were a kind of rich shortcake, baked in irons, very thin and crisp, and then split in two and buttered whence their name. A pleasant meal was that. Whatever an epicure might have thought of the tea, to Ellen in her famished state it was delicious; and no epicure could have found fault with the cold ham and the butter and the cakes. But far better than all was the spirit of kindness that was there. Ellen feasted on that more than on anything else. If her host and hostess were not very polished, they could not have been outdone in their kind care of her, and kind attention to her wants; and when the supper was at length over, Mrs. Van Brunt declared a little colour had come back to the pale cheeks. The colour came back in good earnest a few minutes after, when a great tortoise shell cat walked into the room. Ellen jumped down from her chair, and presently was bestowing the tenderest caresses upon pussy, who stretched out her head and purred as if she liked them very well. "What a nice cat!" said Ellen. "She has 5 kittens," said Mrs. Van Brunt. "5 kittens!" said Ellen. "Oh, may I come some time and see them?" "You shall see 'em right away, dear, and come as often as you like, too. Sally, just take a basket and go fetch them kittens here." Upon this, Mr. Van Brunt began to talk about it being time to go, if they were going. But his mother insisted that Ellen should stay where she was. She said she was not fit to go home that night, that she oughtn't to walk a step, and that 'Brahm should go and tell Miss Fortune the child was safe and well, and would be with her early in the morning. Mr. Van Brunt shook his head 2 or 3 times, but finally agreed, to Ellen's great joy. When he came back, she was sitting on the floor before the fire, with all the 5 kittens in her lap, and the old mother cat walking around and over her and them. But she looked up with a happier face than he had ever seen her wear, and told him she was so much obliged to him for taking such a long walk for her; and Mr. Van Brunt felt that, like his oxen, he could have done a great deal more with pleasure. CHAPTER XIII. Chapter 13 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 13. Hope Deferred. Before the sun was up the next morning, Mrs. Van Brunt came into Ellen's room and aroused her. "It's a real shame to wake you up," she said, "when you were sleeping so finely; but 'Brahm wants to be off to his work, and won't stay for breakfast. Slept sound, did you?" "Oh, yes, indeed, as sound as a top," said Ellen, rubbing her eyes. "I am hardly awake yet." "I declare it's too bad," said Mrs. Van Brunt, "but there's no help for it. You don't feel no headache, do you? nor pain in your bones?" "No, Maam, not a bit of it. I feel nicely." "Ah, well," said Mrs. Van Brunt, "then your tumble into the brook didn't do you any mischief. I thought it wouldn't. Poor little soul!" "I am very glad I did fall in," said Ellen, "for if I hadn't, I shouldn't have come here, Mrs. Van Brunt." The old lady instantly kissed her. "Oh, mayn't I just take one look at the kitties?" said Ellen, when she was ready to go. "Indeed you shall," said Mrs. Van Brunt, "if 'Brahm's hurry was ever so much, and an 8 besides. Come here, dear." She took Ellen back to a waste lumber room, where in a corner, on some old pieces of carpet, lay pussy and her family. How fondly Ellen's hand was passed over each little soft back! How hard it was for her to leave them! "Wouldn't you like to take one home with you, dear?" said Mrs. Van Brunt at length. "Oh, may I?" said Ellen, looking up in delight. "Are you in earnest? Oh, thank you, dear Mrs. Van Brunt. Oh, I shall be so glad!" "Well, choose one then, dear; choose the one you like best, and 'Brahm shall carry it for you." The choice was made, and Mrs. Van Brunt and Ellen returned to the kitchen, where Mr. Van Brunt had already been waiting some time. He shook his head when he saw what was in the basket his mother handed him. "That won't do," said he; "I can't go that, mother. I'll undertake to see Miss Ellen safe home, but the cat 'ud be more than I could manage. I think I'd hardly get off with a whole skin 'tween the one and t'other." "Well, now," said Mrs. Van Brunt. Ellen gave a longing look at her little black and white favourite, which was uneasily endeavouring to find out the height of the basket, and mewing at the same time with a most ungratified expression. However, though sadly disappointed, she submitted with a very good grace to what could not be helped. First setting down the little cat out of the basket it seemed to like so ill, and giving it one farewell pat and squeeze, she turned to the kind old lady, who stood watching her, and throwing her arms around her neck, silently spoke her gratitude in a hearty hug and kiss. "Good bye, Maam," said she. "I may come and see them some time again, and see you, mayn't I?" "Indeed you shall, my darling," said the old woman; "just as often as you like just as often as you can get away. I'll make 'Brahm bring you home sometimes. 'Brahm, you'll bring her, won't you?" "There's 2 words to that bargain, mother, I can tell you; but if I don't, I'll know the reason on't." And away they went. Ellen drew 2 or 3 sighs at first, but she could not help brightening up soon. It was early, not sunrise; the cool freshness of the air was enough to give one new life and spirit; the sky was fair and bright, and Mr. Van Brunt marched along at a quick pace. Enlivened by the exercise, Ellen speedily forgot everything disagreeable, and her little head was filled with pleasant things. She watched where the silver light in the east foretold the sun's coming. She watched the silver change to gold, till a rich yellow tint was flung over the whole landscape, and then broke the first rays of light upon the tops of the western hills. The sun was up. It was a new sight to Ellen. "How beautiful! Oh, how beautiful!" she exclaimed. "Yes," said Mr. Van Brunt, in his slow way, "it'll be a fine day for the field. I guess I'll go with the oxen over to that 'ere big meadow." "Just look," said Ellen, "how the light comes creeping down the side of the mountain, now it has got to the wood. Oh, do look at the tops of the trees! Oh, I wish Mamma was here!" Mr. Van Brunt didn't know what to say to this. He rather wished so too, for her sake. "There," said Ellen, "now the sunshine is on the fence, and the road, and everything. I wonder what is the reason that the sun shines first upon the top of the mountain, and then comes so slowly down the side? Why don't it shine on the whole at once?" Mr. Van Brunt shook his head in ignorance. He guessed it always did so, he said. "Yes," said Ellen, "I suppose it does; but that's the very thing. I want to know the reason why. And I noticed just now, it shone in my face before it touched my hands. Isn't it queer?" "Humph! There's a great many queer things, if you come to that," said Mr. Van Brunt, philosophically. But Ellen's head ran on from one thing to another, and her next question was not so wide of the subject as her companion might have thought. "Mr. Van Brunt, are there any schools about here?" "Schools?" said the person addressed. "Yes, there's plenty of schools." "Good ones?" said Ellen. "Well, I don't exactly know about that. There's Captain Conklin's that had ought to be a good un. He's a regular smart man, they say." "Whereabouts is that?" said Ellen. "His school? It's a mile or so the other side of my house." "And how far is it from your house to Aunt Fortune's?" "A good deal better than 2 mile; but we'll be there before too long. You ain't tired, be you?" "No," said Ellen; but this reminder gave a new turn to her thoughts, and her spirits were suddenly checked. Her former brisk and springing step changed to so slow and lagging a one, that Mr. Van Brunt more than once repeated his remark that he saw she was tired. If it was that, Ellen grew tired very fast. She lagged more and more as they neared the house, and at last fell quite behind, and allowed Mr. Van Brunt to go in first. Miss Fortune was busy about the breakfast, and as Mr. Van Brunt afterwards described it, looking as if she could have bitten off a 10-penny nail; and indeed, as if the operation would have been rather gratifying than otherwise. She gave them no notice at first, bustling to and fro with great energy; but all of a sudden she brought up directly in front of Ellen, and said, "Why didn't you come home last night?" The words were jerked out rather than spoken. "I got wet in the brook," said Ellen, "and Mrs. Van Brunt was so kind as to keep me. Which way did you go out of the house yesterday?" "Through the front door." "The front door was locked." "I unlocked it." "What did you go out that way for?" "I didn't want to come this way." "Why not?" Ellen hesitated. "Why not?" demanded Miss Fortune, still more emphatically than before. "I didn't want to see you, Ma'am," said Ellen, flushing. "If you ever do so again," said Miss Fortune, in a kind of cold fury, "I've a great mind to whip you for this, as ever I had to eat." The flush faded on Ellen's cheek, and a shiver visibly passed over her, not from fear. She stood with downcast eyes and compressed lips, a certain instinct of childish dignity warning her to be silent. Mr. Van Brunt put himself in between. "Come, come," said he, "this is getting to be too much of a good thing. Beat your cream, Ma'am, as much as you like; or if you want to try your hand on something else, you'll have to take me first, I promise you." "Now don't you meddle, Van Brunt," said the lady, sharply, "with what ain't no business of yourn." "I don't know about that," said Mr. Van Brunt; "maybe it is my business. But meddle or no meddle, Miss Fortune, it is time for me to be in the field; and if you hain't no better breakfast for Miss Ellen and me than all this here, we'll just go right away home again. But there's something in your kettle that smells uncommonly nice, and I wish you'd just let us have it, and no more words." No more words did Miss Fortune waste on any one that morning. She went on with her work, and dished up the breakfast in silence, and with a face that Ellen did not quite understand. Only she thought she had never in her life seen one so disagreeable. The meal was a very solemn and uncomfortable one. Ellen could scarcely swallow, and her aunt was near in the same condition. Mr. Van Brunt and the old lady alone despatched their breakfast as usual, with no other attempts at conversation than the common mumbling on the part of the latter, which nobody minded, and one or two strange grunts from the former, the meaning of which, if they had any, nobody tried to find out. There was a breach now between Ellen and her aunt that neither could make any effort to mend. Miss Fortune did not renew the disagreeable conversation that Mr. Van Brunt had broken off. She left Ellen entirely to herself, scarcely speaking to her, or seeming to know when she went out or came in; and this lasted day after day. Wearily they passed. After one or two, Mr. Van Brunt seemed to stand just where he did before in Miss Fortune's good graces, but not Ellen. To her, when others were not by, her face wore constantly something of the same cold, hard, disagreeable expression it had put on after Mr. Van Brunt's interference a look that Ellen came to regard with absolute abhorrence. She kept away by herself as much as she could, but she did not know what to do with her time, and for want of something better often spent it in tears. She went to bed cheerless night after night, and arose spiritless morning after morning; and this lasted till Mr. Van Brunt more than once told his mother that "that poor little thing was going wandering about like a ghost, and growing thinner and paler every day, and he didn't know what she would come to if she went on so." Ellen longed now for a letter with unspeakable longing, but none came. Day after day brought new disappointment, each day more hard to bear. Of her friend, Mr. Van Brunt, she saw little. He was much away in the fields during the fine weather, and when it rained, Ellen herself was prisoner at home, whither he never came but at meal times. The old grandmother was very much disposed to make much of her, but Ellen shrank, she hardly knew why, from her fond caresses, and never found herself alone with her if she could help it, for then she was regularly called to the old lady's side, and obliged to go through a course of kissing, fondling, and praising she would gladly have escaped. In her aunt's presence this was seldom attempted, and never permitted to go on. Miss Fortune was sure to pull Ellen away, and bid her mother stop that palavering, avowing that "it made her sick." Ellen had one faint hope that her aunt would think of sending her to school, as she employed her in nothing at home, and certainly took small delight in her company; but no hint of the kind dropped from Miss Fortune's lips, and Ellen's longing look for this as well as for a word from her mother was daily doomed to be ungratified, and to grow more keen by delay. One pleasure only remained to Ellen in the course of the day, and that was one she enjoyed with the carefulness of a miser. It was seeing the cows milked morning and evening. For this she got up very early, and watched till the men came for the pails, and then away she bounded, out of the house into the barnyard. There were the milky mothers, 5 in number, standing about, each in her own corner of the yard or cowhouse, waiting to be relieved of their burden of milk. They were fine, gentle animals, in excellent condition, and looking every way happy and comfortable. Nothing living under Mr. Van Brunt's care was ever suffered to look otherwise. He was always in the barn or barnyard at milking time, and under his protection Ellen felt safe, and looked on at her ease. It was a very pretty scene at least she thought it so. The gentle cows standing quietly to be milked as if they enjoyed it, and munching the cud, and the white streams of milk foaming into the pails. Then there was the interest of seeing whether Sam or Johnny would get through first, and how near Jane or Dolly would come to rivalling Streaky's fine pailful. And at last Ellen allowed Mr. Van Brunt to teach herself how to milk. She began with trembling, but learned fast enough, and more than one pailful of milk that Miss Fortune strained had been, unknown to her, drawn by Ellen's fingers. These minutes in the farmyard were the pleasantest in Ellen's day. While they lasted, every care was forgotten, and her little face was as bright as the morning. But the milking was quickly over, and the cloud gathered on Ellen's brow almost as soon as the shadow of the house fell upon it. "Where is the post office, Mr. Van Brunt?" she asked one morning, as she stood watching the sharpening of an axe upon the grindstone. The axe was in that gentleman's hand, and its edge carefully laid to the rolling stone, which one of the farm boys was turning. "Where is the post office? Why, over to Thirlwall, to be sure," replied Mr. Van Brunt, glancing up at her from his work. "Faster, Johnny." "And how often do the letters come here?" said Ellen. "Take care, Johnny some more water mind your business, will you?" "Just as often as I go fetch 'em, Miss Ellen, and no oftener." "And how often do you go, Mr. Van Brunt?" "Only when I've some other errand, Miss Ellen. My grain would never be in the barn if I was running to the post office every other thing. and for one ain't there, too. I don't get a letter but 2 or 3 times a year, I s'pose, though I call, I guess, half a dozen times." "Ah, but there's there one now, or soon will be, I know, for me," said Ellen. "When do you think you will go again, Mr. Van Brunt?" "Now, if I had knowed that, I'd ha' gone to Thirlwall yesterday. I was within a mile of it. I don't see as I can go this week, anyhow, in the world; but I'll make some errand there the first day I can, Miss Ellen, that you may depend on. You shan't wait for your letter a bit longer than I can help." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Van Brunt, you're very kind. Then the letters never come except when you go after them?" "No yes, they do come once in a while by old Mr. Swaim, but he han't been here this great while." "And who's he?" "Oh, he's a queer old chip that goes round the country on all sorts of errands. He comes along once in a while. That'll do, Johnny. I believe this here tool is as sharp as any I have occasion for." "What's the use of pouring water upon the grindstone?" said Ellen. "Why wouldn't it do as well dry?" "I can't tell, I am sure," replied Mr. Van Brunt, who was slowly drawing his thumb over the edge of the axe. "Your questions are a good deal too sharp for me, Miss Ellen. I only know it would spoil the axe, or the grindstone, or both, most likely." "It's very odd," said Ellen, thoughtfully. "I wish I knew everything. But, oh dear! I am not likely to know anything," said she, her countenance suddenly changing from its pleased inquisitive look to a cloud of disappointment and sorrow. Mr. Van Brunt noticed the change. "Ain't your aunt going to send you to school, then?" said he. "I don't know," said Ellen, sighing. "She never speaks about it, nor about anything else. But I declare I'll make her!" she exclaimed, changing again. "I'll go right in and ask her, and then she'll have to tell me. I will. I am tired of living so. I'll know what she means to do, and then I can tell what I must do." Mr. Van Brunt, seemingly dubious about the success of this line of conduct, stroked his chin and his axe alternately 2 or 3 times in silence, and finally walked off. Ellen, without waiting for her courage to cool, went directly into the house. Miss Fortune, however, was not in the kitchen. To follow her into her secret haunts, the dairy, the cellar, or lower kitchen, was not to be thought of. Ellen waited a while, but her aunt did not come, and the excitement of the moment cooled down. She was not quite so ready to enter upon the business as she had felt at first; she even had some qualms about it. "But I'll do it," said Ellen to herself. "It will be hard, but I'll do it." CHAPTer 13. Chapter 14 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 14. Work Not Deferred. The next morning after breakfast, Ellen found the chance she rather dreaded than wished for. Mr. Van Brunt had gone out, the old lady had not left her room, and Miss Fortune was quietly seated by the fire, busied with some mysteries of cooking. Like a true coward, Ellen could not make up her mind to bolt at once into the thick of the matter, but thought to come to it gradually always a bad way. "What is that, Aunt Fortune?" said she, after she had watched her with a beating heart for about 5 minutes. "What is what?" "I mean, what is that you are straining through the colander into that jar?" "Hop water." "What is it for?" "I'm scalding this meal with it to make turnpikes." "Turnpikes!" said Ellen. "I thought turnpikes were high, smooth roads, with toll gates every now and then. That's what Mamma told me they were." "That's all the kind of turnpikes your Mamma knew anything about, I reckon," said Miss Fortune, in a tone that conveyed the notion that Mrs. Montgomery's education had been very incomplete. "And indeed," she added, immediately after, "if she had made more turnpikes, and paid fewer tolls, it would have been just as well, I'm thinking." Ellen felt the tone, if she did not thoroughly understand the words. She was silent for a moment; then remembering her purpose, she began again. "What are these, then, Aunt Fortune?" "Cakes, child, cakes turnpike cakes what I raise the bread with." "What, those little brown cakes I have seen you melt in water and mix in the flour when you make bread?" "Mercy on us, yes! You've seen hundreds of 'em since you've been here, if you never saw one before." "I never did," said Ellen. "But what are they called turnpikes for?" "The land knows! I don't. For mercy's sake, stop asking me questions, Ellen. I don't know what's gotten into you; you'll drive me crazy." "But there's one more question I want to ask very much," said Ellen, with her heart beating. "Well, ask it then quick, and have done, and take yourself off. I have other fish to fry than answer all your questions." Miss Fortune, however, was still quietly seated by the fire, stirring her meal and hop water, and Ellen could not be quick. The words stuck in her throat came out at last. "Aunt Fortune, I wanted to ask you if I may go to school." "Yes." Ellen's heart sprang with a feeling of joy, a little qualified by the peculiar dry tone in which the word was uttered. "When may I go?" "As soon as you like." "Oh, thank you, Ma'am. To which school shall I go, Aunt Fortune?" "To whichever you like." "But I don't know anything about them," said Ellen. "How can I tell which is best?" Miss Fortune was silent. "What schools are there near here?" said Ellen. "There's Captain Conklin's down at the Cross, and Miss Emerson's at the Thirlwall." Ellen hesitated. The name was against her, but nevertheless she concluded on the whole that the ladies' school would be the pleasantest. "Is Miss Emerson any relation of yours?" she asked. "No." "I think I should like to go to her school the best. I will go there if you let me. May I?" "Yes." "And I will begin next Monday. May I?" "Yes." Ellen wished exceedingly that her aunt would speak in some other tone of voice; it was a continual damper to her rising hopes. "I'll get my books ready," said she, "and look 'em over a little, too, I guess. But what will be the best way for me to go, Aunt Fortune?" "I don't know." "I couldn't walk so far, could I?" "You know best." "I couldn't, I am sure," said Ellen. "It's 4 miles to Thirlwall, Mr. Van Brunt said, and that would be too much for me to walk twice a day, and I should be afraid besides." A dead silence. "But, Aunt Fortune, do please tell me what I am to do. How can I know unless you tell me? What way is there that I can go to school?" "It is unfortunate that I don't keep a carriage," said Miss Fortune, "but Mr. Van Brunt can go for you morning and evening in the ox cart, if that will answer." "The ox cart! But, dear me, it would take him all day, Aunt Fortune. It takes hours and hours to go and come with the oxen. Mr. Van Brunt wouldn't have time to do anything but carry me to school and bring me home." "Of course; but that's of no consequence," said Miss Fortune, in the same dry tone. "Then I can't go; there's no help for it," said Ellen, despondingly. "Why didn't you say so before? When you said yes, I thought you meant yes." She covered her face. Miss Fortune rose with a half smile, and carried her jar of scalded meal into the pantry. She then came back and commenced the operation of washing up the breakfast things. "Ah, if only I had a little pony," said Ellen, "that would carry me there and back, and go trotting about with me everywhere. How nice that would be!" "Yes, that would be very nice. And who do you think would go trotting about after the pony? I suppose you would leave that to Mr. Van Brunt, and I should have to go trotting about after you, to pick you up in case you broke your neck in some ditch or gully. It would be a very nice affair altogether, I think." Ellen was silent. Her hopes had fallen to the ground, and her disappointment was unsoothed by one word of kindness or sympathy. With all her old grievances fresh in her mind, she sat thinking her aunt was the very most disagreeable person she ever had the misfortune to meet with. No amiable feelings were working within her, and the cloud on her brow was of displeasure and disgust, as well as sadness and sorrow. Her aunt saw it. "What are you thinking of?" said she, rather sharply. "I am thinking," said Ellen, "I am very sorry I cannot go to school." "Why, what do you want to learn so much? You know how to read and write and cipher, don't you?" "Read and write and cipher!" said Ellen; "to be sure I do; but that's nothing that's only the beginning." "Well, what do you want to learn besides?" "Oh, a great many things." "Well, what?" "Oh, a great many things," said Ellen; "French, and Italian, and Latin, and music, and arithmetic, and chemistry, and all about animals, and plants, and insects I forget what it's called and oh, I can't recollect a great many things. Every now and then I think of something I want to learn. I can't remember them now. But I am doing nothing," said Ellen, sadly "learning nothing. I am not studying and improving myself as I meant to. Mamma will be so disappointed when she comes back, and I meant to please her so much." The tears were fast coming. She put her hand upon her eyes to force them back. "If you are so tired of being idle," said Miss Fortune, "I'll warrant I'll give you something to do, and something to learn, too, that you want enough more than all those crinkum crankums. I wonder what good they'd ever do you. That's the way your mother was brought up, I suppose. If she had been trained to use her hands and do something useful, instead of thinking herself above it, maybe she wouldn't have had to go to sea for her health just now, It doesn't do for women to be bookworms." "Mamma isn't a bookworm," said Ellen, indignantly. "I don't know what you mean. And she never thinks of herself above being useful. It's very strange you should say so when you don't know anything about her." "I know she han't brought you up to no manners, anyhow," said Miss Fortune. "Look here I'll give you something to do. Just you put those plates and dishes together ready for washing while I am downstairs." Ellen obeyed, unwillingly enough. She had neither knowledge of the business nor any liking for it; so it is no wonder Miss Fortune at her return was not well pleased. "But I never did such a thing before," said Ellen. "There it is now," said Miss Fortune. "I wonder where your eyes have been every single time that I have done it since you have been here. I should think your own sense might have told you, but you're too busy learning of Mr. Van Brunt to know what's going on in the house. Is that what you call made ready for washing? Now just have the goodness to scrape every plate clean off and put them nicely in a pile here, and turn out the slops out of the teacups and saucers, and set them by themselves. Well, what makes you handle them so? Are you afraid they'll burn you?" "I don't like to take hold of things people have drunk out of," said Ellen, who was indeed touching the cups and saucers very delicately with the tips of her fingers. "Look here," said Miss Fortune, "don't you let me hear no more of that, or I vow I'll give you something to do you won't like. Now put the spoons here, and the knives and the forks together here, and carry the salt cellar, and the pepper box, and the butter and the sugar into the buttery." "I don't know where to put them," said Ellen. "Come along, then, and I'll show you; it's time you did. I reckon you'll feel better when you've something to do, and you shall have plenty. There, put them in that cupboard, and set the butter up here, and put the bread in this box, do you see? Now, don't let me have to show you twice over." This was Ellen's first introduction to the buttery. She had never dared go in there before. It was a long, light closet or pantry, lined on the left side, and at the further end with wide shelves up to the ceiling. On these shelves stood many capacious pans and basins, of tin and earthenware, filled with milk, and most of them coated with superb yellow cream. Midway was the window, before which Miss Fortune was accustomed to skim her milk, and at the side of it was the mouth of a wooden pipe, or covered trough, which conveyed the refuse milk down to an enormous hogshead standing at the lower kitchen door, whence it was drawn as wanted for the use of the pigs. Beyond the window in the buttery, and on the high shelves, were rows of yellow cheeses 40 or 50 were there, at least. On the right hand of the door was the cupboard, and a short range of shelves, which held in ordinary all sorts of matters for the table, both dishes and eatables. Floor and shelves were well painted with thick yellow paint, hard and shining, and clean as could be, and there was a faint pleasant smell of dairy things. Ellen did not find out all this at once, but in the course of a day or two, during which her visits to the buttery were many. Miss Fortune kept her word, and found her plenty to do. Ellen's life soon became a pretty busy one. She did not like this at all. It was a kind of work she had no love for; yet no doubt it was a good exchange for the miserable moping life she had lately led. Anything was better than that. One concern, however, lay upon poor Ellen's mind with pressing weight her neglected studies and wasted time, for no better than wasted she counted it. "What shall I do?" she said to herself, after several of these busy days had passed. "I am doing nothing I am learning nothing I shall forget all I have learnt directly. At this rate, I shall not know any more than all these people around me; and what will Mamma say? Well, if I can't go to school, I know what I will do," she said, taking a sudden resolve. "I'll study by myself I'll see what I can do. It will be better than nothing, anyway. I'll begin this very day." With new life, Ellen sprang upstairs to her room, and forthwith began pulling all the things out of her trunk to get at her books. They were at the very bottom, and by the time she had reached them, half the floor was strewn with the various articles of her wardrobe. Without minding them in her first eagerness, Ellen pounced at the books. "Here you are, my dear Numa Pompilius," said she, drawing out a little French book she had just begun to read; "and here you are, old grammar and dictionary; and here is my history very glad to see you, Mr. Goldsmith. And what on the world is this? wrapped up as if it was something great. Oh, my expositor! I am not glad to see you, I am sure. Never want to look at your face or back again. My copy book I wonder who'll set copies for me now. My arithmetic that's you. Geography and atlas, all right, and my slate. But dear me, I don't believe I've such a thing as a slate pencil in the world. Where shall I get one, I wonder? Well, I'll manage; and that's all, I believe. With all her heart, Ellen would have begun her studying at once, but there were all her things on the floor, silently saying, "Put us up first." "I declare," she said to herself, "it's too bad to have nothing in the shape of a bureau to keep one's clothes in. I wonder if I am to live in a trunk, as Mamma says, all the time I am here, and have to go down to the bottom of it every time I want a pocket handkerchief or a pair of stockings. How I do despise those gray stockings! But what can I do? It's too bad to squeeze my nice things up. I wonder what is behind those doors. I'll find out, I know, before long." On the north side of Ellen's room were 3 doors. She had never opened them, but now took it in her head to see what was there, thinking she might possibly find what would help her out of her difficulty. She had some little fear of meddling with anything in her aunt's domain, so she fastened her own door to guard against interruption while she was busied in making discoveries. At the foot of her bed, in the corner, was one large door, fastened by a button, as indeed they were all. This opened, she found, upon a flight of stairs, leading as she supposed to the garret, but Ellen did not care to go up and see. They were lighted by half of a large window, across the middle of which the stairs went up. She quickly shut that door, and opened the next, a little one. Here she found a tiny closet under the stairs, lighted by the other half of the window. There was nothing in it but a broad, low shelf or step under the stairs, where Ellen presently decided she could stow away her books very nicely. "It only wants a little brushing out," said Ellen, "and it will do very well." The other door, in the other corner, admitted her to a large light closet, perfectly empty. "Now, if there were only some hooks or pegs here," thought Ellen, "to hang up dresses on! But why shouldn't I drive some nails? I will! Oh, that'll be fine!" Unfastening her door in a hurry, she ran down stairs, and her heart beating, between pleasure and the excitement of daring so far without her aunt's knowledge, she ran out and crossed the chip yard to the barn, where she had some hope of finding Mr. Van Brunt. By the time she got to the little cow house door, a great noise of knocking or pounding in the barn made her sure he was there, and she went on to the lower barn floor. There he was, he and the 2 farm boys, who, by the by, were grown men, all 3 threshing wheat. Ellen stopped at the door, and for a minute forgot what she had come for in the pleasure of looking at them. The clean floor was strewn with grain, upon which the heavy flails came down one after the other, with quick, regular beat 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, keeping perfect time. The pleasant sound could be heard afar off, though indeed, where Ellen stood, it was rather too loud to be pleasant. Her little voice had no chance of being heard; she stood still and waited. Presently Johnny, who was opposite, caught a sight of her, and without stopping his work, said to his leader, "Somebody there for you, Mr. Van Brunt." That gentleman's flail ceased its motion, then he threw it down, and went to the door to help Ellen up the high step. "Well," said he, "have you come to see what's going on?" "No," said Ellen, "I've been looking. But, Mr. Van Brunt, could you be so good as to let me have a hammer and half a dozen nails?" "A hammer and half a dozen nails. Come this way," said he. They went out of the barnyard and across the chip yard to an outhouse below the garden, and not far from the spout, called the poultry house, though it was quite as much the property of the hogs, who had a regular sleeping apartment there, where corn was always fed out to the fatting ones. Opening a kind of granary storeroom, where the corn for this purpose was stowed, Mr. Van Brunt took down from a shelf a large hammer and a box of nails, and asked Ellen what size she wanted. "Pretty large." "So?" "No, a good deal bigger yet, I should like." "A good deal bigger yet! Who wants 'em?" "I do," said Ellen. "You do! Do you think your little arms can manage that big hammer?" "I don't know I guess so I'll try." "Where do you want 'em driv?" "Up in a closet in my room," said Ellen, speaking softly as if she had feared her aunt was at the corner. "I want 'em to hang up dresses and things." Mr. Van Brunt half smiled, and put up the hammers and nails on the shelf again. "Now, I'll tell you what we'll do," said he; "you can't manage them big things. I'll put 'em up for you to night when I come in to supper." "But I'm afraid she won't let you," said Ellen, doubtfully. "Never you mind about that," said he; "I'll fix it. Maybe we won't ask her." "Oh, thank you!" said Ellen, joyfully, her face recovering its full sunshine in answer to his smile; and clapping her hands, she ran back to the house, while more slowly Mr. Van Brunt returned to the threshers. Ellen seized dustpan and brush and ran up to her room, and setting about the business with right good will, she soon had her closets in beautiful order. The books, writing desk, and work box were then bestowed very carefully in the one, and in the other her coats and dresses, neatly folded up in a pile on the floor, waiting till the nails should be driven in. Then the remainder of her things were gathered up from the floor, and neatly arranged in the trunk again. Having done all this, Ellen's satisfaction was unbounded. By this time dinner was ready. As soon after dinner as she could escape from Miss Fortune's calls upon her, Ellen stole up to her room and her books, and began work in earnest. The whole afternoon was spent over sums, and verbs, and maps, and pages of history. A little before tea, as Ellen was setting the table, Mr. Van Brunt came into the kitchen with a bag on his back. "What have you got there, Mr. Van Brunt?" said Miss Fortune. "A bag of seed corn." "What are you going to do with it?" "Put it up in the garret for safe keeping." "Set it down in the corner, and I'll take it up to morrow." "Thank you, Ma'am; rather go myself, if it's all the same to you. You needn't be scared. I've left my shoes at the door. Miss Ellen, I believe I've got to go through your room." Ellen was glad to run before, to hide her laughter. When they reached her room, Mr. Van Brunt produced a hammer out of the bag, and taking a handful of nails from his pocket, put up a fine row of them along her closet wall. Then, while she hung up her dresses, he went on to the garret, and Ellen heard him hammering there too. Presently he came down, and they returned to the kitchen. "What's all that knocking?" said Miss Fortune. "I've been driving some nails," said Mr. Van Brunt, coolly. "Up in the garret?" "Yes, and in Miss Ellen's closet; she said she wanted some." "You should ha' spoken to me about it," said Miss Fortune to Ellen. There was displeasure enough in her face, but she said no more, and the matter blew over much better than Ellen had feared. Ellen steadily pursued her plans of studying, in spite of some discouragements. A letter, written about 10 days after, gave her mother an account of her endeavours and her success. It was a despairing account. Ellen complained that she wanted help to understand, and lacked time to study; that her aunt kept her busy, and she believed, took pleasure in breaking her off from her books; and she bitterly said her mother must expect to find an ignorant little daughter when she came home. It ended with "Oh, if I could just see you, and kiss you, and put my arms around you, Mamma, I'd be willing to die." This letter was despatched the next morning by Mr. Van Brunt, and Ellen waited and watched with great anxiety for his return from Thirlwall in the afternoon. CHAPTer 14. Chapter 15 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 15. Mother Earth rather than Aunt Fortune. The afternoon was already half spent when Mr. Van Brunt's ox cart was seen returning. Ellen was standing by the little gate that opened on the chip yard, and, with her heart beating anxiously, she watched the slow coming oxen. How slowly they came! At last they turned out of the lane, and drew the cart up the ascent, and stopping beneath the apple tree, Mr. Van Brunt leisurely got down, and flinging back his whip, came to the gate. But the little face that met him there quivering with hope and fear made his own quite sorry. "I'm really very sorry, Miss Ellen," he began. That was enough. Ellen waited to hear no more, but turned away, the cold chill of disappointment coming over her heart. She had borne the former delays pretty well, but this was one too many, and she felt sick. She went round to the front stoop, where scarcely ever anybody came, and sitting down on the steps, wept sadly and despairingly. It might have been half an hour or more after, that the kitchen door slowly opened, and Ellen came in. Wishing her aunt should not see her swollen eyes, she was going quietly through to her own room, when Miss Fortune called her. Ellen stopped. Miss Fortune was sitting before the fire with an open letter lying in her lap and another in her hand. The latter she held out to Ellen, saying, "Here, child, come and take this." "What is it?" said Ellen, slowly coming towards her. "Don't you see what it is?" said Miss Fortune, still holding it out. "But who is it from?" said Ellen. "Your mother." "A letter from Mamma, and not to me?" said Ellen, with changing colour. She took it quick from her aunt's hand, but her colour changed more as her eye fell upon the first words, "My dear Ellen," and turning the paper she saw upon the back, "Miss Ellen Montgomery." Her next look was to her aunt's face, with her eye fired, and her cheek paled with anger, and when she spoke her voice was not the same. "This is my letter," she said, trembling. "Who opened it?" Miss Fortune's conscience must have troubled her a little, for her eye wavered uneasily. Only for a second, though. "Who opened it?" she answered. "I opened it. I should like to know who has a better right. And I shall open every one that comes, to serve you for looking so that you may depend upon." The look, and the words, and the injury together fairly put Ellen beside herself. She dashed the letter to the ground, and livid and trembling with various feelings rage was not the only one she ran from her aunt's presence. She did not shed any tears now; she could not; they were absolutely burnt up by passion. She walked her room with trembling steps, clasping and wringing her hands now and then, wildly thinking what could she do to get out of this dreadful state of things, and unable to see anything but misery before her. She walked, for she could not sit down. But presently she felt that she could not breathe the air of the house, and taking her bonnet, she went down, passed through the kitchen, and went out. Miss Fortune asked where she was going, and bade her stay within doors, but Ellen paid no attention to her. She stood still a moment outside the little gate. She might have stood long to look. The mellow light of an Indian summer afternoon lay upon the meadow and the old barn and chipyard. There was beauty in them all under its smile. Not a breath was stirring. The rays of the sun struggled through a blue haze which hung upon the hills and softened every distant object, and the silence of nature all around was absolute, made more noticeable by the far off voice of somebody it might be Mr. Van Brunt calling to his oxen very far off, and not to be seen. The sound came softly to her ear through the stillness. "Peace!" was the whisper of nature to her troubled child. But Ellen's heart was in a whirl; she could not hear the whisper. It was a relief, however, to be out of the house and in the sweet open air. Ellen breathed more freely, and pausing a moment there, and clasping her hands together once more in sorrow, she went down the road and out at the gate, and exchanging her quick broken step for a slow measured one, she took the way towards Thirlwall. Little regarding the loveliness which that day was upon every slope and roadside, Ellen presently quitted the Thirlwall road, and half unconsciously turned into a path on the left which she had never taken before, perhaps for that reason. It was not much travelled, evidently. The grass grew green on both sides, and even in the middle of the way, though here and there the track of wheels could be seen. Ellen did not care about where she was going; she only found it pleasant to walk on, and get further from home. The lane or road led towards a mountain somewhat to the northward of Miss Fortune's, the same which Mr. Van Brunt had once named to Ellen as "the Nose." After 3/4 of an hour, the road began gently to ascend the mountain, rising toward the north. About 1/3 of the way from the bottom, Ellen came to a little footpath on the left, which allured her by its promise of prettiness, and she forsook the lane for it. The promise was abundantly fulfilled. It was a most lovely, wild, woodway path, but withal not a little steep and rocky. Ellen began to grow weary. The lane went on towards the north; the path rather led off towards the southern edge of the mountain, rising all the way; but before she reached that, Ellen came to what she thought a good resting place, where the path opened upon a small level platform or ledge of the hill. The mountain rose steep behind her, and sank very steep immediately before her, leaving a very superb view of the open country from the north east to the south east. Carpeted with moss, and furnished with fallen stones and pieces of rock, this was a fine resting place for the wayfarer, or loitering place for the lover of nature. Ellen seated herself on one of the stones, and looked sadly and wearily towards the east, at first very careless of the exceeding beauty of what she beheld there. For miles and miles, on every side but the west, lay stretched before her a beautifully broken country. The November haze hung over it now like a thin veil, giving great sweetness and softness to the scene. Far in the distance a range of low hills showed like a misty cloud; near by, at the mountain's foot, the fields and farmhouses and roads lay, a pictured map. About 1.5 miles to the south rose the mountain where Nancy Vawse lived, craggy and bare, but the leafless trees and stern jagged rocks were wrapped in the haze, and through this the sun, now near the setting, threw his mellowing rays, touching every slope and ridge with a rich warm glow. Poor Ellen did not heed the picturesque effect of all this, yet the sweet influence of nature reached her, and softened while they increased her sorrow. She felt her own heart sadly out of tune with the peace and loveliness of all she saw. Her eye sought those distant hills; how very far off they were; and yet all that wide tract of country was but a little piece of what lay between her and her mother. her eye sought those hills, but her mind overpassed them, and went far beyond, over many such a tract, till it reached the loved one at last. But oh, how much between! I cannot reach her, she cannot reach me, thought poor Ellen. Her eyes had been filling and dropping tears for some time, but now came the rush of the pent up storm, and the floods of grief were kept back no longer. When once fairly excited, Ellen's passions were always extreme. During the former peaceful and happy part of her life, the occasions of such excitement had been very rare. Of late, unhappily, they had occurred much oftener. Many were the bitter fits of tears she had known within a few weeks; but now it seemed as if all the scattered causes of sorrow that had wrought those tears were gathered together, and pressing upon her at once, that the burden would crush her to the earth. To the earth it brought her literally. She slid from her seat at first, and embracing the stone on which she had sat, she leaned her head there; but presently, in her agony quitting her hold of that, she cast herself down upon the moss, lying at her full length upon the cold ground, which seemed, to her childish fancy, the best friend she had left. But Ellen was wrought up to the last pitch of grief and passion. Tears brought no relief; convulsive weeping only exhausted her. In the extremity of her distress and despair, and in that lonely place, out of hearing of every one, she sobbed aloud, and even screamed, for almost the first time in her life; and these fits of violence were succeeded by exhaustion, during which she ceased to shed tears, and lay quite still, drawing only long, sobbing sighs now and then. How long Ellen had lain there, or how long this would have gone on before her strength had been quite worn out, no one can tell. In one of these fits of forced quiet, when she lay as still as the rocks around her, she heard a voice close by say, "What is the matter, my child?" The silver sweetness of the tone came singularly upon the tempest in Ellen's mind. She got up hastily, and brushing away the tears from her dimmed eyes, she saw a young lady standing there, and a face, whose sweetness well matched the voice, looking upon her with grave concern. She stood motionless and silent. "What is the matter, my dear?" The tone found Ellen's heart, and brought the water to her eyes again, though with a difference. She covered her face with her hands, but gentle hands were placed upon hers and drew them away; and the lady, sitting down on Ellen's stone, took her in her arms, and Ellen hid her face in the bosom of a better friend than the cold earth had been like to prove her. But the change overcame her, and the soft whisper, "Don't cry any more," made it impossible to stop crying. Nothing further was said for some time. The lady waited till Ellen grew calmer. When she saw her able to answer, she said, gently, "What does all this mean, my child? What troubles you? Tell me, and I think we can find a way to mend matters." Ellen answered the tone of voice with a faint smile, but the words with another gush of tears. "You are Ellen Montgomery, aren't you?" "Yes, Maam." "I thought so. This isn't the first time I have seen you. I have seen you once before." Ellen looked up surprised. "Have you, Maam? I am sure I have never seen you." "No, I know that. I saw you when you didn't see me. Where, do you think?" "I can't tell, I am sure," said Ellen. "I can't guess. I haven't seen you at Aunt Fortune's, and I haven't been anywhere else." "You have forgotten," said the lady. "Did you never hear of a little girl who went to take a walk once upon a time, and had an unlucky fall into a brook, and then went to a kind old lady's house, where she was dried, and put to bed, and went to sleep?" "Oh, yes," said Ellen. "Did you see me there, Maam, and when I was asleep?" "I saw you there when you were asleep, and Mrs. Van Brunt told me who you were, and where you lived; and when I came here, a little while ago, I knew you again very soon. And I knew what the matter was, too, pretty well. But nevertheless tell me all about it, Ellen. Perhaps I can help you." Ellen shook her head dejectedly. "Nobody in this world can help me," she said. "Then there's one in heaven that can," said the lady, steadily. "Nothing is too bad for him to mend. Have you asked his help, Ellen?" Ellen began to weep again. "Oh, if I could, I would tell you all about it, Maam," she said; "but there are so many things I don't know where to begin I don't know when I should ever get through." "So many things that trouble you, Ellen?" "Yes, Maam." "I am sorry for that, indeed. But never mind, dear; tell me what they are. Begin with the worst, and if I haven't time to hear them all now, I'll find time another day. Begin with the worst." But she waited in vain for an answer, and became distressed herself at Ellen's distress, which was extreme. "Don't cry so, my child don't cry so," she said, pressing her in her arms. What is the matter? Hardly anything in this world is so bad it can't be mended. I think I know what troubles you so. It is that your dear mother is away from you, isn't it?" "Oh, no, Maam!" Ellen could scarcely articulate; but struggling with herself for a minute or two, she then spoke again, and more clearly. "The worst is the worst is, that I meant to be a good child, and I have been worse than I ever was in my life before." Her tears gushed forth. "But how, Ellen?" said her surprised friend, after a pause. "I don't quite understand you. When did you 'mean to be a good child?' Didn't you always mean so? And what have you been doing?" Ellen made a great effort, and ceased crying, straightened herself, dashed away her tears, as if determined to shed no more, and presently spoke calmly, though a choking sob every now and then threatened to interrupt her. "I will tell you, Maam. That first day I left Mamma, when I was on board the steamboat, and feeling as badly as I could feel, a kind, kind gentleman I don't know who he was came to me and spoke to me, and took care of me the whole day. Oh, if I could see him again! He talked to me a great deal; he wanted me to be a Christian; he wanted me to make up my mind to begin that day to be one. And, Maam, I did resolve with my whole heart; and I thought I should be different from that time from what I had ever been before; but I think I have never been so bad in my life as I have been since then. Instead of feeling right, I have felt wrong all the time, almost; and I can't help it. I have been passionate and cross, and bad feelings keep coming, and I know it's wrong, and it makes me miserable. And yet, oh, Maam, I haven't changed my mind a bit. I think just the same as I did that day. I want to be a Christian more than anything else in the world; but I am not, and what shall I do?" Her face sank in her hands again. "And this is your great trouble?" said her friend. "Yes." "Do you remember who said, 'Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest?'" Ellen looked up inquiringly. "You are grieved to find yourself so unlike what you would be. You wish to be a child of the dear Saviour, and to have your heart filled with his love, and to do what will please him, do you? Have you gone to him day by day, and night by night, and told him so? Have you begged him to give you strength to get the better of your wrong feelings, and asked him to change you and make you his child?" "At first I did, Maam," said Ellen, in a low voice. "Not lately?" "No, Maam," in a tone lower still, and looking down. "Then you have neglected your Bible and prayer for some time past?" Ellen hardly uttered, "Yes." "Why, my child?" "I don't know, Maam," said Ellen, weeping. "That is one of the things that made me think myself so very wicked. I couldn't like to read my Bible or pray either, though I always used to before. My Bible lay down quite at the bottom of my trunk, and I didn't even like to raise my things enough to see the cover of it. I was so full of bad feelings I didn't feel fit to pray or read either." "Ah, that is the way with the wisest of us," said her companion; "how apt we are to shrink from our physician just when we are in most need of him." "But, Ellen, dear, that isn't right. No hand but his can touch that sickness you are complaining of. Seek it, love, seek it. He will hear and help you, no doubt about it, in every trouble you carry simply and humbly to his feet. He has promised, you know." Ellen was weeping very much, but less bitterly than before. The clouds were breaking, and light beginning to shine through. "Shall we pray together now?" said her companion, after a few minutes' pause. "Oh, if you please, Maam, do," Ellen answered, through her tears. And they knelt together there on the moss beside the stone, where Ellen's head rested and her friend's folded hands were laid. It might have been two children speaking to their father for the simplicity of that prayer. Difference of age seemed to be forgotten, and what suited one suited the other. It was not without difficulty that the speaker carried it calmly through, for Ellen's sobs went nigh to check her more than once. When they rose, Ellen silently sought her friend's arms again, and laying her face on her shoulder and putting both arms round her neck, she wept still. But what different tears! It was like the gentle rain falling through sunshine after the dark cloud and the thunder and the hurricane have passed by. And they kissed each other before either of them spoke. "You will not forget your Bible and prayer again, Ellen?" "Oh, no, Maam." "Then I am sure you will find the causes of your trouble grow less. I will not hear the rest of them now. In a day or two I hope you will be able to give me a very different account from what you would have done an hour ago. But, besides that, it is getting late, and it will not do for us to stay too long up here. You have a good way to go to reach home. Will you come and see me to morrow afternoon?" "Oh, yes, Maam, indeed I will, if I can, and if you will tell me where." Instead of turning up this little rocky path, you must keep straight on in the road, that's all; and it's the first house you come to. It isn't very far from here. Where were you going on the mountain?" "Nowhere, Maam." "Have you been any higher up than this?" "No, Maam." "Then, before we go away, I want to show you something. I'll take you over the bridge of the nose; it isn't but a step or two more. A little rough, to be sure, but you mustn't mind that." "What is the bridge of the nose, Maam?" said Ellen, as they left her resting place, and began to toil up the path, which grew more steep and rocky than ever. "You know this mountain is called the Nose. Just here it runs out to a very thin, sharp edge. We shall come to a place presently where you turn a very sharp corner to get from one side of the hill to the other, and my brother named it, jokingly, the Bridge of the Nose." "Why do they give the mountain such a queer name?" said Ellen. "I don't know, I'm sure. The people say that from one point of view this side of it looks very like a man's nose, but I never could find it out, and have some doubt about the fact. But now here we are. Just come round this great rock mind how you step, Ellen. Now, look there." The rock they had just turned was at their backs, and they looked towards the west. Both exclaimed at the beauty before them. The view was not so extended as the one they had left. On the north and south the broken wavy outline of mountains closed in the horizon, but far to the west stretched an opening between the hills, through which the setting sun sent his long beams even to their feet. In the distance all was a golden haze. Nearer, on the right and left, the hills were lit up singularly, and there was a most beautiful mingling of deep hazy shadow and bright glowing mountain sides and ridges. A glory was upon the valley. Far down below, at their feet, lay a large lake, gleaming in the sunlight, and at the upper end of it, a village of some size showed like a cluster of white dots. "How beautiful!" said the lady again. "Ellen, dear, he whose hand raised up those mountains, and has painted them so gloriously, is the very same one who has said to you and me, 'Ask, and it shall be given you.'" Ellen looked up; their eyes met; her answer was in that grateful glance. The lady sat down and drew Ellen close to her. "Do you see that little white village yonder, down at the far end of the lake? That is the village of Carra Carra, and that is Carra Carra Lake. That is where I go to church. You cannot see the little church from here. My father preaches there every Sunday morning." "You must have a long way to go," said Ellen. "Yes, a pretty long way, but it's very pleasant, though. I mount my little gray pony, and he carries me there in quick time, when I will let him. I never wish the way shorter. I go in all sorts of weathers, too, Ellen. Sharp and I don't mind frost and snow." "Who is Sharp?" said Ellen. "My pony. An odd name, isn't it?" "It wasn't of my choosing, Ellen, but he deserves it, if ever pony did. He's a very cunning little fellow." "Where do you go, Ellen? To Thirlwall?" "To church, Maam. I don't go anywhere. Doesn't your aunt go to church?" "She hasn't since I have been here." "What do you do with yourself on Sunday?" "Nothing, Maam. I don't know what to do with myself all the day long. I get tired of being in the house, and I go out of doors; and then I get tired of being out of doors, and come in again. I wanted a kitten dreadfully, but Mr. Van Brunt said Aunt Fortune would not let me keep one." "Did you want a kitten to help you keep Sunday, Ellen?" said her friend, smiling. "Yes, I did, Maam," said Ellen, smiling again. "I thought it would be a great deal of company for me. I got very tired of reading all day long, and I had nothing to read but the Bible; and you know, Maam, I told you I have been all wrong ever since I came here, and I didn't like to read that much." "My poor child," said the lady, "you have been hardly bestead, I think. What if you were to come and spend next Sunday with me? Don't you think I should do instead of a kitten?" "Oh, yes, Maam, I am sure of it," said Ellen, clinging to her. "Oh, I'll come gladly if you will let me, and if Aunt Fortune will let me; and I hope she will, for she said last Sunday I was the plague of her life." "What did you do to make her say so?" said her friend, gravely. "Only asked her for some books, Maam." "Well, my dear, I see I am getting upon another of your troubles, and we haven't time for that now. By your own account, you have been much in fault yourself, and I trust you will find all things mend with your own mending. But now there goes the sun, and you and I must follow his example." The lake ceased to gleam, and the houses of the village were less plainly to be seen; still the mountain heads were as bright as ever. Gradually the shadows crept up their sides, while the gray of evening settled deeper and deeper upon the valley. "There," said Ellen, "that's just what I was wondering at the other morning; only then the light shone upon the top of the mountain first, and walked down, and now it leaves the bottom first and walks up. I asked Mr. Van Brunt about it, and he could not tell me. That's another of my troubles there's nobody that could tell me anything." "Put me in mind of it to morrow, and I'll try to make you understand it," said the lady. "But we must not tarry now. I see you are likely to find me work enough, Ellen." "I'll not ask you a question, Ma'am, if you don't like it," said Ellen, earnestly. I do like," said the other. "I spoke laughingly, for I see you will be apt to ask me a good many as many as you please, my dear." "Thank you, Ma'am," said Ellen, as they ran down the hill. "They keep coming into my head all the while." It was easier going down than coming up. They soon arrived at the place where Ellen had left the road to take the wood path. "Here we part," said the lady. "Good night." "Good night, Ma'am." There was a kiss and a squeeze of the hand, but when Ellen would have turned away, the lady still held her fast. "You are an odd little girl," said she. "I give you liberty to ask me questions." "Yes, Ma'am," said Ellen, doubtfully. "There's a question you have not asked me that I have been expecting. Do you know who I am?" "No, Ma'am." "Don't you want to know?" "Yes, Ma'am, very much," said Ellen, laughing at her friend's look; "but Mamma told me never to try to find out anything about other people that they didn't wish me to know, or that wasn't my business." "Well, I think this is your business, decidedly. Who are you going to ask for when you come to see me to morrow? Will you ask for the young lady that lives in this house? Or will you give a description of my nose and eyes and height?" Ellen laughed. "My dear Ellen," said the lady, changing her tone, "do you know you please me very much? For one person that shows herself well bred in this matter, there are 1,000, I think, that ask impertinent questions. I am very glad you are an exception to the common rule. But, dear Ellen, I am quite willing you should know my name. It is Alice Humphreys. Now kiss me again, and run home. It is quite time. I have kept you too late. Good night, my dear. Tell your aunt I beg she will allow you to take tea with me to morrow." They parted, and Ellen hastened homewards, urged by the rapidly growing dusk of the evening. She trod the green turf with a step lighter and quicker than it had been a few hours before, and she regained her home in much less time than it had taken her to come from thence to the mountain. Lights were in the kitchen, and the table set, but though weary and faint, she was willing to forego her supper rather than meet her aunt just then; so she stole quietly up to her room. She did not forget her friend's advice. She had no light, she could not read, but Ellen did pray. She did carry all her heart sickness, her wants, and her woes, to that Friend whose ear is always open to the cry of those who call upon him in truth; and then relieved, refreshed, almost healed, she went to bed and slept sweetly. CHAPTer 15. Chapter 16 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 16. Counsel, Cakes, and Captain Parry. Early next morning Ellen awoke with a sense that something pleasant had happened. Then the joyful reality darted into her mind, and jumping out of bed, she set about her morning work with a better heart than she had been able to bring to it for many a long day. When she had finished, she went to the window. She had found out how to keep it open now, by means of a big nail stuck in a hole under the sash. It was very early, and in the perfect stillness the soft gurgle of the little brook came distinctly to her ear. Ellen leaned her arms on the window sill and tasted the morning air, almost wondering at its sweetness, and at the loveliness of field and sky, and the bright eastern horizon. For days and days all had looked dark and sad. There were two reasons for the change. In the first place, Ellen had made up her mind to go straight on in the path of duty. In the second place, she had found a friend. Her little heart bounded with delight and swelled with thankfulness at the thought of Alice Humphreys. She was once more at peace with herself, and had even some notion of being by and by at peace with her aunt, though a sad twinge came over her whenever she thought of her mother's letter. "But there is only one way for me," she thought. "I'll do as that dear Miss Humphreys told me. It's good and early, and I shall have a fine time before breakfast yet to myself, and I'll get up so every morning and have it. That'll be the very best plan I can hit upon." As she thought of this, she drew forth her Bible from its place at the bottom of her trunk, and opening it at hazard, she began to read the 18th chapter of Matthew. Some of it she did not quite understand, but she paused with pleasure at the 14th verse. "That means me," she thought. The 21st and 22nd verses struck her a good deal, but when she came to the last, she was almost startled. "There it is again!" she said. "That is exactly what that gentleman said to me. I thought I was forgiven, but how can I be? For I feel I have not forgiven Aunt Fortune." Laying aside her book, Ellen kneeled down. But this one thought so pressed upon her mind that she could think of scarce anything else, and her prayer this morning was an urgent and repeated petition that she might be enabled from her heart to forgive her Aunt Fortune all her trespasses. Poor Ellen! She felt it was very hard work. At the very minute she was striving to feel at peace with her aunt, one grievance after another would start up to remembrance, and she knew the feelings that met them were far enough from the spirit of forgiveness. In the midst of this, she was called down. She rose with tears in her eyes, and "What shall I do?" in her heart. Bowing her head once more, she earnestly prayed that if she could not yet feel right towards her aunt, she might be kept at least from acting or speaking wrong. Poor Ellen! In the heart is the spring of action, and she found it so this morning. Her aunt and Mr. Van Brunt were already at the table. Ellen took her place in silence, for one look at her aunt's face told her that no "good morning" would be accepted. Miss Fortune was in a particularly bad humour, owing, among other things, to Mr. Van Brunt's having refused to eat his breakfast unless Ellen was called. An unlucky piece of kindness. She neither spoke to Ellen nor looked at her. Mr. Van Brunt did what in him lay to make amends. He helped her very carefully to the cold pork and potatoes, and handed her the well piled platter of griddle cakes. "Here's the first buckwheats of the season," said he, "and I told Miss Fortune I warn't a goin' to eat one of 'em if you didn't come down to enjoy 'em along with us. Take two, take two; you want 'em to keep each other hot." Ellen's look and smile thanked him, as, following his advice, she covered one generous buckwheat with another as ample. "That's the thing. Now here's some prime maple. You like 'em, I guess, don't you?" "I don't know yet. I have never seen any," said Ellen. "Never seen buckwheats? Why, they're most as good as my mother's splitters. Buckwheat cakes and maple molasses that's food fit for a king, I think, when they're good, and Miss Fortune's are always first rate." Miss Fortune did not relent at all at this compliment. "What makes you so white this morning?" Mr. Van Brunt presently went on. "You ain't well, be you?" "Yes," said Ellen, doubtfully, "I'm well." "She's as well as I am, Mr. Van Brunt, if you don't go and put her up to any notions," Miss Fortune said, in a kind of choked voice. Mr. Van Brunt hemmed, and said no more to the end of breakfast time. Ellen rather dreaded what was to come next, for her aunt's look was ominous. In dead silence the things were put away, and put up, and in the course of washing and drying, when Miss Fortune suddenly broke forth "What did you do with yourself yesterday afternoon?" "I was up on the mountain," said Ellen. "What mountain?" "I believe they call it the Nose." "What business had you up there?" "I hadn't any business there." "What did you go there for?" "Nothing." "Nothing! You expect me to believe that? You call yourself a truth teller, I suppose." "Mamma used to say I was," said poor Ellen, striving to swallow her feelings. "Your mother! I dare say; mothers always are blind. I dare say she took everything you said for gospel." Ellen was silent, from sheer want of words that were pointed enough to suit her. "I wish Morgan could have had the gumption to marry in his own country, but he must go running after a Scotchwoman. A Yankee would have brought up his child to be worth something. Give me Yankees." Ellen set down the cup she was wiping. "You don't know anything about my mother," she said. "You oughtn't to speak so; it's not right." "Why ain't it right, I should like to know?" said Miss Fortune. "This is a free country, I guess. Our tongues ain't tied; we're all free here." "I wish we were," muttered Ellen. "I know what I'd do." "What would you do?" said Miss Fortune. Ellen was silent. Her aunt repeated the question in a sharper tone. "I oughtn't to say what I was going to," said Ellen. "I'd rather not." "I don't care," said Miss Fortune. "You began, and you shall finish it. I will hear what it was." "I was going to say, if we were all free, I would run away." "Well, that is a beautiful, well behaved speech. I am glad to have heard it. I admire it very much. Now, what were you doing yesterday up on the Nose? Please to go on wiping; there's a pile ready for you. What were you doing yesterday afternoon?" Ellen hesitated. "Were you alone, or with somebody?" "I was alone part of the time." "And who were you with the rest of the time?" "Miss Humphreys." "Miss Humphreys! What were you doing with her?" "Talking." "Did you ever see her before?" "No, Ma'am." "Where did you find her?" "She found me up on the hill." "What were you talking about?" Ellen was silent. "What were you talking about?" repeated Miss Fortune. "I had rather not tell." "And I had rather you should tell; so out with it." "I was alone with Miss Humphreys," said Ellen, "and it is no matter what we were talking about. It doesn't concern anybody but her and me." "Yes, it does; it concerns me," said her aunt, "and I choose to know. What were you talking about?" Ellen was silent. "Will you tell me?" "No," said Ellen, low but resolutely. "I vow you're enough to try the patience of Job. Look here," said Miss Fortune, setting down what she had in her hands, "I will know. I don't care what it was, but you shall tell me, or I'll find a way to make you. I'll give you such a " "Stop, stop!" said Ellen, wildly; "you must not speak to me so. Mamma never did, and you have no right to. If Mamma or Papa were here, you would not dare talk to me so." The answer to this was a sharp box on the ear from Miss Fortune's wet hand. Half stunned, less by the blow than the tumult of feeling it roused, Ellen stood a moment, and then throwing down her towel, she ran out of the room, shivering with passion, and brushing off the soapy water left on her face as if it had been her aunt's very hand. Violent tears burst forth as soon as she reached her own room tears at first of anger and mortification only; but conscience presently began to whisper, "You are wrong, you are wrong," and tears of sorrow mingled with the others. "Oh," said Ellen, "why couldn't I keep still, when I had resolved so this morning? Why couldn't I be quiet? But she ought not to have provoked me so dreadfully. I couldn't help it." "You are wrong," said conscience again, and her tears flowed faster. And then came back her morning trouble the duty and the difficulty of forgiving. Forgive her Aunt Fortune? With her whole heart in a passion of displeasure against her. Alas! Ellen began to feel and acknowledge that indeed all was wrong. But what to do? There was just one comfort the visit to Miss Humphreys in the afternoon. "She will tell me," thought Ellen; "she will help me. But in the meanwhile" Ellen had not much time to think. Her aunt called her down and set her to work. She was very busy till dinner time, and very unhappy. But 20 times in the course of the morning did Ellen pause for a moment, and covering her face with her hands, pray that a heart to forgive might be given her. As soon as possible after dinner, she made her escape to the room that she might prepare for her walk. Conscience was not quite easy that she was going without the knowledge of her aunt. She had debated the question with herself, and could not make up her mind to hazard losing her visit. So she dressed herself very carefully. One of her dark merinos was affectionately put on, her single pair of white stockings, shoes, ruffle, cape Ellen saw that all was faultlessly neat, just as her mother used to have it; and the nice blue hood lay upon the bed ready to be put on at the last thing, when she heard her aunt's voice calling, "Ellen, come down and do your ironing, right away now; the irons are hot." For one moment Ellen stood still in dismay, then slowly undressed, dressed again, and went downstairs. "Come, you've been an age," said Miss Fortune. "Now make haste; there ain't but a handful, and I want to mop up." Ellen took courage again, ironed away with a right good will, and as there was really but a handful of things, she had soon done, even to taking off the ironing blanket and putting up the irons. In the meantime, she had changed her mind as to stealing off without leave. Conscience was too strong for her; and though with a beating heart, she told of Miss Humphreys' desire and her half engagement. "You may go where you like; I am sure I do not care what you do with yourself," was Miss Fortune's reply. Full of delight at this ungracious permission, Ellen fled upstairs, and dressing much quicker than before, was soon on her way. But at first she went rather sadly. In spite of all her good resolves and wishes, everything that day had gone wrong, and Ellen felt that the root of the evil was in her own heart. Some tears fell as she walked. Further from her aunt's house, however, her spirits began to rise; her foot fell lighter on the greensward. Hope and expectation quickened her steps, and when at length she passed the little wood path, it was almost on a run. Not very far beyond that, her glad eyes saw the house she was in quest of. It was a large white house not very white either, for its last dress of paint had grown old long ago. It stood close by the road, and the trees of the wood seemed to throng round it on every side. Ellen mounted the few steps that led to the front door, and knocked; but as she could only just reach the high knocker, she was not likely to alarm anybody with the noise she made. After a great many little faint raps, which, if anybody heard them, might easily have been mistaken for the attacks of some rat's teeth upon the wainscot, Ellen grew weary of her fruitless toil, and of standing on tiptoe, and resolved, though doubtfully, to go round the house and see if there was any other way of getting in. Turning the far corner, she saw a long, low outbuilding, or shed, jutting out from the side of the house. On the further side of this, Ellen found an elderly woman, standing in front of the shed, which was there opened and paved, and wringing some clothes out of a tub of water. She was a pleasant woman to look at, very trim and tidy, and a good humoured eye and smile when she saw Ellen. Ellen made up to her, and asked for Miss Humphreys. "Why, where in the world did you come from?" said the woman. "I don't receive company at the back of the house." "I knocked at the front door till I was tired," said Ellen, smiling in return. "Miss Alice must have been asleep. Now, honey, you have come so far round to find me, will you go a little further and find Miss Alice? Just go round this corner and keep straight along till you come to the glass door; there you'll find her. Stop maybe she's asleep. I may as well go along with you myself." She wrung the water from her hands and led the way. A little space of green grass stretched in front of the shed, and Ellen found it extended all along that side of the house, like a very narrow lawn. At the edge of it shot up the high forest trees, nothing between them and the house but the smooth grass and a narrow, worn footpath. The woods were now all brown stems, except here and there a superb hemlock and some scattered silvery birches. But the grass was still green, and the last day of the Indian summer hung its soft veil over all. The foliage of the forest was hardly missed. They passed another hall door, opposite the one where Ellen had tried her strength and patience upon the knocker. A little further on they paused at the glass door. One step led to it. Ellen's conductress looked in first through one of the panes, and then opening the door, motioned her to enter. "Here you are, my new acquaintance," said Alice, smiling and kissing her. "I began to think something was the matter, you tarried so late. We don't keep fashionable hours in the country, you know. But I'm very glad to see you. Take off your things and lay them on that settee by the door. You see I've a settee for summer and a sofa for winter; for here I am, in this room, at all times of the year; and a very pleasant room, I think it, don't you?" "Yes, indeed I do, Ma'am," said Ellen, pulling off her last glove. "Ah, but wait till you have taken tea with me half a dozen times, and then see if you don't say it's pleasant. Nothing can be so pleasant that is quite new. But now come here and look out of this window or door, whichever you choose to call it. Do you see what a beautiful view I have here? The wood was just as thick all along as it is on the right and left. I felt half smothered to be so shut in; so I got my brother and Thomas to take axes and go to work there, and many a large tree they cut down for me, till you see they opened a way through the woods, for the view of that beautiful stretch of country. I should grow melancholy if I had that wall of trees pressing on my vision all the time. It always comforts me to look off far away to those distant blue hills." "Aren't those the hills I was looking at yesterday?" said Ellen. "From up on the mountain? The very same. This is part of the very same view, and a noble view it is. Every morning, Ellen, the sun, rising behind those hills, shines in through this door and lights up my room; and in winter he looks in at that south window, so I have him all the time. To be sure, if I want to see him set, I must take a walk for it; but that isn't unpleasant, and you know we cannot have everything at once." It was a very beautiful extent of woodland, meadow, and hill, that was seen picture fashion through the gap cut in the forest; the wall of trees on each side serving as a frame to shut it in, and the descent of the mountain, from almost the edge of the lawn, being very rapid. The opening had been skilfully cut; the effect was remarkable, and very fine; the light on the picture being often quite different from that on the frame or on the hither side of the frame. "Now, Ellen," said Alice, turning from the window, "take a good look at my room. I want you to know it and feel at home in it; for whenever you can run away from your aunts, this is your home. Do you understand?" A smile was on each face. Ellen felt that she was understanding it very fast. "Here, next to the door, you see, is my summer settee; and in summer it very often walks out of doors to accommodate people on the grass plat. I have a great fancy for taking tea out of doors, Ellen, in warm weather; and if you don't mind a mosquito or two, I shall be always happy to have your company. That door opens into the hall; look out and see, for I want you to get the geography of the house. That odd looking, lumbering, painted concern is my cabinet of curiosities. I tried my best to make the carpenter man at Thirlwall understand what sort of a thing I wanted, and did all but show him how to make it; but as the Southerners say, he hasn't made it right nohow. There I keep my dried flowers, my minerals, and a very odd collection of curious things of all sorts that I am constantly picking up. I'll show you them some day, Ellen. Have you a fancy for curiosities?" "Yes, Ma'am, I believe so." "Believe so! Not more sure than that? Are you a lover of dead moths, and empty beetle skins, and butterflies' wings, and dry tufts of moss, and curious stones, and pieces of ribbon grass, and strange birds' nests? These are some of the things I used to delight in when I was about as old as you." "I don't know, Ma'am," said Ellen. "I never was where I could get them." "Weren't you? Poor child! Then you have been shut up to brick walls and paving stones all your life?" "Yes, Ma'am, all my life." "But now you have seen a little of the country, don't you think you shall like it better?" "Oh, a great deal better." "Ah, that's right; I am sure you will. On that other side, you see, is my winter sofa. It's a very comfortable resting place, I can tell you, Ellen, as I have proved by many a sweet nap; and its old chintz covers are very pleasant to me, for I remember them as far back as I remember anything." There was a sigh here, but Alice passed on and opened a door near the end of the sofa. "Look in here, Ellen; this is my bedroom." "Oh, how lovely!" Ellen exclaimed. The carpet covered only the middle of the floor, the rest was painted white. The furniture was common, but neat as wax. Ample curtains of white dimity clothed the three windows, and lightly draped the bed. The toilet table was covered with a snow white muslin, and by the toilet cushion stood, late as it was, a glass of flowers. Ellen thought it must be a pleasure to sleep there. "This," said Alice, when they came out, "between my door and the fireplace is a cupboard. Here be cups and saucers, and so forth. In that other corner beyond the fireplace you see my flower stand. Do you love flowers, Ellen?" "I love them dearly, Miss Alice." "I have some pretty ones out yet, and shall have one or two in the winter; but I can't keep a great many here; I haven't room for them. I have hard work to save these from the frost. There's a beautiful daphne that will be out by and by, and make the whole house sweet. But here, Ellen, on this side, between the windows, is my greatest treasure my precious books. All these are mine. Now, my dear, it is time to introduce you to my most excellent of easy chairs the best things in the room, aren't they? Put yourself in that. Now do you feel yourself at home?" "Very much indeed, Ma'am," said Ellen, laughing, as Alice placed her in the deep easy chair. There were two things in the room that Alice had not mentioned, and while she mended the fire, Ellen looked at them. One was the portrait of a gentleman, grave and good looking; this had very little of her attention. The other was the counter portrait of a lady, a fine dignified countenance that had a charm for Ellen. It hung over the fireplace in an excellent light, and the mild eye, and somewhat of a peculiar expression about the mouth, bore such likeness to Alice, though older, that Ellen had no doubt whose it was. Alice presently drew a chair close to Ellen's side, and kissed her. "I trust, my child," she said, "that you feel better to day than you did yesterday." "Oh, I do, Ma'am, a great deal better," Ellen answered. "Then I hope the reason is that you have returned to your duty, and are not resolved to be a Christian by and by, but to lead a Christian's life now?" "I have resolved so, Ma'am. I did resolve so last night and this morning; but yet I have been doing nothing but wrong all to day." Alice was silent. Ellen's lips quivered for a moment, and then she went on "Oh, Ma'am, how I have wanted to see you to day to tell me what I should do! I resolved and resolved this morning, and then, as soon as I got down stairs, I began to have bad feelings towards Aunt Fortune, and I have been full of bad feelings all day, and I couldn't help it." "It will not do to say that we cannot help what is wrong, Ellen. What is the reason you have had bad feelings towards your aunt?" "She don't like me, Ma'am." "But how happens that, Ellen? I'm afraid you don't like her." "No, Ma'am, I don't, to be sure. How can I?" "Why cannot you, Ellen?" "Oh, I can't, Ma'am; I wish I could. But oh, Ma'am, I should have liked her I might have liked her, if she had been kind; but she never has. Even that first night I came she never kissed me nor said she was glad to see me." "That was failing in kindness, certainly; but is she unkind to you, Ellen?" "Oh, yes, Ma'am, indeed she is. She talks to me, and talks to me in such a way that almost drives me out of my wits; and to day she even struck me. She has no right to do it," said Ellen, firing with passion; "she has no right to! And she has no right to talk as she does about Mamma. She did it to day, and she has done it before. I can't bear it, and I can't bear her. I can't bear her!" "Hush, hush!" said Alice, drawing the excited child to her arms, for Ellen had risen from her seat. "You must not talk so, Ellen; you are not feeling right now." "No, Maam, I am not," said Ellen, coldly and sadly. She sat a moment, and then turning to her companion put both arms round her neck, and hid her face on her shoulder again, and without raising it, she gave her the history of the morning. "What has brought about this dreadful state of things?" said Alice, after a few minutes. "Whose fault is it, Ellen?" "I think it is Aunt Fortune's fault," said Ellen, raising her head; "I don't think it is mine. If she had behaved well to me, I should have behaved well to her. I meant to, I am sure." "Do you mean to say you do not think you have been in fault at all in the matter?" "No, Maam, I do not mean to say that. I have been very much in fault, very often I know that. I get very angry and vexed, and sometimes I say nothing, but sometimes I get out of all patience, and say things I ought not. I did so to day; but it is so very hard to keep still when I am in such a passion; and now I have got to feel so towards Aunt Fortune that I don't like the sight of her. I hate the very look of her bonnet hanging up on the wall. I know it isn't right, and it makes me miserable, and I can't help it, for I grow worse and worse every day; and what shall I do?" Ellen's tears came faster than her words. "Ellen, my child," said Alice, after a while, "there is but one way. You know what I said to you yesterday?" "I know it; but, dear Miss Alice, in my reading this morning, I came to that verse that speaks about not being forgiven if we do not forgive others; and oh, how it troubles me! for I can't feel that I forgive Aunt Fortune. I feel vexed whenever the thought of her comes into my head; and how can I behave right to her while I feel so?" "You are right there, my dear; you cannot, indeed. The heart must be set right before the life can be." "But what shall I do to set it right?" "Pray. Dear Miss Alice, I have been praying all this morning that I might forgive Aunt Fortune, and yet I cannot do it." "Pray still, my dear," said Alice, pressing her closer in her arms "pray still. If you are in earnest, the answer will come. But there is something else you can do, and must do, Ellen, besides praying, or praying may be in vain." "What do you mean, Miss Alice?" "You acknowledge yourself in fault, but have you made all the amends you can? Have you, as soon as you have seen yourself in the wrong, gone to your Aunt Fortune and acknowledged it, and humbly asked her pardon?" Ellen answered "No," in a low voice. "Then, my child, your duty is plain before you. The next thing after doing wrong is to make all the amends in your power; confess your fault, and ask forgiveness, both of God and man. Pride struggles against it I see yours does; but, my child, God resisteth the proud, but giveth grace unto the humble." Ellen burst into tears, and cried heartily. "Mind your own wrong doings, my child, and you will not be half so disposed to quarrel with those of other people. But, Ellen, dear, if you will not humble yourself to this, you must not count upon an answer to your prayer. 'If thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother hath aught against thee,' what then? Leave there thy gift before the altar; go first and be reconciled to thy brother, and then come." "But it is so hard to forgive," sobbed Ellen. "Hard? Yes, it is hard when our hearts are so. But there is little love to Christ, and no just sense of his love to us, in the heart that finds it hard. Pride and selfishness make it hard. The heart full of love to the dear Saviour cannot lay up offences against itself." "I have said quite enough," said Alice, after a pause. "You know what you want, my dear Ellen, and what you ought to do. I shall leave you for a little while to change my dress, for I have been walking and riding all the morning. Make a good use of the time while I am gone." Ellen did make good use of the time. When Alice returned, she met her with another face than she had worn all that day, humbler and quieter; and flinging her arms around her, she said, "I will ask Aunt Fortune's forgiveness; I feel I can do it now." "And how about forgiving, Ellen?" "I think God will help me to forgive her," said Ellen. "I have asked him. At any rate, I will ask her to forgive me. But oh, Miss Alice, what would have become of me without you?" "Don't lean upon me, dear Ellen. Remember you have a better friend than I always near you; trust in him. If I have done you any good, don't forget it was he brought me to you yesterday afternoon." "There's just one thing that troubles me now," said Ellen "Mamma's letter. I'm thinking of it all the time. I feel as if I should fly to get it." "We'll see about that. Cannot you ask your aunt for it?" "I don't like to." "Take care, Ellen; there is some pride there yet." "Well, I will try," said Ellen; "but sometimes, I know, she would not give it to me if I were to ask her. But I'll try, if I can." Well, now to change the subject, at what o'clock did you dine to day?" "I don't know, Maam; at the same time we always do, I believe." "And that is 12 o'clock, isn't it?" "Yes, Maam; but I was so full of coming here, and other things, that I couldn't eat." "Then I suppose you would have no objection to an early tea?" "No, Maam; whenever you please," said Ellen, laughing. "I shall please it pretty soon. I have had no dinner all to day, Ellen. I've been out and about all the morning, and had just taken a little nap when you came in. Come this way, and let me show you some of my housekeeping." She led the way across the hall to the room on the opposite side. A large, well appointed, and spotlessly neat kitchen. Ellen could not help exclaiming at its pleasantness. "Why, yes, I think it is. I have been in many a parlour that I do not like as well. Beyond this is a lower kitchen, where Margery does all her rough work. Nothing comes up from the steps that leads from that to this, but the very nicest and daintiest of kitchen matters. Margery, is my father gone to Thirlwall?" "No, Miss Alice, he's at Carra Carra. Thomas heard him say he wouldn't be back early." "Well, I shall not wait for him. Margery, if you will put the kettle on and see to the fire, I'll make some of my cakes for tea." "I'll do it, Miss Alice. It's not good for you to go so long without eating." Alice now rolled up her sleeves above the elbows, and tying a large white apron before her, set about gathering the different things she wanted for her work, to Ellen's great amusement. A white moulding board was placed upon the table as white, and round it soon grouped the pail of flour, the plate of nice yellow butter, the bowl of cream, the sieve, the tray, and sundry etceteras. And then, first sifting some flour into the tray, Alice began to throw in the other things, one after another, and toss the whole about with a carelessness that looked as if all would go wrong, but with a confidence that seemed to say all was going right. Ellen gazed in comical wonderment. "Did you think cakes were made without hands?" said Alice, laughing at her look. "You saw me wash mine before I began." "Oh, I'm not thinking of that," said Ellen. "I'm not afraid of your hands." "Did you never see your mother do this?" said Alice, who was now turning and rolling about the dough upon the board in a way that seemed to Ellen curious beyond expression. "No, never," she said. "Mamma never kept house, and I never saw anybody do it." "Then your aunt does not let you into the mysteries of bread and butter making?" "Butter making! Oh," said Ellen, with a sigh, "I have enough of that." Alice now applied a smooth wooden roller to the cake with such quickness and skill, that the lump forthwith lay spread upon the board in a thin, even layer, and she next cut it into little round cakes with the edge of a tumbler. Half the board was covered with the nice little white things, which Ellen declared looked good enough to eat already; and she had quite forgotten all possible causes of vexation, past, present, or future, when suddenly a large gray cat jumped upon the table, and coolly walking upon the moulding board, planted his paw directly in the middle of one of his mistress's cakes. "Take him off! Oh, Ellen!" cried Alice, "take him off! I can't touch him." But Ellen was a little afraid. Alice then tried gently to shove the puss off with her elbow, but he seemed to think that was very good fun; purred, whisked his great tail over Alice's bare arm, and rubbed his head against it, having evidently no notion that he was not just where he ought to be. Alice and Ellen were too much amused to try any violent method of relief; but Margery happily coming in, seized puss in both hands and set him on the floor. "Just look at the print of his paw in that cake," said Ellen. "He has set his mark on it certainly. I think it is his now, by the right of possession, if not the right of discovery." "I think he discovered the cakes, too," said Ellen, laughing. "Why, yes; he shall have that one baked for his supper." "Does he like cakes?" "Indeed he does. Captain Parry is very particular and delicate about his eating." "Captain Parry?" said Ellen. "Is that his name?" "Yes," said Alice, laughing. "I don't wonder you look astonished, Ellen. I have had that cat 5 years; and when he was first given me, by my brother Jack, who is younger than he is now, and had been reading Captain Parry's 'Voyages,' gave him that name, and would have him called so." "Oh, Jack!" said Alice, half laughing and half crying. Ellen wondered why, but she went to wash her hands, and when her face was again turned to Ellen, it was unruffled as ever. "Margery, my cakes are ready," said she, "and Ellen and I are ready too." "Very well, Miss Alice; the kettle is just going to boil; you shall have tea in a trice. I'll do some eggs for you." "Something anything," said Alice. "I feel one cannot live without eating. Come, Ellen, you and I will go and set the tea table." Ellen was very happy arranging the cups and saucers and other things that Alice handed her from the cupboard; and when a few minutes after, the tea and the cakes came in, and she and Alice were cosily seated at supper, Poor Ellen hardly knew herself in such a pleasant state of things. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 17. Difficulty of Doing Right. "Ellen, dear," said Alice, as she poured out Ellen's second cup of tea, "have we run through the list of your troubles?" "Oh, no, Miss Alice, indeed we haven't; but we have got through the worst." "Is the next one so bad it would spoil our supper?" "No," said Ellen, "it couldn't do that; but it's bad enough, though. It's about my not going to school. Miss Alice, I promised myself I would learn so much while Mamma was away, and surprise her when she came back; but instead of that, I am not learning anything. I don't mean not learning anything," said Ellen, correcting herself, "but I can't do much. When I found Aunt Fortune wasn't going to send me to school, I determined I would try to study by myself; and I have tried, but I can't get along." "Well, now, don't lay down your knife and fork and look so doleful," said Alice, smiling. "This is a matter I can help you in. What are you studying?" "Some things I can manage well enough," said Ellen, "the easy things; but I cannot understand my arithmetic without some one to explain it to me; and French I can do nothing at all with, and that is what I wanted to learn most of all; and often I want to ask questions about my history." "Suppose," said Alice, "you go on studying by yourself as much and as well as you can, and bring your books up to me 2 or 3 times a week. I will hear and explain and answer questions to your heart's content, unless you should be too hard for me. What do you say to that?" Ellen said nothing to it, but the colour that rushed to her cheeks, the surprised look of delight, were answer enough. "It will do then," said Alice, "and I have no doubt we shall untie the knot of those arithmetical problems very soon. But Ellen, my dear, I cannot help you in French, for I do not know it myself. What will you do about that?" "I don't know, Maam; I am sorry." "So am I, for your sake. I can help you in Latin, if that would be any comfort to you." "It wouldn't be much comfort to me," said Ellen, laughing. "Mamma wanted me to learn Latin, but I wanted to learn French a great deal more. I don't care about Latin, except to please her." "Permit me to ask if you know English?" "Oh, yes, Maam; I hope so; I knew that a great while ago." "Did you? I am very happy to make your acquaintance, then; for the number of young ladies who do know English is, in my opinion, remarkably small. Are you sure of the fact, Ellen?" "Why, yes, Miss Alice." "Will you undertake to write me a note of 2 pages, that shall not have one fault of grammar, nor one word spelt wrong, nor anything in it that is not good English? You may take for a subject the history of this afternoon." "Yes, Maam, if you wish it. I hope I can write a note that long without making mistakes." Alice smiled. "I will not stop to inquire," she said, "whether 'that long' is Latin or French; but, Ellen, my dear, it is not English." Ellen blushed a little, though she laughed too. "I believe I have got into the way of saying that by hearing Aunt Fortune and Mr. Van Brunt say it. I don't think I ever did before I came here." "What are you so anxious to learn French for?" "Mamma knows it, and I have often heard her talk French with a great many people; and Papa and I always wanted to be able to talk it too; and Mamma wanted me to learn it; she said there were a great many French books I ought to read." "That last is true, no doubt. Ellen, I will make a bargain with you. If you will study English with me, I will study French with you." "Dear Miss Alice," said Ellen, caressing her, "I'll do it without that. I'll study anything you please." "Dear Ellen, I believe you would. But I should like to know it for my own sake. We'll study it together. We shall get along nicely, I have no doubt. We can learn to read it at least, and that is the main point." "But how shall we know what to call the words?" said Ellen, doubtfully. "That is a grave question," said Alice, smiling. "I'm afraid we should hit upon a style of pronunciation that a Frenchman would make nothing of." "I have it!" she exclaimed, clapping her hands. "Where there's a will there's a way. It always happens so, Ellen. I have an old friend upon the mountain who will give us exactly what we want, unless I am greatly mistaken. We'll go and see her that is the very thing my old friend Mrs. Vawse." "Mrs. Vawse!" repeated Ellen; "not the grandmother of that Nancy Vawse?" "The very same. Her name is not Vawse; the country people call it so, and I being one of the country people have fallen into the way of it; but her real name is Vosier. She was born a Swiss, and brought up in a wealthy French family, as the personal attendant of a young lady to whom she became exceedingly attached. This lady finally married an American gentleman, and so great was Mrs. Vawse's love to her that she left country and family to follow her here. In a few years her mistress died; she married, and since that time she has been tossed from trouble to trouble a perfect sea of troubles till now she is left like a wreck upon this mountain top. A fine wreck she is. I go to see her very often, and next time I will call for you, and we will propose our French plan. Nothing will please her better, I know. By the way, Ellen, are you as well versed in the other common branches of education as you are in your mother tongue?" "What do you mean, Miss Alice?" "Geography, for instance. Do you know it well?" "Yes, Maam, I believe so. I am sure I have studied it till I am sick of it." "Can you give me the boundaries of Great Tibet or Peru?" Ellen hesitated. "I had rather not try," she said. "I am not sure. I can't remember those queer countries in Asia and South America half so well as Europe and North America." "Do you know anything about the surface of the country in Italy or France? The character and condition of the people? What kind of climate they have, and what grows there most freely?" "Why, no, Maam," said Ellen; "nobody ever taught me that." "Would you like to go over the atlas again, talking about all these matters, as well as the mere outlines of the countries you have studied before?" "Oh, yes, dearly!" exclaimed Ellen. "Well, I think we may let Margery have the tea things; but here is Captain's cake." "Oh, may I give him his supper?" said Ellen. "Certainly. You must carve it for him; you know I told you he is very particular. Give him some of the egg, too; he likes that. Now, where is the Captain?" Not far off, for scarcely had Alice opened the door and called him once or twice, when, with a queer little note of answer, he came hurriedly trotting in. "He generally has his supper in the outer kitchen," said Alice, "but I grant him leave to have it here to night, as a particular honour to him and you." "How handsome he is, and how large!" said Ellen. "Yes, he is very handsome, and more than that, he is very sensible for a cat. Do you see how prettily his paws are marked? Jack used to say he had white gloves on." "And white boots, too," said Ellen. "No, only one leg is white. Pussy's boots aren't mates. Is he good natured?" "Very, if you don't meddle with him." "I don't call that being good natured," said Ellen, laughing. "Nor I; but truth obliges me to say that the Captain does not permit anybody to take liberties with him. He is a character, Captain Parry. Come out on the lawn, Ellen, and we will let Margery clear away." "What a pleasant face Margery has!" said Ellen, as the door closed behind them; "and what a pleasant way she has of speaking! I like to hear her; the words come out so clear, and I don't know how, but not like other people." "You have a quick ear, Ellen; you are very right. Margery had lived too long in England before she came here to lose her trick of speech afterwards. But Thomas speaks as thick as a Yankee, and always did." "Then Margery is English?" said Ellen. "To be sure. She came over with us 12 years ago for the pure love of my father and mother; and I believe now she looks upon John and me as her own children. I think she could scarcely love us more if we were so in truth. Thomas you haven't seen Thomas yet, have you?" "No. He is an excellent, good man in his way, and as faithful as the day is long; but he isn't equal to his wife. Perhaps I am partial. Margery came to America for the love of us, and Thomas came for the love of Margery. There's a difference." "But, Miss Alice " "What, Miss Ellen?" "You said Margery came over with you." "Yes; is that what makes you look so astonished? But then you're English too?" "Well, what of that? You won't love me the less, will you?" "Oh, no," said Ellen. "My own mother came from Scotland, Aunt Fortune says." "I am English born, Ellen; but you may count me half American, if you like, for I have spent rather more than half my life here. Come this way, Ellen, and I'll show you my garden. It is some distance off, but as near as a spot could be found fit for it." They quitted the house by a little steep path leading down the mountain, which in 2 or 3 minutes brought them to a clear bit of ground. It was not large, but lying very prettily among the trees, with an open view to the east and the south east. On the extreme edge, and at the lower end of it, was fixed a rude bench, well sheltered by the towering forest trees. Here Alice and Ellen sat down. It was near sunset, the air cool and sweet, the evening light upon field and sky. "How fair it is!" said Alice, musingly; "how fair and lovely! Look at those long shadows of the mountains, Ellen, and how bright the light is on the far hills. It won't be so long a little while more, and our Indian summer will be over. And then the clouds, the frost, and the wind, and the snow well, let them come." "I wish they wouldn't, I am sure," said Ellen. "I am sorry enough they are coming." "Why, all seasons have their pleasures. I am not sorry at all. I like the cold very much." "I guess you wouldn't, Miss Alice, if you had to wash every morning where I do." "Why, where is that?" "Down at the spout." "At the spout? What is that, pray?" "The spout of water, Maam, just down a little way from the kitchen door. The water comes in a little long, very long trough, from a spring at the back of the pig field, and at the end of the trough, where it pours out, is the spout." "Have you no conveniences for washing in your room?" "Not a sign of such a thing, Maam. I have washed at the spout ever since I have been here," said Ellen, laughing in spite of her vexation. "And do the pigs share the water with you?" "The pigs! Oh, no, Maam. The trough is raised up from the ground on little heaps of stones; they can't get at the water, unless they drink at the spring, and I don't think they do that, so many big stones stand around it." "Well, Ellen, I must say that is rather uncomfortable, even without any danger of 4-footed society." "It isn't so bad just now," said Ellen, "in this warm weather; but in that cold time we had a week or two back do you remember, Miss Alice? just before the Indian summer began oh, how disagreeable it was! Early in the morning, you know, the sun scarcely up, and the cold wind blowing my hair and my clothes all about; and then that board before the spout that I have to stand on, is always kept wet by the spattering of the water, and it's muddy besides, and very slippery. There's a kind of green stuff comes upon it, and I can't stoop down for fear of muddying myself. I have to tuck my clothes round me, and bend over as well as I can, and fetch up a little water to my face in the hollow of my hand; and of course I have to do that a great many times before I get enough. I can't help laughing," said Ellen, "but it isn't a laughing matter for all that." "So you wash your face and your hands, and have no pitcher but a long wooden trough? Poor child! I am sorry for you. I think you must have some other way of managing before the snow comes." "The water is bitter cold already," said Ellen. "It's the coldest water I ever saw. Mamma gave me a nice dressing box before I came away, but I found very soon this was a queer place for a dressing box to come to. Why, Miss Alice, if I take out my brush or comb, I haven't any table to lay them on but one that's too high, and my poor dressing box has to stay on the floor. And I haven't a sign of a bureau; all my things are tumbling about in my trunk." "I think if I were in your place, I would not permit that, at any rate," said Alice. "If my things were confined to my trunk, I would have them keep good order there, at least." "Well, so they do," said Ellen "pretty good order. I didn't mean tumbling about, exactly." "Always try to say what you mean, exactly. But now, Ellen, love, do you know I must send you away? Do you see, the sunlight has quitted those distant hills, and it will be quite gone soon. You must hasten home." Ellen made no answer. Alice had taken her on her lap again, and she was nestling there with her friend's arms wrapped around her. Both were quite still for a minute. "Next week, if nothing happens, we will begin to be busy with our books. You shall come to me Tuesday and Friday, and all the other days you must study as hard as you can at home, for I am very particular, I forewarn you." "But suppose Aunt Fortune should not let me come?" said Ellen, without stirring. "Oh, she will. You need not speak about it. I'll come down and ask her myself, and nobody ever refuses me anything." "I shouldn't think they would," said Ellen. "Then don't you set the first example," said Alice, laughingly. "I ask you to be cheerful and happy, and grow wiser and better every day." "Dear Miss Alice, how can I promise that?" "Dear Ellen, it is very easy. There is One who has promised to hear and answer you when you cry to him. He will make you in his own likeness again, and to know and love him and not be happy is impossible. That blessed Saviour!" said Alice. "Oh, what should you and I do without him, Ellen? As rivers of water in a dry place, as the shadow of a great rock in a weary land. How beautiful! How true! How often I think of that!" Ellen was silent, though entering into the feeling of the words. "Remember him, dear Ellen; remember your best friend. Learn more of Christ, our dear Saviour, and you can't help but be happy. Never fancy you are helpless and friendless while you have him to go to. Whenever you feel wearied and sorry, flee to the shadow of that great rock. Will you? And do you understand me?" Yes, Maam," said Ellen, as she lifted her lips to kiss her friend. Alice heartily returned the kiss, and pressing Ellen in her arms, said "Now, Ellen, dear, you must go. I dare not keep you any longer. It will be too late now, I fear, before you reach home." Quick they mounted the little path again, and soon were at the house, and Ellen was putting on her things. "Next Tuesday, remember; but before that, Sunday. You are to spend Sunday with me. Come bright and early." "How early?" "Oh, as early as you please; before breakfast; and our Sunday morning breakfasts aren't late, Ellen. We have to set off betimes to go to church." Kisses and good byes, and then Ellen was running down the road at a great rate, for twilight was beginning to gather, and she had a good way to go. She ran till out of breath, then walked a while to gather breath, then ran again. Running downhill is a pretty quick way of travelling. So before very long she saw her aunt's house at a distance. She walked now. She had come all the way in good spirits, though with a sense upon her mind of something disagreeable to come. When she saw the house, this disagreeable something swallowed up all her thoughts, and she walked leisurely on, pondering what she had to do, and what she was like to meet in the doing of it. If Aunt Fortune should be in a bad humour, and say something to vex me but I'll not be vexed. But it will be very hard to help it. But I will not be vexed. I have done wrong, and I'll tell her so and ask her to forgive me. It will be hard, but I'll do it. I'll say what I ought to say, and then however she takes it, I shall have the comfort of knowing I have done right. But, said conscience, you must not say it stiffly and proudly. You must say it humbly and as if you really felt and meant it. I will, said Ellen. She paused in the shed and looked through the window to see what was the promise of things within. Not good. Her aunt's step sounded heavy and ominous. Ellen guessed she was not in a pleasant state of mind. She opened the door, no doubt of it. The whole air of Miss Fortune's figure, to the very handkerchief that was tied round her head, spoke displeasure. "She isn't in a good mood," said Ellen, as she went upstairs to leave her bonnet and cape there. "I never knew her to be good humoured when she had that handkerchief on." She returned to the kitchen immediately. Her aunt was busied in washing and wiping the dishes. "I have come home rather late," said Ellen, pleasantly. "Shall I help you, Aunt Fortune?" Her aunt cast a look at her. "Yes, you may help me. Go and put on a pair of white gloves and a silk apron, and then you'll be all ready." Ellen looked down at herself. "Oh, my merino! I forgot about that. I'll go and change it." Miss Fortune said nothing, and Ellen went. When she came back, the things were all wiped, and as she was about to put some of them away, her aunt took them out of her hands, bidding her "Go and sit down." Ellen obeyed and was mute, while Miss Fortune dashed round with a display of energy there seemed to be no particular call for, and speedily had everything in its place, and all straight and square about the kitchen. When she was, as a last thing, brushing the crumbs from the floor into the fire, she broke the silence again. The old grandmother sat in the chimney corner, but she seldom was very talkative in the presence of her stern daughter. "What did you come home for to night? Why didn't you stay at Mr. Humphreys?" "Miss Alice didn't ask me." "That means, I suppose, that you would if she had?" "I don't know, Ma'am. Miss Alice wouldn't have asked me to do anything that wasn't right." "Oh, no, of course not. Miss Alice is a piece of perfection everybody says so; and I suppose you'd sing the same song who haven't seen her 3 times." "Indeed I would," said Ellen. "I could have told that in one seeing. I'd do anything in the world for Miss Alice." "Ay, I dare say; that's the way of it. You can show not one bit of goodness or pleasantness to the person that does the most for you, and has all the care of you; but the first stranger that comes along, you can be all honey to them, and make yourself out too good for common folks, and go and tell great tales how you are used at home, I suppose. I am sick of it," said Miss Fortune, setting up the hand irons and throwing the tongs and shovel into the corner in a way that made the iron ring again. "One might as well be a stepmother at once, and done with it. Come, mother, it's time for you to go to bed." The old lady rose with the meekness of habitual submission, and went upstairs with her daughter. Ellen had time to bethink herself while they were gone, and resolved to lose no time when her aunt came back in doing what she had to do. She would fain have persuaded herself to put it off. "It is late," she said to herself; "it isn't a good time. It will be better to go to bed now, and ask Aunt Fortune's pardon to morrow." But conscience said, "First be reconciled to thy brother." Miss Fortune came downstairs presently, but before Ellen could get any words out, her aunt prevented her. "Come, light your candle and be off. I want you out of the way. I can't do anything with half a dozen people about." Ellen rose. "I want to say something to you first, Aunt Fortune." "Say it, and be quick. I haven't time to stand talking." "Aunt Fortune," said Ellen, stumbling over her words, "I want to tell you that I know I was wrong this morning, and I am sorry, and I hope you'll forgive me." A kind of indignant laugh escaped from Miss Fortune's lips. "It's easy talking; I'd rather have acting. I'd rather see people mend their ways than stand and make speeches about them. Being sorry don't help the matter much." "But I will try not to do so any more," said Ellen. "When I see you don't, I shall begin to think there is something in it. Actions speak louder than words. I don't believe in this jumping into goodness all at once." "Well, I will try not to, at any rate," said Ellen, sighing. "I shall be very glad to see it. What has brought you into this sudden fit of dutifulness and fine talking?" "Miss Alice told me I ought to ask your pardon for what I had done wrong," said Ellen, scarce able to keep from crying. "And I know I did wrong this morning, and I did wrong the other day about the letter, and I am sorry, whether you believe it or no." "Miss Alice told you, did she? So all this is to please Miss Alice. I suppose you were afraid your friend Miss Alice would hear of some of your goings on, and thought you had better make up with me is that it?" Ellen answered, "No, Ma'am," in a low tone, but had no voice to say more. "I wish Miss Alice would look after her own affairs, and let other people's houses alone. That's always the way with your pieces of perfection; they're eternally finding out something that isn't as it ought to be among their neighbours. I think people that don't set up for being quite such great things get along quite as well in the world." Ellen was strongly tempted to reply, but kept her lips shut. "I'll tell you what," said Miss Fortune, "if you want me to believe that all this talk means something, I'll tell you what you shall do. You shall just tell Mr. Van Brunt to morrow about it all, and how ugly you have been these 2 days, and let him know you were wrong and I was right. I believe he thinks you cannot do anything wrong, and I should like him to know it for once." Ellen struggled hard with herself before she could speak. Miss Fortune's lips began to wear a scornful smile. "I'll tell him," said Ellen at length "I'll tell him I was wrong, if you wish me to." "I do wish it. I like people's eyes to be opened. It'll do him good, I guess, and you too. Now have you anything more to say?" Ellen hesitated. The colour came and went. She knew it wasn't a good time, but how could she wait? "Aunt Fortune," she said, "you know I told you I behaved very ill about that letter. Won't you forgive me?" "Forgive you? Yes, child, I don't care anything about it." "Then you will be so good as to let me have my letter again?" said Ellen, timidly. "Oh, I can't be bothered to look for it now. I'll see about it some other time. Take your candle and go to bed now, if you've nothing more to say." Ellen took her candle and went. Some tears were wrung from her by hurt feeling and disappointment, but she had the smile of conscience, and as she believed, of Him whose witness conscience is. She remembered that "great rock in a weary land," and she went to sleep in the shadow of it. The next day was Saturday. Ellen was up early, and after carefully performing her toilet duties, she had a nice long hour before it was time to go down stairs. The use she made of this hour had fitted her to do cheerfully and well her morning work, and Ellen would have sat down to breakfast in excellent spirits, if it had not been for her promised disclosure to Mr. Van Brunt. It vexed her a little. "I told Aunt Fortune that was all right; but why should I be obliged to tell Mr. Van Brunt? I don't know. But if it convinces Aunt Fortune that I am in earnest, and meant what I say, then I had better." Mr. Van Brunt looked uncommonly grave, she thought; her aunt uncommonly satisfied. Ellen had more than half a guess at the reason of both, but make up her mind to speak she could not, during all breakfast time. She ate without knowing what she was eating. Mr. Van Brunt, at length, having finished his meal without saying a syllable, arose, and was about to go forth, when Miss Fortune stopped him. "Wait a minute, Mr. Van Brunt," she said; "Ellen has something to say to you. Go ahead, Ellen." Ellen felt rather than saw the smile with which these words were spoken. She crimsoned and hesitated. "Ellen and I had some trouble yesterday," said Miss Fortune, "and she wants to tell you about it." Mr. Van Brunt stood gravely waiting. Ellen raised her eyes, which were full, to his face. "Mr. Van Brunt," she said, "Aunt Fortune wants me to tell you what I told her last night that I knew I behaved as I ought not to her yesterday and the day before, and other times." "And what made you do that?" said Mr. Van Brunt. "Tell him," said Miss Fortune, colouring, "that you were in the wrong, and I was in the right; then he'll believe it, I suppose." "I was wrong," said Ellen. "And I was right," said Miss Fortune. Ellen was silent. Mr. Van Brunt looked from one to the other. "Speak," said Miss Fortune; "tell him the whole, if you mean what you say." "I can't," said Ellen. "Why, you said you were wrong," said Miss Fortune; "that's only half the business. If you were wrong, I was right; why don't you say so, and not make such a shilly shally piece of work of it?" "I said I was wrong," said Ellen, "and so I was; but I never said you were right, Aunt Fortune, and I don't think so." These words, though moderately spoken, were enough to put Miss Fortune in a rage. "What did I do that was wrong?" she said. "Come, I should like to know. What was it, Ellen? Out with it; say everything you can think of. Stop and hear it, Mr. Van Brunt. Come, Ellen, let's hear the whole." "Thank you, Ma'am, I've heerd quite enough," said that gentleman, as he went out and closed the door. "And I have said too much," said Ellen. "Pray forgive me, Aunt Fortune. I shouldn't have said that if you hadn't pressed me so. I forgot myself a moment. I am sorry I said that." "Forgot yourself!" said Miss Fortune. "I wish you'd forget yourself out of my house. Please to forget the place where I am for to day, anyhow. I've got enough of you for one while. You had better go to Miss Alice and get a new lesson, and tell her you are coming on finely." Gladly Ellen would, indeed, have gone to Miss Alice, but as the next day was Sunday, she thought it best to wait. She went sorrowfully to her own room. "Why couldn't I be quiet?" said Ellen. "If I had only held my tongue that unfortunate minute! What possessed me to say that?" Strong passion, strong pride, both long unbroken; and Ellen had yet to learn that many a prayer and many a tear, much watchfulness, much help from on high, must be hers before she could be thoroughly dispossessed of these evil spirits. But she knew her sickness; she had applied to the physician; she was in a fair way to be well. One thought in her solitary room that day drew streams of tears down Ellen's cheeks. "My letter, my letter! What shall I do to get you?" she said to herself. "It serves me right; I oughtn't to have got in a passion. Oh, I have got a lesson this time." CHAPTer 17. Chapter 18 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 18. Loses Care on the Cat's Back. The Sunday with Alice met all Ellen's hopes. She wrote a very long letter to her mother, giving the full history of the day. How pleasantly they had ridden to church on the pretty grey pony, she half the way, and Alice the other half, talking to each other all the while, for Mr. Humphreys had ridden on before. How lovely the road was, winding about round the mountain, up and down, and with such a wide fair view, and part of the time close along by the edge of the water. This had been Ellen's first ride on horseback. Then the letter described the little Carra Carra church, Mr. Humphreys' excellent sermon, every whit of which she could understand; Alice's Sunday school, in which she was sole teacher; and how Ellen had 4 little ones put under her care; and told how, while Mr. Humphreys went on to hold a second service at a village some 6 miles off, his daughter ministered to 2 infirm old women at Carra Carra, reading and explaining the Bible to the one and to the other, who was blind, repeating the whole substance of her father's sermon. Miss Alice told me that nobody could enjoy a sermon better than that old woman, but she cannot go out, and every Sunday Miss Alice goes and preaches to her, she says. How Ellen went home in the boat with Thomas and Margery, and spent the rest of the day and the night also at the parsonage; and how polite and kind Mr. Humphreys had been. "He's a very grave looking man, indeed," said the letter, "and not a bit like Miss Alice; he is a great deal older than I expected." This letter was much the longest Ellen had ever written in her life; but she had set her heart on having her mother's sympathy in her new pleasures, though not to be had but after the lapse of many weeks, and beyond a sad interval of land and sea. Still, she must have it; and her little fingers travelled busily over the paper hour after hour, as she found time, till the long epistle was finished. She was hard at work at it Tuesday afternoon, when her aunt called her down; and obeying the call, to her great surprise and delight, she found Alice seated in the chimney corner, and chatting away with her old grandmother, who looked remarkably pleased. Miss Fortune was bustling around, as usual, looking at nobody, though putting in her word now and then. "Come, Ellen," said Alice, "get your bonnet. I am going up the mountain to see Mrs. Vawse, and your aunt has given leave for you to go with me. Wrap yourself up well, for it is not warm." Without waiting for a word of answer, Ellen joyfully ran off. "You have chosen rather an ugly day for your walk, Miss Alice." "Can't expect pretty days in December, Miss Fortune. I am only too happy it doesn't storm; it will by to morrow, I think; but I have learned not to mind weathers." "Yes, I know you have," said Miss Fortune. "You'll stop up on the mountain till supper time, I guess, won't you?" "Oh, yes; I shall want something to fortify me before coming home after such a long tramp. You see, I have brought a basket along. I thought it safest to take a loaf of bread with me, for no one can tell what may be in Mrs. Vawse's cupboard, and to lose our supper is not a thing to be thought of." "Well, have you looked out for butter too? For you'll find none where you're going. I don't know how the old lady lives up there, but it's without butter, I reckon." "I have taken care of that too, thank you, Miss Fortune. You see I'm a far sighted creature." "Ellen," said her aunt, as Ellen now, cloaked and hooded, came in, "go into the buttery and fetch out one of them pumpkin pies to put in Miss Alice's basket." "Thank you, Miss Fortune," said Alice, smiling; "I shall tell Mrs. Vawse who it comes from. Now, my dear, let's be off; we have a long walk before us." Ellen was quite ready to be off, but no sooner had she opened the outer shed door than her voice was heard in astonishment. "A cat! What cat is this? Miss Alice, look here! Here's the Captain, I do believe." "Here is the Captain, indeed," said Alice. "Oh, pussy, pussy, what have you come for?" Pussy walked up to his mistress, and stroking himself and his great tail against her dress, seemed to say that he had come for her sake, and that it made no difference to him where she was going. "He was sitting as gravely as possible," said Ellen, "on the stone just outside the door, waiting for the door to be opened. How could he have come here?" "Why, he has followed me," said Alice; "he often does; but I came quick, and I thought I had left him at home to day. This is too long an expedition for him. Kitty, I wish you had stayed at home." Kitty did not think so. He was arching his neck and purring in acknowledgment of Alice's soft touch. "Can't you send him back?" said Ellen. "No, my dear; he is the most sensible of cats, no doubt, but he could by no means understand such an order. No, we must let him trot on after us, and when he gets tired I'll carry him. It won't be the first time, by a good many." They set off with a quick pace, which the weather forbade them to slacken. It was somewhat as Miss Fortune had said, an ugly afternoon. The clouds hung cold and grey, and the air had a raw, chill feeling that betokened a coming snow. The wind blew strong too, and seemed to carry the chillness through all manner of wrappers. Alice and Ellen, however, did not much care for it; they walked and ran by turns, only stopping once in a while, when poor Captain's uneasy cry warned them they had left him too far behind. Still, he would not submit to be carried, but jumped down whenever Alice attempted it, and trotted on most perseveringly. As they neared the foot of the mountain, they were somewhat sheltered from the wind, and could afford to walk more slowly. "How is it between you and your Aunt Fortune now?" said Alice. "Oh, we don't get on well at all, Miss Alice, and I don't know exactly what to do. You know I said I would ask her pardon. Well, I did, the same night after I got home, but it was very disagreeable. She didn't seem to believe I was in earnest, and wanted me to tell Mr. Van Brunt that I had been wrong. I thought that was rather hard, but at any rate I said I would; and next morning I did tell him so, and I believe all would have done well if I could only have been quiet; but Aunt Fortune said something that vexed me, and almost before I knew it I said something that vexed her dreadfully. It was nothing very bad, Miss Alice, though I ought not to have said it, and I was sorry 2 minutes after; but I just got provoked, and what shall I do? for it is so hard to prevent it." "The only thing I know," said Alice, with a slight smile, "is to be full of that charity which among other lovely ways of showing itself has this, that it is not easily provoked." "I am easily provoked," said Ellen. "Then you know one thing, at any rate, that is to be watched and prayed and guarded against. It is no little matter to be acquainted with one's own weak points." "I tried so hard to keep quiet that morning," said Ellen, "and if I only could have let that unlucky speech alone! But somehow I forgot myself, and I just told her what I thought, which it is very often best not to do." "I do believe," said Ellen, "Aunt Fortune would like to have Mr. Van Brunt not like me." "Well," said Alice, "what then?" "Nothing, I suppose, Ma'am." "I hope you are not going to lay it up against her." "No, Ma'am, I hope not." "Take care, dear Ellen; don't take up the trade of suspecting evil; you could not take up a worse; and even when it is forced upon you, see as little of it as you can, and forget as soon as you can what you see. Your aunt, it may be, is not a very happy person, and no one can tell but those that are unhappy how hard it is not to be unamiable too. Return good for evil as fast as you can, and you will soon either have nothing to complain of or be very well able to bear it." They now began to go up the mountain, and the path became in places steep and rugged enough. "There's an easier way on the other side," said Alice, "but this is the nearest for us." Captain Parry now showed signs of being decidedly weary, and permitted Alice to take him up. But presently he mounted from her arms to her shoulder, and to Ellen's great amusement kept his place there, passing from one shoulder to the other, and every now and then sticking his nose up in her bonnet as if to kiss her. "What does he do that for?" said Ellen. "Because he loves me and is pleased," said Alice. "Put your ear close, Ellen, and hear the quiet way he is purring to himself. Do you hear? That's his way; he very seldom purrs aloud." "He's a very funny cat," said Ellen, laughing. "Cat!" said Alice; "there isn't such a cat as this to be seen. He's a cat to be respected, my old Captain Parry. He's not to be laughed at, Ellen, I can tell you." The travellers went on with good will, but the path was so steep, and the way so long, that when about half way up the mountain they were fain to follow the example of their 4-footed companion and rest themselves. They sat down on the ground. They had warmed themselves with walking, but the weather was as chill and disagreeable and gusty as ever; every now and then the wind came sweeping by, catching up the dried leaves at their feet, and whirling and scattering them off to a distance winter's warning voice. "I never was in the country before when the leaves were off the trees," said Ellen. "It isn't so pretty, Miss Alice. Do you think so?" "So pretty? No, I suppose not, if we were to have it all the while; but I like the change very much." "Do you like to see the leaves off the trees?" "Yes, in the time of it. There's beauty in the leafless trees that you cannot see in summer. Just look, Ellen. No, I cannot find you a nice specimen here; here they grow too thick; but where they have room, the way the branches spread and ramify, or branch out again, is most beautiful. There's first the trunk, then the large branches, then those divide into smaller ones, and those part and part again into smaller and smaller twigs, till you are canopied, as it were, with a network of fine stems. And when the snow falls gently on them oh, Ellen, winter has its own beauties! I love it all the cold, and the wind, and the snow, and the bare forests, and our little river of ice. What pleasant sleigh rides to church I have had upon that river! And then the evergreens look at them; you don't know in summer how much they are worth. Wait till you see the hemlock branches bending with a weight of snow, and then, if you don't say the winter is beautiful, I'll give you up as a young lady of bad taste." "I dare say I shall," said Ellen. "I am sure I shall like what you like. But, Miss Alice, what makes the leaves fall when the cold weather comes?" "A very pretty question, Ellen, and one that can't be answered in a breath." "I asked Aunt Fortune the other day," said Ellen, laughing very heartily, "and she told me to hush up and not be a fool; and I told her I really wanted to know; and she said she wouldn't make herself a simpleton if she was in my place; so I thought I might as well be quiet." "By the time the cold weather comes, Ellen, the leaves have done their work, and are no more needed. Do you know what work they have to do? Do you know what is the use of the leaves?" "Why, for prettiness, I suppose," said Ellen, "and to give shade. I don't know anything else." "Shade is one of their uses, no doubt, and prettiness too. He who made the trees made them pleasant to the eyes, as well as good for food; so we have an infinite variety of leaves. One shape would have done the work just as well for every kind of tree, but then we should have lost a great deal of pleasure." "But, Ellen, the tree could not live without leaves. In the spring, the thin sap which the roots suck up from the ground is drawn into the leaves. There, by the help of the sun and air, it is thickened and prepared in a way you cannot understand, and goes back to supply the wood with the various matters necessary for its growth and hardness. After this has gone on some time, the little vessels of the leaves become clogged and stopped up with earthy and other matter. They cease to do their work any longer; the hot sun dries them up more and more, and by the time the frost comes they are as good as dead; that finishes them, and they drop off from the branch that needs them no more. Do you understand all this?" "Yes, Maam, very well," said Ellen; "and it's exactly what I wanted to know, and very curious. So the trees couldn't live without leaves?" "No more than you could without a heart and lungs." "I am very glad to know that," said Ellen. "Then how is it with the evergreens, Miss Alice? Why don't their leaves die and drop off too?" "They do; look how the ground is carpeted under that pine tree." "But they stay green all winter, don't they?" "Yes; their leaves are fitted to resist frost. I don't know what the people in cold countries would do else. They have the fate of all the other leaves, however; they live a while, do their work, and then die. Not all at once, though; there is always a supply left on the tree. Are we rested enough to begin again?" "I am," said Ellen. "I don't know about the Captain. Poor fellow, he's fast asleep. I declare it's too bad to wake you up, Pussy. Haven't we had a pleasant little rest, Miss Alice? I have learned something while we have been sitting here." "That is pleasant, Ellen," said Alice, as they began their upward march. "I would I might be all the while learning something." "But you have been teaching, Miss Alice, and that's as good. Mamma used to say, it is more blessed to give than to receive." "Thank you, Ellen," said Alice, smiling; "that ought to satisfy me, certainly." They bent themselves against the steep hill again, and pressed on. As they rose higher, they felt it grow more cold and bleak; the woods gave them less shelter, and the wind swept round the mountain head and over them with great force, making their way quite difficult. "Courage, Ellen," said Alice, as they struggled on; "we shall soon be there." I wonder," said the panting Ellen, as, making an effort, she came up alongside of Alice "I wonder why Mrs. Vawse will live in such a disagreeable place?" "It is not disagreeable to her, Ellen, though I must say I should not like to have too much of this wind." "But does she really like to live up here better than down below where it is warmer? And all alone, too?" "Yes, she does. Ask her why, Ellen, and see what she will tell you. She likes it so much better, that this little cottage was built on purpose for her, near 10 years ago, by a good old friend of hers, a connection of the lady whom she followed to this country." "Well," said Ellen, "she must have a queer taste that is all I can say." They were now within a few easy steps of the house, which did not look so uncomfortable when they came close to it. It was small and low, of only one story, though it is true the roof ran up very steep to a high and sharp gable. It was perched so snugly, in a niche of the hill, that the little yard was completely sheltered with a high wall of rock. The house itself stood out more boldly, and caught pretty well near all the winds that blew. But so, Alice informed Ellen, the inmate liked to have it. "And that roof," said Alice, "she begged Mr. Marshman, when the cottage was building, that the roof might be high and pointed. She said her eyes were tired with all the low roofs of this country, and if he would have it made so, it would be a great relief to them." The odd roof Ellen thought was pretty. But they now reached the door, protected with a deep porch. Alice entered, and knocked at the other door. They were bade to come in. A woman was there, stepping briskly back and forth before a large spinning wheel. She half turned her head to see who the comers were, then stopped her wheel instantly, and came to meet them with open arms. "Miss Alice! dear Miss Alice! how glad I am to see you!" "And I you, dear Mrs. Vawse," said Alice, kissing her. "Here's another friend you must welcome for my sake little Ellen Montgomery." "I am very glad to see Miss Ellen," said the old woman, kissing her also. And Ellen did not shrink from the kiss, so pleasant were the lips that tendered it, so kind and frank the smile, so winning the eye, so agreeable the whole air of the person. She turned from Ellen again to Miss Alice. "It's a long while that I have not seen you, dear not since you went to Mrs. Marshman's; and what a day you have chosen to come at last!" "I couldn't help that," said Alice, pulling off her bonnet; "I couldn't wait any longer. I wanted to see you dolefully, Mrs. Vawse." "Why, my dear? what's the matter? I have wanted to see you, but not dolefully." "That's the very thing, Mrs. Vawse. I wanted to see you to get a lesson of quiet contentment." "I never thought you wanted such a lesson, Miss Alice. What's the matter?" "I can't get over John's going away." Her lip trembled, and her eye was swimming as she said so. The old woman passed her hands over the gentle head and kissed her brow. "So I thought so I felt when my mistress died, and my husband, and my sons, one after the other. But now I think I can say, with Paul, 'I have learned, in whatsoever state I am, therewith to be content.' I think so; maybe that I deceive myself, but they are all gone, and I am certain that I am content now." "Then surely I ought to be," said Alice. "It is not till one looses one's hold of other things, and looks to Jesus alone, that one finds how much he can do. 'There is a friend that sticketh closer than a brother;' but I never knew all that meant till I had no other friends to lean upon nay, I should not say no other friends, but my dearest were taken away. You have your dearest still, Miss Alice." "Two of them," said Alice, faintly, "and hardly that now." "I have not one," said the old woman "I have not one; but my home is in heaven, and my Saviour is there, preparing a place for me. I know it I am sure of it and I can wait a little while, and rejoice all the while I am waiting. Dearest Miss Alice, none of them that trust in him shall be desolate. Don't you believe that?" "I do, surely, Mrs. Vawse," said Alice, wiping away a tear or two; "but I forget it sometimes, or the pressure of present pain is too much for all that faith and hope can do. It hinders faith and hope from acting that is the trouble. 'They that seek the Lord shall not want any good thing.' I know that is true of my own experience; so will you, dear." "I know it, Mrs. Vawse I know it all; but it does me good to hear you say it. I thought I should become accustomed to John's absence, but I do not at all. The autumn winds all the while seem to sing to me that he is away." "My dear love," said the old lady, "it sorrows me much to hear you speak so. I would take away this trial from you if I could, but he knows best. Seek to live nearer to the Lord, dear Miss Alice, and he will give you much more than he has taken away." Alice again brushed away some tears. "I felt I must come and see you to day," said she, "and you have comforted me already. The sound of your voice always does me good. I catch courage and patience from you, I believe." As iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. How did you leave Mr. and Mrs. Marshman? And has Mr. George returned yet?" Drawing their chairs together, a close conversation began. Ellen had been painfully interested and surprised by what went before, but the low tone of voice now seemed to be not meant for her ear, and turning away her attention, she amused herself with taking a general survey. It was easy to see that Mrs. Vawse lived in this room, and probably had no other to live in. Her bed was in one corner; cupboards filled the deep recesses on each side of the chimney, and in the wide fireplace the crane and the hooks and trammels hanging upon it showed that the bedroom and sitting room was the kitchen too. Most of the floor was covered with a thick rag carpet; where the boards could be seen they were beautifully clean and white, and everything else in the room, in this respect, matched with the boards. The panes of glass in the little windows were clean and bright as panes of glass could be made; the hearth was clean swept up; the cupboard doors were unstained and unsoiled, though fingers had worn the paint off. Dust was nowhere. On a little stand by the chimney corner lay a large Bible and another book. Close beside stood a cushioned arm chair. Some other apartment there probably was where wood and stores were kept. Nothing was to be seen here that did not agree with the very comfortable face of the whole. It looked as if one might be happy there; it looked as if somebody was happy there; and a glance at the old lady of the house would not alter the opinion. Many a glance Ellen gave her as she sat talking with Alice, and with every one she felt more and more drawn towards her. She was somewhat under the common size, and rather stout; her countenance most agreeable. There was sense, character, sweetness in it. Some wrinkles, no doubt, were there too lines deep marked, that spoke of sorrows once known. Those storms had all passed away; the last shadow of a cloud had departed; her evening sun was shining clear and bright towards the setting, and her brow was beautifully placid, not as though it had never been, but as if it could never be ruffled again. Respect no one could help feeling for her, and more than respect, one felt, would grow with acquaintance. Her dress was very odd, Ellen thought. It was not American, and what it was she did not know, but supposed Mrs. Vawse must have a lingering fancy for the costume as well as for the roofs of her fatherland. More than all, her eye turned again and again to the face, which seemed to her, in its changing expression, winning and pleasant exceedingly. The mouth had not forgotten to smile, nor the eye to laugh; and though this was not often seen, the constant play of feature showed a deep and lively sympathy in all Alice was saying, and held Ellen's charmed gaze; and when the old lady's looks and words were at length turned to herself, she blushed to think how long she had been looking steadily at a stranger. "Little Miss Ellen, how do you like my house on the rock here?" "I don't know, Ma'am," said Ellen. "I like it very much, only I don't think I should like it so well in winter." "I am not certain that I don't like it then best of all. Why would you not like it in the winter?" "I shouldn't like the cold, Ma'am, and to be alone." "I like to be alone; but cold? I am in no danger of freezing, Miss Ellen. I make myself very warm, keep good fires, and my house is too strong for the wind to blow away. Don't you want to go out and see my cow? I have one of the best cows that you ever saw. Her name is Snow. There is not a black hair upon her; she is all white. Come, Miss Alice, Mr. Marshman sent her to me a month ago. She's a great treasure, and worth looking at." They went across the yard to the tiny barn or outhouse, where they found Snow nicely cared for. She was in a warm stable, a nice bedding of straw upon the floor, and plenty of hay laid up for her. Snow deserved it, for she was a beauty, and a very well behaved cow, letting Alice and Ellen stroke her and pat her, and feel of her thick hide, with the most perfect placidity. Mrs. Vawse, meanwhile, went to the door to look out. "Nancy ought to be home to milk her," she said. "I must give you supper and send you off. I've no feeling nor smell if snow isn't thick in the air somewhere. We shall see it here soon." "I'll milk her," said Alice. "I'll milk her," said Ellen "I'll milk her. Ah, do let me! I know how to milk. Mr. Van Brunt taught me, and I've done it several times. May I? I should like it dearly." "You shall do it surely, my child," said Mrs. Vawse. "Come with me, and I'll give you the pail and the milking stool." When Alice and Ellen came in with the milk, they found the kettle on, the little table set, and Mrs. Vawse very busy at another table. "What are you doing, Mrs. Vawse, may I ask?" said Alice. "I'm just stirring up some Indian meal for you. I find I have not a crust left." "Please to put that away, Ma'am, for another time. Do you think I didn't know better than to come up to this mountain top without bringing along something to live upon while I am here? Here's a basket, Ma'am, and in it are divers things. I believe Margery and I between us have packed enough for 2 or 3 suppers, to say nothing of Miss Fortune's pie. There it is, sure to be good, you know. And here are some of my cakes, that you like so much, Mrs. Vawse," said Alice, as she went on pulling the things out of the basket; "and there is a bowl of butter that's not wanted, I see; and here is a loaf of bread, and that's all. Ellen, my dear, this basket will be lighter to carry down than it was to bring up." "I am glad of it, I am sure," said Ellen. "My arm hasn't done aching yet, though I had it so little while." "Ah, I am glad to hear that kettle singing," said their hostess. "I can give you good tea, Miss Alice; you'll think so, I know, for it's the same Mr. John sent me. It is very fine tea, and he sent me a noble supply, like himself," continued Mrs. Vawse, taking some out of her little caddy. "I ought not to say I have no friends left. I cannot eat a meal that I am not reminded of 2 good friends. Mr. John knew one of my weak points when he sent me that box of souchong." The supper was ready, and the little party gathered round the table. The tea did credit to the judgment of the giver and the skill of the maker, but they were no critics that drank it. Alice and Ellen were much too hungry and too happy to be particular. Miss Fortune's pumpkin pie was declared to be very fine, and so were Mrs. Vawse's cheese and butter. Eating and talking went on with great spirit, their old friend seeming scarce less pleased or lively than themselves. Alice proposed the French plan, and Mrs. Vawse entered into it very frankly. It was easy to see that the style of building and of dress to which she had been accustomed in early life were not the only things remembered kindly for old times' sake. It was settled they should meet as frequently as might be, either here or at the parsonage, and become good Frenchwomen with all convenient speed. "Will you wish to walk so far to see me again, little Miss Ellen?" "Oh, yes, Ma'am." "You won't fear the deep snow, and the wind, and the cold, and the steep hill?" "Oh, no, Ma'am, I won't mind them a bit. But, Ma'am, Miss Alice told me to ask you why you loved better to live up here than down where it is warmer. I shouldn't ask if she hadn't said I might." "Ellen has a great fancy for getting at the reason of everything, Mrs. Vawse," said Alice, smiling. "You wonder anybody should choose it, don't you, Miss Ellen?" said the old lady. "Yes, Ma'am, a little." "I'll tell you the reason, my child. It is for the love of my old home, and the memory of my young days. Till I was as old as you are, and a little older, I lived among the mountains and upon them; and after that, for many a year, they were just before my eyes every day, stretching away for more than 100 miles, and piled up one above another, 50 times as big as any you ever saw. These are only moleholes to them. I loved them oh, how I love them still! If I have one unsatisfied wish," said the old lady, turning to Alice, "it is to see my Alps again. But that will never be. Now, Miss Ellen, it is not that I fancy when I get to the top of this hill that I am among my own mountains, but I can breathe better here than down in the plain. I feel more free; and in the village I would not live for gold, unless that duty bade me." "But all alone, so far from everybody," said Ellen. "I am never lonely; and, old as I am, I don't mind a long walk or a rough road, any more than your young feet do." "But isn't it very cold?" said Ellen. "Yes, it is very cold; and what of that? I make a good blazing fire, and then I like to hear the wind whistle." "Yes, but you wouldn't like to have it whistling inside as well as out," said Alice. "I will come and do the listing and caulking for you in a day or 2. Oh, you have done it without me! I am sorry." "No need to be sorry, dear; I am glad; you don't look fit for any troublesome jobs." "I am fit enough," said Alice. "Don't put up the curtains; I'll come and do it." "You must come with a stronger face, then," said her old friend. "Have you wearied yourself with walking all this way?" "I was a little weary," said Alice, "but your nice tea has made me up again." "I wish I could keep you all night," said Mrs. Vawse, looking out; "but your father would be uneasy. I am afraid the storm will catch you before you get home, and you aren't fit to breast it. Little Ellen, too, don't look as if she was made of iron. Can't you stay with me?" "I must not; it would not do," said Alice, who was hastily putting on her things. "We'll soon run down the hill; but we are leaving you alone. Where's Nancy?" "She'll not come if there's a promise of a storm," said Mrs. Vawse. "She often stays out a night." "And leaves you alone?" "I am never alone," said the old lady, quietly. "I have nothing to fear; but I am uneasy about you, dear. Mind my words; don't try to go back the way you came. Take the other road; it's easier, and stop when you get to Mrs. Van Brunt's. Mr. Van Brunt will take you the rest of the way in his little waggon." "Do you think it is needful?" said Alice, doubtfully. "I am sure it is best. Hasten down. Adieu, mon enfant." They kissed and embraced her and hurried out. CHAPTER 19.